Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, and I'm joined on the desk by ImpetuousPanda, as well as 8 of the strongest players in Europe.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting to see what these players bring for this, kind of final tournament on this nightmare patch that I think everyone has accepted it as. We will be probably seeing balance changes next week, so we'll see if this tournament is still going to be the tried and tested, Fiora Shen, TF Fizz, etc., or if there are going to be some players bringing a little bit of spice in these EU tournaments. Some of these players have been innovating a tiny bit, so hoping to see more of that today.
And hopefully the innovation, will continue beyond those balance patches. I want to talk a little bit about the format for today's event for those unfamiliar. For Fight Night Legends EU, it is 8 invited players with a double elimination bracket. So all the matches are going to be best of 3. And the players bring 2 decks that cannot overlap regionally. Once a player gets their first win, they can't play that deck anymore. They have to earn their second win for the best of 3 using their other decks. And if the grand finalist, of course, from the lower bracket wins, the bracket will reset, which is very common for Fight Night EU. And then they're going to play another best of 3. As always, we've got that sweet $200 prize pool to be divided up between the top 4. And of course, the top 2 players will be invited back for next week's tournament.
And talking about the players, let's check out as well the bracket for today. What players have come to try and fight for this championship today? Ultraman, of course, our winner from last week, the Belgium superstar on ladder and in tournaments, always performing great, is back here to try and maybe make it he would win the 4th actually. If he wins this, he would be the winningest player till now in Fight Night EU. So that's his goal for today. Against him is Physical, not the embodiment of Fizz the champion, just a guy called Physical. Might be playing TF Fizz though. I mean, it's a very high possibility. Frey back coming from Spain, so finally have a Spanish player back in the tournament. Guardia, veteran player from Germany, also from Gwent, and now really doing well in Runeterra as well from Team Mertuza. We have Maratos, the innovator. The LeBlanc server deck he brought last week was fantastic, and he's back with the same deck again this week. And Manitas, everyone knows Manitas, Portuguese legend. He won the EU Masters with that Portuguese team a few months ago. Kwabachi coming back actually after, I think around a month ago, he got second in one of the Fight Night tournaments, didn't come back for his repeat. So now cashing in that ticket in this tournament today. And Gigas, very good French player, great deck builder, great article writer, and also I think he's the 6th best tournament player all time in Runeterra for now. So a lot of, great achievements for him as well.
Yeah, again, we scour the entirety of the European Shard to get these players and stack up these brackets. I think that one of the mottos we have at Fight Night essentially is that almost any match of a bracket could be a grand final somewhere. But we are going to also take a closer look at the player cards for our first match of today, which will be Ultraman versus Physical. So again, last week's champion going to be bringing some new decks this time around. Ultraman's always been shaking it up every week. Every time he shows up, he has something new, trying to stay 2 steps ahead of the metagame. 24 years old from Belgium, like you mentioned, and really just has had a lot of success with his ability to just predict what the meta for any given week's tournament is going to be.
Yeah, last week's lineup was very, very aggro-based. This week, also aggressive, but not quite as aggressive as last week, but still a pretty nice lineup he'll be bringing. We'll see that in just a second. But looking here at Tolga, a.k.a. Physical from the UK. So another UK player here trying to make a splash after Turtle had a really good performance a few weeks ago. And we'll see what he brings, what decks he brings. Maybe TF Fizz would fit it with his name, but maybe he's past that. He's big brain. He's bringing something else. Trying to jabay his opponents with a name and then not bringing TF Fizz is, I think, a pretty good move actually.
You get the mental advantage, right? Because even if you aren't playing it, your opponent has to stare at the name Fizz sitting across from them on the table, and it's just gonna build up over time. Just wait and see. As we move through the bracket, the players are gonna start to crack. I can see it.
If I have PTSD with TF Fizz, I can't imagine competitive players that are, playing it 24/7 Masters Ladder when you're past like 300 LP. It's just all TF Fizz and in tournaments as well. So could actually be a pretty good strategy there for Physical. But we'll find out in just a bit to see, what he's brought and what Ultraman has brought as well. Checking out his deck list because, as you said, new decks, at least compared to last week. Ezreal Draven is making an interesting comeback here in this tournament today. This is Ultraman's list with Ezreal Draven. A pretty classic list here. I mean, Ballistic Bot, 2 House Fighters instead of 3. And then, I think the classic no Chump Wumps is something that we can note here. And Everything else is really, I think, pretty standard.
Hmm.
Guillotine, I think, fell out of favor a bit with Temple being in the game and having a lot of preference for Scorched Earth possibly. But we
Hmm.
see at least one copy here for Ultraman.
The guillotine being able to answer a little bit of wide boards here and there is nice. I was expecting maybe if you were dipping into a Noxus deck that kind of wanted to control a little bit, maybe try to dip into Death Lotus to maybe help out the guillotine as well. But overall, I do like the setup here, of course, as you mentioned, very classic. House Spider has been an all-star for the mirror match, so Ultraman might have even anticipated a little bit more Ezreal Draven being brought to today's tournament, and that's actually what we're seeing. Physical has also brought Ezreal Draven with a little bit of a twist, has Mimic in here.
Mimic is definitely not a card we used to see before. It is a 3-cost card, so it does fit with the Tri-Beam, of course. We'll see exactly how effective it is. Of course, this is a deck list that was optimized over weeks or months. It used to
Yeah.
originally wasn't really considered a top tier deck. Even we had people like Mogwai saying this deck was terrible. Why were players bringing it to EU Masters? But then slowly over time, it got more and more refined. You got new cards like Ballistic Ball being added that made it even better with that discard capability with ignitions and a bit of burn as well if you want to just use ignitions yourself. It's always been an interesting list. Had some nerfs with Captain Farron as well, which is why it maybe fell out of favor a bit. But it's back here, and maybe this is the next level for Ezreal Draven with this Mimic being added.
Mimic has definitely been a very unexplored card. There's been some cheeky combo decks, I think that have been sort of been floating on the outskirts of the metagame, but seeing it used here in, a quote unquote more standard fashion, again, especially with Tri-Beam and Probulator, it might just have like a decent slot in this list.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I think the one flashiest thing I've seen it used for is with LeBlanc Ezreal, where you can just basically just get when your Ezreal's leveled up, you just burst damage if you have 2 mimics in hand, and you can do
Hmm.
equal damage to what mana you have. So it's a great finisher in that deck. But that deck is maybe a bit hard to get to that high mana cost level in the current meta, where decks are so optimized, and especially TFS can really just beat you very quickly. So we'll see exactly how it's going to be used here in this Ezreal Draven, and if it's effective, if it is the next level for this deck. It could be a mistake. It could be, just not optimal. And we go back to the tried and tested Ezreal Draven that
Hmm.
Ultraman is running instead.
We see this from time to time, right? We get these lists that have had like they've been quote unquote like tried and true tournament lists, and somebody tries to experiment with the formula and then they just get immediately punished for deviating from that fully optimized list, and they just have to go back to playing the classic.
So it seems
But
there are some problems actually with physical. He
mm,
seems to be missing in action. So we will possibly move on to a Gigas versus Kwabatsu, which is a different matchup to what we had
mm,
planned, but still a great match, I think, between two great players who are actually using, I think, more standard deck lists from what I remember. Kwabatsu's lineup was very much, I believe it was Trundle, Control, yeah, Fiora Shen, so
yeah.
very, very standard. And then Gigas bringing Fizz, TF, and actually Elise Spider's aggro. So excited for that, see how it performs. But against Trundle, probably a bad actual first round matchup for Gigas. So we'll see if he can get past that. If we do end up going into this match, I believe it is the case from what I'm hearing from
Mm.
production.
Yeah, right now, also big shout out to our production team, being quick on their feet, shifting. And Kabachi is actually the only person that brought Freljord Shadow Isles to today's tournament. Freljord Shadow Isles was an archetype that was very strong the first couple weeks there and really fell off. I think that after a lot of time had passed and players got more matchup experience, we realized that it just wasn't strong enough against Fizz TF to matter. You figured that a deck like that with a lot of board wipes would really shut that list down. The matchup just really isn't good enough to justify bringing. And then with Fiora Shen getting Golden Aegis, the threat of them rallying against you in the mid game is just that much higher. So some very specific weaknesses for this deck, but what I do like about tournaments, of course, is the ability to sort of manipulate the matchups a bit in your favor too. So going in, it's going to be Matron versus Fizz Twisted Fate.
And with Gigas' lineup, I mean, just really bad luck to face Kwabatsu in this first round because this is, I think, the only Trundle in the tournament, and he's running both TF Fizz and Elite Spider, which are both, very badly polarized matchups against Trundle Lissandra. So we'll see what he's capable of doing. We mentioned it before, TF is the one deck in the game that, regardless of matchup, can pull out wins just magically out of a hat, as if it were a rabbit. But we'll see if that'll be the case here. With Elite Spiders, it's much harder though. It's a very good deck, but Trundle Lissandra is the most polarized matchup, most negative matchup for it, and it's very, very hard to find a win.
So if this best of 3 is going to go in Gigas' way, the Fist Twisted Fate needs to come up here, because if you lose on this, you're going to have to try to eventually get the win on the Spiders, right? You lose here, and you force Kabachi to switch, hopefully.
And we'll see how, I think most of it with this Trundle Lissandra deck, it can sometimes have just a bad hand. It cannot find board clears against, both TF Fizz and Spiders, and you can get wins. I think I only faced one Trundle on ladder playing Spiders the past few days, and I got a win against it somehow, but it's very rare. I mean, I even thought in some metas to just insta-surrender the moment I queue into this deck because it's just that bad, the matchup.
We've seen it from time to time with these decks. You just don't get your AoE, and Fizz Twisted Fate, the really disgusting game we saw where they got the triple high roll suit up to protect TF through all of the AoE, and it survived, was definitely something to see. But even if you wipe their board 2 to 3 times, if they get the rummage and the pick a card to reload, their ability to reestablish threats is what will make you run out of cards. We've only got Ice Shard in the hand and an Avalanche, so there's no Whale, no Blighted Ravine yet, and a Gigas, with a better curve, would really be putting some pressure here on Kabachi.
And the biggest thing here is going to be a lot of priority passes from Gigas, I think. His goal, of course, is to find a window where he can play TF, where Avalanche isn't available, and try and basically level him up in one turn. That is one way you can maybe win this matchup. We've seen it before. Obviously, Kabachi, I think, knows this. He's going to be very careful about keeping mana open and playing very reactively, because there's not going to be much of a threat. Especially if you have Ice Shard backup, as long as the elusives are 1 health, you can kind of just chill. If they attack you, Ice Shard. If they don't, you Avalanche maybe down the line.
And Kabachi really hesitating about using this Avalanche, trying to take into account the Twisted Fates, as you had mentioned.
This is a greedy play. I mean, you're able to get the Ballistic Bot as well with the Vile Feast after the fact, or just Ice Shard as well. But now looking at your hand, you don't have a clear answer for TF. Maybe Ice Shard into Vile Feast, but then Suit Up is a possibility as well. You have to consider that. So it's risky. It's, I think, a bit greedy here. You're playing optimally, but you give maybe a chance for TF to find a win with level up.
Yeah, it's definitely strong value in the moment, but opening yourself up to not have the card you need for, another specific win condition out of Fizz Twisted Fate. The ability for this deck to high roll with the TF like that is one of the ways it can kind of bully matchups or situations where it's kind of down. But here it is. The Vile Feast also being put on the stack.
And this is possibly to play around the Suit Up. 3 mana is available, so a discounted Suit Up could be played here on Ballistic Bot, would kill Lissandra and survive even past the Vile Feast, but not going to be the case here. Only a Mystic Shot fleeting in hand for Gigas. And that will be, this may be a scary development round over for Gigas. We'll see if he's trying to use his Mystic Shot on Lissandra, just to put it down. So now if an Avalanche is played again from Kabachi, it'll also kill Lissandra. So just some preparation play there from Gigas.
Just get rid of the fleeting. And this round, maybe a Gigas cashes in one of the TFs just to see, do you have more AoE? Or maybe I want you to cast it so that your Lissandra dies. That sort of thing. Because you've got two TFs. You know what I mean? You go for the blue card here. And we've seen this play over and over again. Blue card draws you a card, refills that 1 spell mana. Now you have 3 mana to maybe go for a pick a card here off the second Twisted Fate, depending on how your opponent reacts now that they're cashed out with the Trundle.
And this is what I was talking about with the TF. This is the window. All of a sudden, you play Trundle, you tap out, and you're giving a guy with 6 mana the chance to play TF, blue card, get 3 mana for pick a card, and you have double stretch testing in hand. So if you find a single rummage, it's over. That's all the cards that you need to level up TF until a possible balance patch. So if a rummage is found here with double stress in hand already, it's gonna be a rummage.
There it is.
That's the instant level up from turn to turn, basically. And Kabachi gave him that window. He didn't really respect, I think, the TF, and that we'll see if it'll be a mistake or not. We'll see if he's able to survive past this level up, and if that pick a card in hand is actually a TF, which it might be.
Yeah, trying to get a look at it in the hand. That's something that players have requested, where like maybe the border of the card is a little bit of different, so you can identify it without having to hover. But you go for Rummage, you go for the stress testings, you draw extra cards on top of that. Twisted Fate's going to level here. Still plenty of mana left over. This is the thing. Sometimes if you level up Twisted Fate in the middle of the turn, you've used all your mana on card draw, but when you're able to use just 1 mana for Rummage, Twisted Fate levels, and you've got plenty of fuel to work with here. Red card won't clear Lysandra, but now you can start chipping away at your opponent. Gold card going on the Trundle. Doesn't matter this turn either. But the extra card draw, right? You get to reset up that blue card. Burblefish is now starting to come out of the deck. We've got a suit up in hand. This is looking pretty strong now for a Gigas. This is the situation you need to be in if you want to win this matchup.
I love Kobachi's reaction to level up. He was just stroking his chin like, interesting. This again. TF level up is one of the scariest things to face in Runeterra, and we'll find out why in just a bit, but is it maybe too late? I think it's never too late. I think for TF to have an impact, and I mean this is Kobachi's deck is a deck that really finishes on turn 8 or turn 9 with the Spectral Matron combo into, of course, the Watcher to obliterate the deck, and is he gonna get that far? It's the biggest thing, and the fact that TF can also stun with his gold card, it might be an issue going forward. We'll see. He is at 11 HP already at Gigas, so he is a bit vulnerable at the moment.
And you got to remember too, like Trundle's going to be leveling up in a couple turns. We know that Fizz TF is a bit weak to these big overwhelm units. This is going to force the Gigas to just cycle cards over and over and over again for the gold card to stop the Trundle. There's a weird world where you maybe get to pull off a Three Sisters Entomb to maybe move the Twisted Fate out of the way for a turn and then swing through. But at the end of the day, if the Watcher does go off and you obliterate a Twisted Fate player's deck, then they that's the whole point of the deck, is to draw cards, so they could even deck themselves out.
It's even very difficult to try and maybe use a champion spell because it is pick a card. So if you use champion spell to shuffle back a TF, then doesn't really accomplish much for the next turn because you draw those 3 cards fleeting anyway.
And there is still an attack token, still plenty of mana on Kobachi's side. A Gigas doesn't know whether or not there's another Avalanche or something. Doesn't want to go for, of course, like a wide development here with the Burblefishes quite yet. We do have, of course, Burblefish Iterative Improvement in hand, which is presenting a lot of damage, but it is pretty risky here. Kobachi gave the window for the Twisted Fate to be played, but now Kobachi needs to continue to bluff, having the AoE, not presenting the window for Burblefish to be developed here.
I think he's a bit more scared probably of Ice Shard because Avalanche would also kill Lysandra, so it's maybe not as appealing for Kobachi. Ice Shard is maybe the scarier thing here. With the sentry coming down, this makes Ice Shard kind of, you're killing your own units, so I'm not sure how ideal that would be. But if you play very passively here, you might be in trouble with gold card coming down on Trundle and then TF also being able to attack.
So just a Burblefish here. Ice Shard gets put on the stack, then you just Iterative Improvement to get your Burblefish back. And so Giga's going to actually go for the Poro Cannon here. Decided after a little bit of deliberation, wanted to attack with just Burblefish, and is now just going to go wide.
I think he wants to use the suit up to his advantage. Might put down 1 more Poro and then have the suit up available. If Ice Shard is played, he can suit up the Burblefish and still get a pretty good hit there.
Yeah, play around the Ice Shard, play around a potential Avalanche. And the gold card setting Trundle down to 2 HP is fantastic, right? This particular setup from a Gigas has made Avalanche such a terrible play, because if you, again, like we said, you wipe Fizz Twisted Fate, and they establish a board of threats way faster than you can.
And the fact that TF is also now at 3 health, so Avalanche would not even clear TF, and that's not ideal either for Kobachi. But 5 mana to work with. Can Ice Shard here? Ice Shard, of course, would be affecting everything on the board, not like Death Lotus, so the 1/1 in the back there would also die, and TF would go down to 2 health, which makes him a bit more vulnerable. But Suit Up could be played either on TF or probably on the Burblefish to push damage and guarantee does not die here, and also opens a chance for Iterative Improvement in the next few turns.
So a lot of damage being pushed. The Burblefish surviving here is so strong because iterative improvement is already in hand. You've got a blue card next round to just keep drawing more cards, get more iterative improvements, and then suddenly you're just establishing this wide board of Burblefishes here.
And still at 14 HP on turn 7 is still, I think, pretty good for Kobatsi. You can't be too sad about that. You do also have Ruination, a card that's not really played in every deck, in every Trundle Lysandra deck, but could be pretty good in this matchup. If a huge development does happen from Gigas, that could be a huge punishment to kind of reset the board for both sides.
Trundle did survive. You know, he's just going to be sitting here tanking these gold cards for the rest of time. And it's still a threat that potentially needs blocked. If you, as a Gigas, keep taking this damage because you don't want to respect it, you potentially open yourself up, right, for Overwhelm or Atrocity or something.
And this is looking like a chance, trying to gold card here to stop the attack from Trundle. I'm going to guess there's the iterative improvement played, burst speed for the blue card, and 2 more cards have to be played. There's a Poro Cannon for the red card, and possibly we'll see pick a card for the, maybe just iterative improvement is better, because you might overdraw with pick a card. I mean, you'll be playing some cards out this turn, but you're still looking like you have quite a few cards in hand right now, and the Burblefishes will, of course, kind of just give you back a card every time they're played, so could be problematic to play pick a card this turn.
You have to, you're really good at filling your hand, but because your cards are so cheap, you're going to be just playing your hand out anyway, and you need to like stagger your threat developments and your ability to reload. So Gigas actually has a lot less mana to work with here than you'd expect, specifically because, again, that pick a card is fleeting. So you're relying on maybe top decking another Twisted Fate, or blue card getting you a Rummage or something like that.
The big thing to note here is that the iterative improvements, of course, show the card that was copied, and you know the card is in hand. So these 2 Burblefishes, there's no surprise element to them. Your opponent knows about them, especially a deck that can, of course, punish development. It's going to be a big mind game to see how far Gigas goes with his development, and if he wants to play out these Burblefishes now or wait to kind of add them to the second charge, the second cavalry, after the first board is clear.
I kind of like this. You set up the Burblefishes, 0 mana, 4/2 elusives, and I think what a Gigas can do here now, he's set up a situation where Kabachi's mana is sort of held hostage. You cannot tap out or I will kill you. And by forcing Kabachi to sort of play very slowly and to play, you know, not at full power as a control deck like this, you can just slowly win with this board that you have right now. Lysandra's hasn't leveled up yet, so the red cards are slowly chipping away at the Nexus. This deck has, you know, like Withering Wail and Catalyst in it, but the longer the game goes, eventually you will be able to go for, you know, this wider turn. If Kabachi, trying to focus on the Matron win condition, is eventually going to need to assign 8 mana to a big play here.
And we'll see if Gigas wants to develop this turn. I mean, it's obviously going to be avalanched, but it will also kill the Trundle, which actually may be a good thing for Kobatsi to generate more pillars in hand. So it is tricky here, of course, especially with the fact that the Burblefishes are revealed in hand. It's extra tricky because it's, I mean, it's hard to play around it when your opponent knows you have what you have in hand and can really, you know when you're bluffing and know when you're actually going to commit to developing.
If Trundle does stay on board, though, you do get access to perhaps Icequake. The 3 damage AoE is very strong for clearing these boosted up Burblefishes and the Twisted Fate, for example, unless they get another suit up, which we have not yet seen. So it's both players, again, taking this very patiently. Fizz Twisted Fate, known for being very aggressive, very combo-oriented, but Gigas is more than willing to play this out very slowly. The longer the game goes, the longer you can just draw through to get the specific cards you need, right? Because at the higher stages with mana, the discount on suit up doesn't matter as much, and you're always going to have enough cheap things to keep fueling that blue, red, and gold card for Twisted Fate. So getting that window early on in the game to level up Twisted Fate is really what is allowing a Gigas to survive in this matchup.
And I Gigas might have to think this is the turn he has to win on, basically, because next turn, in theory, it should be the Watcher turn. We'll see if he has the answers to really deal with that. We do see fading the pillar and the fading memories in hand, but no matron, so missing some of the combo pieces here. He is running. Kobachi is running three copies of matron and 2 babbling Bjerg. So really, really unlucky to not have a single one in hand right now on turn 8.
Trundle leveling up doesn't really matter here, unfortunately. Even though you have this large overwhelm threat that typically does punish a low HP swarmy deck like this, the gold card has done a great job of holding this Trundle back from getting the really big hits it wants to throughout the mid game. And a Gigas now in a position where, again, like you said, you can just keep developing if you so choose. Force your opponent to cast that avalanche, keep tapping out on mana, and then you can just develop post board wipe. Kobachi maybe anticipating this, has the mana open for Ruination still, potentially, is trying to bluff a double avalanche or something of that nature.
I think Ruination might be a bit too risky for the current, because once you do it, then it's over, and if those purple fishes are still in hand, you have problems. You don't have mana to deal with them. Avalanche, you're able to clear and then still have the flash freeze and the Three Sisters flash freeze. I think there would be enough mana for all of those plays. Actually, yeah, it would be exactly enough. So that leaves you with a bit more mana open. But again, because the purple fishes are revealed, there's no surprise element, and it makes it much harder for Gigas to kind of try and debate in any way.
Lysandra being threatened here by red card, and red card was just generated by being taken out here by the Get Excited. Agiga still respecting the combo. Doesn't want the deck to be blown up. The next card that Agigas plays will be gold card, of course, so that's going to go onto the Trundle here.
And of course, we can see this Fading Memories pillar being played first, and then the Lysandra after the fact, so you can still have both pillars play this turn, and then Lysandra as well, with the mana regen, of course, from the pillar. Kobachi seems to have a bit of a problem with his mouse, it looks like. A bit jittery, he seemed a bit frustrated there, but hopefully it won't lead to any disastrous misplays or misclicks, rather.
Agigas is threatening a considerable amount of damage here. Again, when gold card goes through on the Twisted Fate, you get to just swing through with so much damage, and even TF could chip away at one of these pillars, for example. The double pillar being set up is all part of the combo. We've seen it in older, like, Feel the Rush style decks. Having double pillar in play is great because you're getting more buffs on Trundle. Giving vulnerable to the enemy's board allows you to set up those overwhelms. But in this situation, it's nowhere near as strong as you'd think it would be. Because this gold card, it's keeping your main attacker of Trundle from connecting. And Agigas is going to go in with another Burblefish here.
And this has to be the green light for Kobachi to maybe play the Avalanche at this point. You can let your opponent develop until this point because you have the Flash Freeze and the Three Sisters Flash Freeze, but now the damage might be a bit too much. You might have to pull the trigger here. I mean, it's a huge Avalanche. You want to maybe play Lysandra first, that's fine. But this would maybe be an attack opening for Gigas.
It is an exact lethal being presented. So if you're confident, that this Flash Freeze, cutting away 4 damage, will let you survive, potentially against, like, Get Excited and Mystic shots, with Lysandra coming down into play and leveling, your Nexus is given tough. So it's not as clear-cut as it appears.
There's Lysandra coming down with a level up after both of these pillars, with the Fading Memories have been played on this turn. And next turn, with Babbling Bjerg played this turn as well, you'll have Matron, and you'll have the combo potential with the Watcher. So Babbling Bjerg also has to be played this turn ideally for Kobachi, for his game plan.
And there is mana for it. There is mana for Babbling Bjerg, and maybe an Avalanche after that, or you just go for Flash Freeze. Because with the Nexus being tough, that's only going to be 8 damage being presented out of the 12, if I'm calculating this correctly. There is a Playful Trickster in hand. I wonder if Agigas is going to try to go for something cheeky like that. It's a lot of mana open, though, to take a big risk of that nature. It is fleeting, so maybe you just go for it anyway. You'd much rather maybe spend the mana on the Iterative Improvement to get another Burblefish. Again, just that 0 mana threat keeps Kabachi from developing. With no Matron, you know, a Gigas might actually have another turn that he's not necessarily calculating for.
Yeah, I kind of like the playful trickster, to be honest. I mean, you still have 1 mana available after the fact, and you could still play Burblefish into Fizz potentially if Fizz ends up dying to an Avalanche maybe after the fact. So it's an interesting play to consider, especially now that there's no Runation mana. And looks like Kobachi or Agigas going all in on the Burblefish. Now he's going to get the Avalanche coming in. And he still has a chance now to develop with no more responses from Kobachi left. He can still play out with 5 mana, you know, another Fizz and 2 Poro Cannons, or even just a Zap Strafen.
Yeah, again, the Iterative Improvement is fleeting. You can cash that in right now. Actually, just going to take the wipe.
I mean, it's irresistible, no? With your opponent's board entirely full, you can kill pretty much everything. But there's still a chance here for Gigas to redevelop and still push damage.
So the Iterative Improvement goes on to another Burblefish, so that's going to be another 3 damage being threatened. The Daring Poros, they have to be buffed. Again, the Nexus having tough means that these small... This little chip damage from the Daring Poros isn't as threatening.
Now Gigas might have to rely on finding burn damage in hand to try and win the game, but like you mentioned, with the Nexus being tough, that's going to be much more difficult. So surviving at 4 HP, can use a Flash Freeze if you choose to, but I think he wants to use this Babbling Beard this turn to have the Matron in hand for next turn. He might have problems with a board space, though. Looking at the current board, we'll see a Pillar being destroyed, and I'm going to guess you're going to overwrite one of these Thralls as well if you're Kobachi.
Yeah, just overwrite the Thrall, maybe even overwrite the Ice Pillar if you think...
Looks like the Flash Freeze is being played in the end, so trying to reduce as much as possible the damage coming in this turn.
Giving yourself a little bit more space so that like double Get Excited doesn't hit you. Actually one was already used up. A Gigas' list only has 2 copies of Get Excited and triple Mystic Shot. There have been some versions of Fizz TF that also have been experimenting with Aftershock, which is not the case here. But suffice to say, protecting your HP is always going to be a good play. But without a Twisted Fate, however, to stop this Trundle, it can swing through now, finally, to get this Overwhelm damage.
And looks like, of course, with the Babbling Beard not played last turn, there's no Matron this turn, and there's really no space on the board either, so you're going to have to try and push damage here with Trundle instead. It's not going to be lethal, though. With Fury of the North, it'll be...
So we've got 3 Sisters, Fury of the North, Ice Shard to also take 1 HP away from the Burblefish, and that's also 1 damage going onto the enemy Nexus. It looks like Kabachi was able to pull through. Gigas kind of overextended that last turn, got wiped with the Avalanche, and that is going to be the surrender.
And again, this is a matchup that Trundle is favored and should be winning. I mean, this is a deck that was so popular on ladder in the first week because you know, it's a counter to TF in theory. TF, you mentioned it before, is the one deck that can really just say, you know, I don't care about my matchups, I'm just going to win because I'm that strong. But in this case, it was close. It did come down to the final turn. Like you mentioned, anything Overwhelm based against TF is going to have a pretty easy time closing out the game that late into the game, because it's just, there's so little health, and just Trundle pushes through a lot of damage as well. So not, I think, the most unexpected ending there, but Gigas definitely had a chance to maybe with the Trickster possibly try and go for a kind of an alternate win condition and go for the win there.
Gigas played that matchup up to that point very well, right? Definitely made it look like Fizz Twisted Fate was not as unfavored as you would initially think. And now, you know, you take the L on a matchup that you're kind of unfavored in anyway, and now we'll see if Gigas is able to get the run back. Because Kabachi is forced now to get the second win with Fiora Shen, and so you have to take down the Fizz TF, and then Agigis's other deck, which is again the Spider Burn.
The biggest thing to look at here is that there are 2 copies of Spirit's Refuge in this deck, which is it's good against both TF Fizz and Spiders especially, because obviously you want to out-heal the very aggressive and low to the ground strategy. But TF Fizz also, is a deck that isn't maybe aggro, but it puts down your Nexus health pretty quickly. So you have to be very, very careful of that. Also, the most important interaction here is Deny into Mind Meld. We talked about it before. Sometimes Deny just isn't found, and Mind Meld goes through, and that's GG because you can't really stop that aside from the Deny. So currently it's not in hand. We'll see if the draw is there, but there is a very good curve for Kobachi, putting up a lot of damage already on turn 3.
And Agigis left without Ballistic Bot in this early game. We've seen sometimes where the Fiora Shen players will develop an early Fiora like this. It gets kind of cleaned up by Get Excited, right? When you curve out, you don't have the backup mana to protect your units. And Agigis, all he can do is go for the Poro Cannons here. Just get a Daring Poro in play to block some of this damage coming through. Going to try to bait with the Suit Up. And Kobachi still pushing through 6 damage, however.
But, I mean, a very good save. Considering his hand before the rummage, he really had nothing he could do to stop all 9 damage from coming through, which is definitely an issue. But with the Poros and the Suit Up being drawn here, able to eliminate Fiora, which is obviously the trade you wanted to go for if you were Agigas, and also stop some of that damage is, I think, an okay position to be in. Obviously, this 4-1. At 1 health, it's not Shadow Isles. There aren't many pings to kill this, so it's almost as if it had full health in some cases. So still a pretty good attacking option here.
Yeah, so again, just saving the Sharp Sight. You want to, usually what ends up happening is you're using Sharp Sight to actually prevent a lethal. Using to clean up a Poro Cannon here is really not that good. And Kobachi just going to pass. All spells in hand. We had that early curve out with some units, some things to attack with, but not really enough to go on here. Agigas has a window to potentially go for the pick a card, fearing maybe a single combat, however, if you spend your mana at this position.
And there are many spells on hand, but there isn't a single combat. So this is, again, Agigas, I think he has to go for it. I think it's a play that you have to make. Same with, any matchup that there is going to be a way to kill TF. I think you can't, just constantly be scared of this Mystic Shot or this single combat. You have to commit. If it gets killed, then it gets killed, but you still get the 3 cards drawn next turn. You still have a chance to kind of, have more options next turn as well with that card draw.
And pulls the trigger on the pick a card. So this is going to be Twisted Fate trying to go for the level, and Kobachi is just going to respond with Golden Aegis. Now that you don't have any mana to respond to this, no Mystic Shot to stop this, I'm going to go for the rally, going to buff up this Green Glade Caretaker again, threaten you with some more damage. Twisted Fate is a card that, of course, you don't want to block with, and so Kobachi getting another 5 damage through. Twisted Fate going to be leveling next round, potentially, and this is going to come down to be to Kobachi's deck, giving him the rest of the aggressive pieces he needs to see this game plan through. Another Golden Aegis, perhaps.
And this is scary. I mean, this attack here, you're going to have to block it if you're a Gigas, because there's a lot of chance for Sharp Sight and Riposte here, and there's no Mystic Shot, there's no Get Excited in hand now with these draws. So Kobachi doing a very, very good job of saying, okay, you want to level up TF? Great. Use your mana to draw cards. I'm going to just put a lot of tempo on the board right now with this one drop that was able to survive from the early game. And with the barrier synergy, of course, there's a threat here. Playing Fiora here maybe is a bit safer at, making sure you can kill this TF, unless a Suit Up is drawn, of course. But you cannot get lethal now with this Caretaker. So I'm not sure if I would have liked just the initial open attack. Maybe you just sacrifice TF if you're Gigas and still you're able to redevelop for next turn. But in this case, the lethal cannot be presented. And that's level up.
Yeah, so Twisted Fate levels up here, and there's still a decent amount of mana here to maybe trigger the chain of gold card, red card. And so that's going to stop this Green Glade Caretaker from going through. And Kobachi does have Sharp Sight available.
And of course, it's TF. Once this first one levels up, all other copies of it in your hand or deck are leveled up as well. So it's really not as bad if this one does die, after the level up, because you have that chance at finding the next one and still being able to continue with the Destiny cards every turn.
And what looked like a really strong tempo attack from Kibachi has really been definitely swung back around after the Switch of Fate levels up, and it just makes it so awkward to try to go for an attack like this. You can pull the TF, you can pull the Fizz. Are you going to try to force your opponent to block? The gold card potentially clears the Greenglade Caretaker, then Kibachi's left with only spells in hand, while a Gigas now has 1 mana Burble Fishes and a lot to set up on that end.
And you have, of course, the Get Excited can go onto this Fiora, but Sharpsight is waiting to save his Fiora and guarantee the trade with TF. Of course, at that point, Fiora would still die to the TF, but TF would go down as well. So not ideal maybe for a Gigas, considering he has a fleeting pick a card as well.
And at the same time, it's like, yeah, you want to try to cast some cards here. Just to get some value out of the Switch of Fate before it goes down.
That's going to be the Sharpsight guaranteeing the trade here, but of course there's going to be 2 Burble Fishes in hand at 0 cost already, and the 1 Poro you can play it as well. So next turn there's still going to be maybe possibly an open attack still from a Gigas.
The Sharpsight being cashed in here on the Fiora is also one of your main ways to stop elusive damage coming through in this matchup. And Kibachi's hand, of course, is all spells, so there's no units to cash it in on anyway, but that's still a really important piece from this position. Top decking maybe as Reaching Dragon to keep these elusives at bay.
And the TF is actually in hand. That was a TF, not a pick a card, which means that this TF is being burnt this turn. Cannot be played. Obviously, there is no mana to play it. So could be a problem, not being able to utilize this TF level up going forward, but still, a huge redevelopment here from Gigas for basically for free. And now the chance to maybe continue developing here and try and go for some sort of a lethal, possibly.
And now you have to ask, do you go for the open attack? Gigas just going to rummage first, maybe looking for suit up or something to bolster this attack a bit further. Gets a Mystic Shot. So it's going to be 10 damage being threatened here onto Kibachi. Has Spirit's Refuge in hand, but, the River Shaper only has 2 base attacks, so it's not going to be healing you for enough.
And these Poros will be leveling up this Ballistic Bot to a pretty high attack as well, so you can maybe try and find some sort of, at least maybe force the trade for sure with River Shaper this turn. And 3 mana, you don't have any more options for Kibachi this turn as well, so really at the mercy now of what Gigas has in hand.
You block the highest damage unit, and your opponent gets around the sides with the rest of what they've got going. Mystic Shot just perhaps being saved in the hand here for a little bit of extra burn. Gigas taking an extra second to just crunch the numbers. Just goes for the Poro development here.
Yeah, I was considering the Mystic Shot onto River Shaper. Of course, a second Sharpsight would punish that pretty greatly. But in this case, not going to be the chance here at all. Not to trade with this Zion Erkin. And now 4 HP for Kibachi, Mystic Shot in hand for Gigas, and the Ignition as well means that you have to find a unit for the Spirit's Refuge maybe, and you have to hope Gigas does not draw any kind of extra burn. So he's only 1 damage off now.
Again, very important to note, Gigas is only running 2 copies of the Get Excited, and one was used earlier on the Fiora. So the elusive damage here that's being presented is lethal anyway. So it's just a matter of, can I get Sharp Sights? Can I get the Sharp Sight with single combat? The Spirit's Refuge is going to be huge here.
I think that was a mistake from Kibachi. I think you just accept the attack if you're a Gigas. You just go down to 2 HP. It's fine. And what does Kibachi do at this point? I'm not sure why he should block here. He shouldn't block. He just accepts this because there's no burn if you're a Shen. Once this attack turns over, you can have an Aegis here, but then you have a blocker. And there's only 4 mana left, so you have to play the Spirit's Refuge proactively. That gives you a chance of your Gigas to just kill off your own unit with Mystic Shot and just win next turn. But interesting end to the game here, and a Gigas should definitely not block, I think.
The way to go. Yeah, you can go down to 2. Fiora Shen has no burn. If there's a rally you're afraid of, you can just block the second hit instead.
And Sharp Scythe
And
was in hand. You can't play it after your opponent passes to your attack. You have to play it preemptively. So, I mean, there's really, it would be a misplay to block there for sure if you are a Gigas.
And ironically, Kabachi needs to go for the single combat on the ballistic bot here because of the ignition.
If he does, then the Mystic Shot can kill the Sithria, and then there's just no more unit again to play Spirit's Refuge single combat on next turn. You're playing single combat now this turn as well, which means that you can't have the Spirit's Refuge into a strike effect next turn to try and survive and get the guaranteed lifesteal. So I'm not sure if Kabachi's playing this end of the game properly here.
I mean, after what we saw in game 1, being able to get that win through towards the end, maybe it's just, like I said, the Fizz Twisted Fate, it's just taking its toll. You see the Burblefish, you've seen the 0-mana Burblefish played against you for the 8 millionth time. And
finds, another
just
Burblefish.
wants to take this to game 3, perhaps.
Finds the Refuge, but again, no strike effect this turn. So I think maybe just some missed plays there in this last turn from Kabachi. Also, of course, it's TFFizz doing TFFizz things, so it's still going to be very hard to stop regardless. But had a chance to maybe Refuge this last turn and then single combat and try and find some way to stay alive, but it was looking pretty grim regardless because, it was still a huge elusive fleet. You're at 3 HP still. You almost burn might just kill you as well. So pretty tough there, game 2 for Kabachi, and it's going to be a 1-1 tie in the series right now.
So we are taking this to a game 3, of course. The Fizz Twisted Fate picking up the win there is going to take a Gigas onto his second deck, which is the Spider Burn list. This is going to be one that has been, getting more and more and more popular, and we'll see how it does into Fiora Shen. This is going to be one of its worst matchups, and notably, Kabachi is still running just 2 Spirits Refuge. So there is a means, perhaps, if you draw all spells, you can't keep up on the board. If you don't have a good target for the Spirits Refuge, you could just get beat down.
The Caretaker, the 1-drop, is huge at having a blocker this first turn. Like you said, biggest thing is Spirits Refuge. You have Noxian Fervor to counter that play. Fiora isn't usually a problem in this matchup because there are going to be other units in combat, so there usually isn't a chance for Fiora to get all 4 kills. Against Mono Fiora, it is more difficult because that deck, of course, is centered around just giving Fiora the kills. In this deck, most of the times you're happy to have your units die to units that aren't Fiora just to make sure you don't fall into the trap of that Fiora win condition. And there's a Spirit's Refuge as well, so I had to say a pretty good hand here for Kabachi. Has the Noblify as well, which is going to be huge against Fervor if it is played. And this isn't a terrible matchup for Spiders. It can be good sometimes, but with the current hand for Kabachi, I'm going to say he is favored going into this game.
Exactly. If you get the right pieces you need for the matchup, Fiora Shen is going to feel amazing. And we saw previously, especially last week, that Fiora Shen can drop to some very, very aggressive lineups and some very aggressive starts here. But Agigas now does again have a second Legion Saboteur, another Precious Pet. And when you're playing an aggressive list like this, before you see the Fiora, you're more than happy to play out these 1-drops. And Precious Pet and Legion Saboteur, definitely the best of the best here. And Agigas now thinking about pressing his luck. Do I develop a little bit more, or do I get my 5 damage here?
Agigas also playing 1 copy of the Sentry, which is not very usual for these Spider decks. I was playing one in the list I posted this past week when I got to Masters. I'm not sure if Agigas got the idea from there, or if it's just great minds think alike. But very similar list to the one I was running, and a very strong list on ladder as well. I think I spoke about that a lot on Twitter. It's just has great matchups, but we'll see if it'll be good enough for a tournament like this one.
Fiora now getting her first victim, the Legion Saboteur. And, there's always a chance, just for an early Spirit's Refuge to be cashed in here. You're worried about Noxian Fervor to sidestep this, and you talked about the Noblify too.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, you have the mana to do both, so I think it would be a pretty okay play, pretty safe play with 5 mana available for Gigas. No chance of 2 Fervor, so you have a pretty good green light here. You might be thinking, do I want to save this Spirit's Refuge for a higher attack unit like Screeching Dragon or Sithria later on to get more healing? But that's really going to be the decision here for Kabachi.
A Gigas, it's tough. It's like you kind of want to sidestep with the fervor here, and at the same time, you maybe just want to save this for. Maybe you can just kill Fiora naturally. Maybe if Kabachi doesn't have the tools to back her up, she's just forced to trade away defense, and you can use an Oxine Fervor for where Fiora is truly threatening you to maybe end the game after she gets like the second or third kill. And so a Gigas taking it very slowly there.
And a lot of mana wasted for Kobachi, which is something that maybe would have been an even better reason to use that full combo of Spirit's Refuge and Amplify this past turn. Now there are two Fervors in hand, so you have a bit more counterplay for your Gigas. Gigas playing this in a way where I play against this in the same way against Monofiora, where you can only put 3 units on the board throughout the entire game, and then you have to rely on burn, because if not, the Fiora gets the win condition. So playing it very slowly here. We'll see if that'll work out here. It'll be a big attack though. With double onlooker here, you can push through a lot of damage, and there's no possibility of Spirit's Refuge now.
This is the mid-game development turn with Fiora Shen. You have to choose between saving your mana to have these combat tricks open from when you want to attack, and then on defense, when you're finally forced to develop, you have less utility there. So do you want to take less damage by taking out an onlooker? Just get the best value here against the sentry. The onlookers, you can maybe just take the hit on the nose, take it on the chin, because then they just lose that attack boost for the next round.
And if you single combat here, you're missing out on the dragon. Of course, will be dying to Screeching Dragon, and you're only saving, a bit of mana, but you're not having that full spell mana for next turn as well, which could be a problem. But I love the sentry here. I mean, I included it for a reason in my deck as well. It's just in the current meta with Fiora and with the Fangs in the Aphelios decks, able to stun that for a turn. It's very unexpected in most cases for most players that are facing this deck, and it really does a lot. And obviously on attack token turns, it stuns the units. It's a 2-for-1 development basically, and you're able to stun maybe a fearsome blocker, for example. So very clutch card to have as a 1-of copy, and obviously the spider synergy is also great for the deck.
When your opponent is facing down an aggressive matchup like this, they want to develop as much as possible. Arachnoid Sentry punishing that, and it's just really coming in clutch for a Gigas here for sure to get this extra damage through. Fiora now down to 3 HP, and there is double Fervor. If Kabachi taps down, the Fervors are going to come through clutch. You go for Fervor, then they have to Notify, you double Fervor, they have to single combat.
And Gigas had a chance to try and end the game last turn with a 3 spell mana, but he knew that with how much hesitation Kobachi had going into that turn, he knew the single combat was probably available, and probably knows that now as well. He has that information just from hand reading and understanding his opponent's thought patterns there. So has a chance now to maybe try and bait out the single combat with a Demolitionist. We'll see if Kobachi bites on that, and then he has, like you mentioned, the double Fervor to try and get the kill here, but
the longer the game goes, the longer you just draw more burn. As long as you can sidestep the Spirit's Refuge, right? That's really all you want. And so Kabachi now just needs this lifesteal to connect.
Yeah, in this case, won't be possible. You're going to have the second Fervor stop by single combat, and of course, you'll be single combating with the Screeching Dragon, so there will still be the life gain happening here, just having to spend mana to do it, but still very much a positive trade here for Kobachi, going back up to 8 HP, killing off one of these sentries and wasting almost all of Gigas' mana this turn. But you still have now Demolitionist into one of these 2/1s if you so choose to.
And that's going to be a really strong stabilization from Fiora Shen. You've even got the second Spirit's Refuge now. There is third Noxine Fervor potentially coming out of the deck, and one thing we have not yet seen from Gigas' side is the Doom Beast synergy, right? The Doom Beast unto Dusk to get a little bit of more extra burn. There's Stalking Shadows. That's piece 1 potentially falling into place here, and gets the Doom Beast offered.
And there is no strike effect in hand right now, so you're not going to have really enough mana to go off this turn with only 7 unit mana available. You can only play out 2 Doom Beasts or 2 Demolitionists and take your opponent out to 4 HP, but that way Spirit's Refuge is still a possibility next turn. So it's still tricky for Gigas. There's a certain point in this matchup where if you don't kill your opponent, there's no chance you're coming back into the game, because you end up losing the late game, of course, against most decks. In this case, you're going to have to play out 2 of these Doom Beasts this turn, and then hope for a Fervor next turn. Or, yeah, that's really the only option to try and stop the Spirit's Refuge that is in hand for Kobachi. And even then, if Kobachi draws a strike effect, you can't really play around it at all at that point.
Mm-hmm. You can go for maybe a Demolitionist here to be efficient with keep leaving the Doom Beast as a 3/1. But if you go for second Doom Beast here, you cash it in and you're just looking for like the second Decimator, one of the Decimates to come through. Overall, a lot of damage again being presented here.
This is a good hand read as well. If a strike effect doesn't come in here, you maybe have a better chance of your opponent not having solo combat and reading that and taking that information for next turn. So I like Agigas playing out the Demolitionist here just to maybe get some more information from his opponent's hand as well.
Cythria, pretty huge commitment. What this does, however, is it gives Kobachi a very powerful open attack because there's only two attack units in play. You can buff up the Greenglade Caretakers, of course, with using the Spirit's Refuge. So Kobachi looking to stabilize here next round.
And Agigas is at 20 HP, so I think, you can't really present lethal with open attack, but you have to go for it because Decimate is going to be a problem if not, and you have to guarantee you can get the Spirit's Refuge off before Decimate is a thing, and now even just the Doom Beast is a problem as well.
Yeah, you've got Doom Beast in hand now with the Stygian Onlooker, and Kobachi just needs the Spirit's Refuge to connect. Doesn't get a strike effect, but no third Fervor on Agigas' side.
This will be 7 points of healing here for Kobachi, going up to 9, which is, again, going to be very difficult for Agigas to bring back down. Unless he finds, another Stalking Shadows or Unto Dusk with a Doom Beast here. He has 2 copies, I believe. It would be a very clutch card to, Unto Dusk maybe once and find a Decimate, for example, could put you a bit closer to that kill range.
And so Screeching Dragon and Fiora just need to pick their victims. And after this healing goes through, is Kobachi going to be too scared? You have to. The Doom Beast is in hand after the Stalking Shadows was played. And that Agigas has to block with 1 or 2 things. So you can simply just wait and then Spirit's Refuge after the fact, right?
And he has to block with, obviously he's going to block the highest attack unit, so it's really you're falling into your own trap, but you have to do it if you're Gigas. So the Spirit Refuge comes in here. There is no Noxian Fervor at this point. It would be punished because there's no strike effect from Kobachi to guarantee the heal, but no Noxian Fervor in hand. One of the most important cards of this matchup. Both 2 copies of those 3 were denied a few turns ago, and that was obviously a crucial moment in this game.
Agigas took the, maximum chance of just ending the game that round, but Kobachi had the tools, right? Had the Noble 5 of the first, and a single combat to deny the second. And despite everything, still got Kobachi down to 2 HP, so when you're playing these aggro decks, it's all about playing towards these very thin percentages a lot of the time.
Agigas does run a single copy of Horror, of the Unspeakable Horror, so there would be a chance to kill off your own unit, but not in hand either. And at 2 HP, of course, the Fervor would have been lethal because there would be no counterplay, no strike effect in hand. But again, not the right hand for Agigas. Now he has to really, really hope for first, there's no rally effect in hand for Kobachi, which there isn't, so that's definitely a good thing. And second, for there to maybe be a Unto Dusk draw next turn.
And as we saw last week as well with these aggressive lists, sometimes you count them out like, oh, there it is, more healing has come through. But Agigas is still liking his chances here with Kobachi at 9. That's the second Spirit's Refuge cashed in. That's all the healing this deck is going to get. And with the Decimates still lurking, with Unto Dusk still waiting to activate this Doom Beast a couple more times, you can maybe buy yourself a couple turns. The big issue, though, is Cythria. Granting Fearsome means that the House Spider and a lot of these other small units just aren't going to be able to block effectively, and it looks like Kobachi is going to be presenting lethal next turn.
Yeah, there should be game here. I mean, the House Spider is not the draw you wanted. You have to have a very specific top deck, which had to be Unto Dusk, really, to try and cycle, do some more damage to Doom Beast, and try and find a Decimate, possibly. But in this case, even though there are no more lifesteal, no more strike effects, at 9 HP, you're still healthy enough, especially with the board not really being relevant anymore at this point in the game because of both sides being full on the board, and Cythria obviously forcing fearsome blockers, which Agigas does not have.
Yeah, Decimate coming through a little bit late there. And that is going to be the surrender. So Kabachi does manage to clean up this best of 3, taking game 3 here from Fizz Twisted Fate and then Spider Burn on Agigas' side.
Yeah, the final game, again, that one turn with Noxian Fervors was the crucial turning point with the Noblify and the single combat and the Spiritual Refuge in hand for Kabachi from the beginning of the game, almost in the Caretaker as well. It looked to be his game to win, and that was the case here as well. So Kabachi, we have to say he had, almost the prepared lineup for Gigas. It had
Mm-hmm.
2 really good counter decks for Spiders and TFIz, and it was able to get the series win there. So not too big of a surprise, but we're going to check out the bracket to see how the other games in the quarterfinals have gone. Ultraman got a 2-0 win over Physical. It was a DQ because Physical was late to arrive, thought the match started 30 minutes later. So unfortunate for him, but he still has a chance, of course, to go into the losers bracket and redeem himself and hopefully have a better alarm system for the next time around. Freyback, Spanish player, ends up losing to Guardia 2-0. So disappointing for me, but Guardia is also a very, very strong player, so I'm not too surprised. And Manitas taking the win over our LeBlanc Sivir deck builder extraordinaire, Murato. So he'll have to try and fight his way through the losers bracket to make it back into that grand finals at the end of the day.
I wonder how close that set was, because the Sivir LeBlanc is definitely a favorite deck of mine, and I'm hoping that it does come through here. But we are going to see, how these players move through the bracket when we get back from this break. Catch you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got finished with the first stage of our 8-man bracket, and we're moving on to the next stage with Ultraman and Garja now going to be going toe-to-toe here.
And for those who are familiar with Gwent's competitive scene, especially a few years ago, this is kind of maybe a Gwent matchup, especially between not just these two players, but the two teams they're representing as well, with Ultraman representing TLG, Team Leviathan Gaming, and Guardia representing Team Aretuza, two of the biggest competitive teams in Gwent as well. So interesting showdown happening here in the semifinals of this tournament. Ultraman, of course, a lot of success on ladder and in tournaments and these Fight Night series as well. Guardia, I think, had a lot of success maybe a few months ago, especially with like the TF Swain meta. He was winning a lot of community tournaments and grassroots tournaments. In the past few months, I think he hasn't really been maybe having that same success. He was really, really, one of the top players in the EU scene, but still a very, very strong player. Not so much on ladder, but I expect a very interesting showdown here between these two players.
Garja definitely has had, powerful showings in tournaments. Always a player to watch out for, and has just sort of developed a reputation of placing well, but not being able to take home those sweet, sweet top wins a lot of the time. Notably, I think what ends up happening is Garja is one of the players that's known to have some really interesting reads on the metagame. Right, you'll bring something that's maybe a bit off meta to try to get a counter, and if the meta doesn't play out the way you think, or somebody else is also bringing some off meta things to try to outplay the meta game, then you don't get those matchups that you're hoping for. And I think that Garja now bringing something a little bit more standard and not too off the wall might be a bit more consistent for him here. And he is again moving up through the bracket quite nicely here to take on Ultraman.
Yeah, I think if I had to trust someone to have, a good read on tournament meta and know what lineup to bring and know what lineup to have success with and kind of already have that advantage going into the tournament, it would definitely be Guardia would be one of those players. I think from what I've seen him in tournaments, many times he's had lineups that maybe weren't as conventional in a meta that's maybe shifting more often than this one. He's able
Hmm.
to kind of get ahead of the curve and definitely have some great reads like you're mentioning. So not so much the case, I think, in this meta because there's really not much space for innovation. I mean, it's pretty set in stone. It's kind of been, the same stuff for a while now. And Shurima didn't do too much to shift that the current emphasis on Targan and decks like TF and Fiora Shen. But looking into when a meta is just still developing, I think that's really the point where Guardia can really take over and have the biggest impact.
And when it comes to, again, taking over the metagame, Veiled Temple style Targon decks have become the norm. And now we're starting to see players account for the mirror match a lot more. We've seen some Fiora Aphelios experiments, bringing Demacia to the table, bringing some alternate win conditions to the table, and this one takes that even further, where now you have Aurelion Sol to go over top of the rest of Targon, with the Dragon package holding down your mid game, and then Eclipse Dragon to get that Aurelion Sol down earlier and maybe even generate some extra resources with its Nightfall ability. I'm really confident that in a very slow matchup, this deck is almost guaranteed to come out on top.
I was actually watching a stream from a player from the Americas region called JT Mond. I believe he's Argentinian or Uruguayan. He was streaming in Spanish. I was interested, and I really found I think watching at the right exact moment when he was playing. He's number one in the ladder right now, or was in the past few days in the Americas region. He was playing a classic Aphelios TF, I think, and he was facing this deck. And he had a moment of realization. He was saying, "Oh, this deck is going to be the deck to win against all these target decks. I'm gonna have to switch to this deck now." So that's where I really got interested in this deck and how strong it could be, and if it was maybe not the best deck in the game, but the best deck in the high ladder meta where you're expecting a lot of target and this matchup you would win it with this deck. So I'm interested to see in the tournament how well it does and if that is true.
And yeah, maybe Garja had the same realization. Once a deck becomes very popular in the metagame and you're seeing the mirror a lot, you start to get greedier and greedier and greedier to outdo your opponent. And I like this setup. Screeching Dragon has been an all-star card in Fiora Shen, and so to see it employed here alongside, some of the other support for this package is going to be great. A Crescendum pulling Dragon Guard Lieutenant, it's a good two drop. Let's see if we can make it rock. The only thing that makes me nervous personally is only 2 copies of Duskbringer. But this isn't the sort of deck that necessarily needs to play Aphelios for 2 mana, so should be fine.
Dragon Guard Lieutenant, kind of a budget boxtopus, doesn't quite have the health, but
He only has
uh,
2 arms.
but with Temple, you can maybe sidestep that and get that health anyway. So potentially, it would be, I think, fine. And sometimes it's not really as relevant for that box to survive, considering you have the Screeching Dragons and these bigger units to get those buffs later on as well. It's just more of a really good tempo play in the early to mid game, and then you can transition into your bigger challenger units.
And of course, Garja is going to open up with Twisted Fate Fizz rather than the Targon deck. This one, of course, has a much stronger overall matchup spread and gets the Fizz suit up 4 damage. Let's go. We're already on 3 mana though, so let's. The players are just passing in the opening turns here. No ballistic bots for either side.
I love how every time we talk about a deck list, we always go into the game and I'm expecting to see the deck list, obviously, like why not? That would make sense. And it's never the case. I'm always like, wait a minute. So not going to see that target list just yet. It might be played later in this matchup, but very strong start from Guardia, of course. Suit up onto the Fizz. The Fizz very hard to take down because of its ability to counter targeting spells, which means that the suit up is going to go a long way in guaranteeing value and retaining value for Guardia. That being said, it's going to be a very aggressive opening here, almost looks like discard aggro at this point. But it is actually Ezreal Draven, just a very, very wide board to start things off.
Ooh, love this play. Garja going for iterative improvement on the House Spider. The +1/+1 gives him a 3/3 while also generating a 1/1. Gets a little bit of defense just to kind of hold down the fort alongside this Fizz. Fizz going to be, of course, the main attacking force. Ezreal Draven, a fantastic burn deck that can take things to the late game, but its key weakness is no healing. Both players are just going to try to push through as much damage as possible. And House Spider has been, one of the stronger cards for that purpose, especially even in the mirror match, which we're going to be seeing hopefully a little bit more of today.
Like you mentioned, I love seeing iterative improvement used in kind of that defensive manner as well. I think it's a card that, although it's very strong with Burblefish, I think it definitely should not be changed in the next balance size because it adds a lot of unique interaction situation between certain decks. And I definitely think it should stay as it is. Mm-hmm. But Burblefish will probably be the one taking that hit in the next balance patch. We'll see if that'll be the case. But this game, definitely not the case. No balance has been added to this TF Fizz deck, so it's gonna has a pretty good chance at winning this game for Guardia because it is a very strong deck. We saw it against Kobachi, almost getting the win against its counter deck against Trundle, Lissandra. And against Ezreal Draven, there really isn't, you have Static Shock that is going to be very, very strong, but you don't have healing. That's one of the problems with this deck. We've always talked about it. It's going to be a race, I think, between both of these decks to see who can get the win.
And notably, Garja's version does cut a Zap Spray for a third Get Excited. And I think that just shows that Garja is the sort of player who wants to play this deck in a more aggressive stance, doesn't want to drag things out to go for Mind Meld things or anything like that. It's just like, I have the burn, I'm going to get this early damage, and Fizz suit up is step one in that plan for sure. No Twisted Fate yet. It's a little bit worse in this matchup because he potentially dies to Mystic Shot, but in this particular stance, I think you're totally fine, right? Just, if you had the 4 mana to play, you'd much rather just develop more elusive threats, I think.
And Guardia making us really wonder what his hand looks like to play a Mystic Shot on turn 5 just to guarantee the elusive on the Fizz is not the usual play pattern for this deck for TF Fizz. He does have a bit of a longer delay on his stream, which is why we are not able to access his hand. Would not be lined up really with Ultraman, so we'll have to be just in shrouded in mystery for now for the next few turns. But very curious to think what his hand looks like right now. Of course, you have to have a different play pattern with TF in this matchup because it can be killed so easily. So maybe playing more defensively until he has maybe the 1 turn level up as a possibility.
Yeah, the hand could be something like an unstacked Burblefish, Mind Meld, something like that. Maybe like a couple stress testings that you're just waiting on a Rummage or another activator for. A lot of damage coming through, and this is tough, right? You can block with Fizz, because if Ultraman goes to target Fizz to finish him off with a spell, you can just cancel it out by casting something else. So Fizz with 4 HP is actually going to be a really strong blocker here too.
Yeah, it's one of that's why Fizz is kind of the ideal suit up target, because against most other units you can maybe kill him off later on, but Fizz, because he has this ability to counter the spells that target it, it becomes almost a guarantee you're going to get that 4/4 value the entirety of the game, basically, unless there's some sort of a board clear or a forced combat trade.
Yeah, the best bet you'd have to do here is try to go for like double spinning axe so the spider trades up without having Fizz being able to sidestep it, opening yourself up to a get excited or a mystic shot to clear. And giving up those cards like in this matchup is very rough. What do you choose?
Well,
Ooh.
looks like that's going to be the case here. I think Ultraman understands that this Fizz is definitely a problem. This is the way to try and kill it in combat without targeting it at all. We'll see if this gets punished or not. 9 mana to work with, 6 cards in hand for Guardia. He used 1 Mystic Shot last turn, so a bit of a lower odd to have maybe more Mystic Shots and get excited in hand. But if you go for this block, maybe it is a read that you do have the answer if this is a threat. And there's the Mystic Shot punish, and the spider goes down. Fizz survives.
And that's I was wondering like what cards you would discard in that situation. I would maybe keep the rummage, maybe kick the thermo beam, but even if Fizz goes down there, maybe you're happy, right? Because you forced your opponent to discard 2 cards. In this deck, that actually doesn't generate a lot of fodder. We talked about earlier how these Ezreal Draven lists aren't running Chump Wump anymore.
And they really do rely on Ballistic Bot. I think both decks do, finding it early to have that pretty much, the fountain of discards available the entire game, as Ballistic Bot just spits ignitions out every single turn. In this case, both players did not have it this game. We saw kind of a turn 3 start for both players with the TF attacking and the Ezreal Draven development from Ultraman.
And despite this early aggressive opening with the Fizz suit up, Ultraman's been able to kind of keep pace, thanks to, again, the House Spiders getting a lot of damage around the side. Ezreal's now joining the fray to block this elusive damage coming through. So Guardia has been very, very guarded in what his plays have been. Everything has been just backing up Fizz and just sort of reactive things, not establishing a wide threat yet. At this position, you really are hoping for Burble Fishes to be stacked, or hoping for Poro Cannons so you can go wide against your opponent's development. Ultraman is very happy to sit on this Static Shock for as long as he needs to.
And this is a bit of an awkward hand for Ultraman with the current mana he has remaining. He has to hope that Guardia develops a Burblefish this turn to be able to use Static Shock effectively, but he doesn't, so he burns 3 mana there. Could have played Get Excited into the Zap Spray, but maybe not the ideal play at this point. Both players at 10 HP, so I mean halfway there, and we'll see who can end up winning this race. The biggest thing here will be if there are going to be iterative improvements in hand for Guardia, and if he has a chance to try and sidestep this Static Shock with maybe a suit up, that would be massive as well.
Yeah, playing out the 2 mana Burblefish, I think, might indicate a suit up in hand, right? Because you see the Portal Cannons coming through. That would have been 1 discount on the Burblefish, but still, maybe I think Guardia just trying to bait out a Static Shock here before fully committing to the attack. Just going to keep going wide.
With Static Shock being a fast speed spell, I think you definitely don't commit it until maybe you see a Mind Meld being played, and that would be a huge punish, of course. There was a chance there for a Mind Meld. No Mind Meld at the end. Committed there. 6 mana remains available for Guardia to play after, but going to be a Static Shock here on both of these units, and maybe even a Mystic Shot on Zap Strafen if it's deemed necessary.
Yeah, if you can go for suit up here to protect the Burblefish, if you've got it, you can go for iterative improvement. That way you get some damage through, retain some threat, and try to reestablish the next threat. Ezreal being traded in here is fantastic. Ultraman knows I have to protect my HP from this point. Guardia might even have the actual like true awkward brick hand of like double Get Excited or something in hand.
And there is the suit up on the Burblefish, and that can be punished by Get Excited now with 6 mana still up for Ultraman. So Get Excited onto the Burblefish will kill it. And now, if you want, you can maybe even commit this Mystic Shot onto the Zap without, it being very rare for there to be a third suit up in hand to punish that. But looks like he's going to take it slow here and just go for that 1 kill on the Burblefish.
There was a weird line. Of course, we go for like suit up on just one of the random units that isn't targeted by the Static Shock to just push through a little bit more. And here's the flock. So again, Ultraman going for the read that there is no spell, that there is no third suit up, and that this will connect with the Fizz.
This is bold. Poro Cannon is maybe the scariest thing. I'm not sure how many we've seen. Pick a card can't be played for 3 mana. For 2 mana at fast or burst speed, you have, Rummage, Poro Cannon, and maybe Mystic Shot. But we've seen a few burn spells already being played.
Mhm.
So this is why I think Ultraman's fine with going down to 7 HP as well, is because the chance of there being enough burn in hand to kill him in this next open attack from him next turn is probably a bit unlikely.
Yeah, we already know there's no third suit up. You can just whiff us. There's no stress testing. The hesitation here, I think, kind of shows like what card is so awkward here. Maybe there's a Poro Cannon, and there's just not a good card that Garja wants to give up.
These were your best odds, I think, at playing this out. So I definitely think that was a risk that was worth taking for Ultraman, because that card wouldn't be consequential for the rest of this game. You wouldn't get a kill with it. You really are not able to damage units most of the time in this TF matchup. If it fails, then it's fine. It fails, and maybe you force Guardia to play a non-optimal Poro Cannon, or with the current cards he has in hand. So definitely think that was the right choice there. Now we have the attack being threatening with Farron coming down. No TF. Well, there could be a TF gold card. That would be kind of massive here.
We have not seen a Twisted Fate yet. Pick a card is probably one of the awkward choices that Garja has here, unfortunately. Going for this really aggressive line and slowly just getting ground down. Ultraman had just the right cards to survive against all of this.
That being said, even if you do get a gold card this turn, you're still facing, Decimates, the one Mystic Shot as well in hand, and the attack here from the rest of the units.
Iterative improvement to bring out a 9-mana Captain Farron. 9 attack Captain Farron instead. So this is twice now that Garja has gotten massive value from Ultraman's deck by taking his units.
And I think it's going to be favored for Guardia now, because you can block the Farron with your own Farron, you can block the Draven with the Poro, and there's going to be 2 damage coming in. That's exactly 8. Guardia has the first say next turn, so if we just do a Decimate exchange, he's going to win that exchange as well. And his opponent's at 7 HP, so you can't heal if you're Ezreal Draven either. You'd have to find another Mystic Shot if you're Ultraman, some way to win on fast speed after the first Decimate.
And yeah, it just pushes the attack through.
And you have just your own Farron as well to attack with. Obviously, Mystic Shot would stop that, but I think it would probably actually even be correct to first just play Decimates. Don't even attack with Farron, because you win the Decimate race regardless. And Ultraman is, the Mystic Shot draw. So there could be a punishment here. Unless Guardia has a Get Excited in hand, he would get the counter punishment on Ultraman. A very unique ending to the game here. Definitely not what you tend to see, I think, with TFs and Ezreal Draven. But again, Iterative Improvement is a card that creates these unique, interaction between decks and cards. And I love to see, I think, these non-standard finishes.
What's he hovering here?
It's got to be
the Get Excited. There's 3 in the deck. We talked about it. Garja is running. There it is. Triple Get Excited. Puts it on the stack. Not enough answers coming through.
And it feels bad to get the Yu-Gi-Oh! Top deck and still your opponent to counter you with his own Yu-Gi-Oh! Top deck. Or maybe it was already in hand. We're not entirely sure. But as close as you can get if you're Ultraman. Guardia, again, showing why he's such a good player. Not just, autopiloting, okay, play, TFAs I played a million times before, really thinking outside the box, both with the House Spider, Iterative Improvement, and the Farron here as well. It looked like it was a lost game for him, to be honest, with a Farron attacking, no TF, it seemed like, for gold card, and, double Decimate in hand, but all of a sudden, it was in his favor, and able to also clutch it up with a Get Excited. So props to Guardia. Very, very clean game 1 from him.
And yeah, the 9/9 Captain Farron means that it trades, you get to retain the body, but at the end, it didn't matter because the burn was all there, fast speed. And now, Garja has to try to get the second win with this Targon deck. The list is going to, it doesn't have, like, when we go back in time and we saw the Demacia Targon, this was back during the Grand Plaza meta, and they had, like, Solari Sunforger in the mid game to get that really big burst of healing. But this deck is going to be, a lot of the healing is a bit more piecemeal, a bit slower, like the star shapings and the guiding touch. If Garja, like, bricks, doesn't get a good opening curve, Ultraman might be able to smork here in the early mid game.
Seeing the Impropulator in hand early on is, of course, always great. The more copies of that, the better, because you're able to get all the counters on them immediately as you play 3 drops. That being said, no 3 drops in hand for Ultraman, but having Ballistic Bot and Iterative Improvement, or rather, Tribune Impropulator is definitely a good start. maybe missing a Draven and more of that early to mid game.
And having Captain Farron is great too, right? Just guaranteed to run it. We remember the race to the bottom we had with Ezreal Draven, where it was like, we're running 1, then we're running 2, then we're running 3 copies. And we do see the Dragon Guard Lookout did proc, so there is a dragon in hand. So maybe an Aurelion Sol, even Screeching Dragon, showing a lot in the early mid game here. So Mystic Shot being presented. If Garja has maybe Pale Cascade to stop this, or a Sharp Sight to get this Ballistic Bot off of the board and keep that alive.
There was 4 chances. There was 1 Pale Cascade and 3 Sharp Sights in the deck, but it looks like none of them are found, or Guardia did not see the value in keeping that Dragon Guard Lieutenant alive. In this case, now you have a chance to play Ignition this turn. That's a spell being played here, and you can have a chance to play the Some Dredger into the next Ignition next turn and start trying to go for an attack after the fact. Also, maybe missing Scorched Earth here would be a great counter if Temple is played on turn 4. You want to try and find Scorched Earth, which might be why you would maybe use Rummage before you Some Treasure next turn to try and find 3 drops, try and find more Improbulators before you play Some Treasure and try and find that Scorched Earth.
It's a really tough call, because you want to Rummage here to get rid of the Ignition, but what's the other card that you get rid of? You know what I mean? Like, you have Get Excited to maybe try to stop an Aphelios. Looking for Guillotine is also going to be quite strong, perhaps, as we get through the later stages of the game, to take out some of these larger Celestials that might be invoked. So yeah, decides to just take it slow with the Sump Dredger. Kicks away the Ignition, gets another big unit in play, stacking up this Improbulator, and this is really what we want to see. Garja being very hesitant about developing here. 3 mana still open, probably thinking, can I take 5 damage in exchange for summoning a Temple? I think the Dragon Guard Lieutenant really needed to hold down the fort in order to kind of buy space for a Veiled Temple to be set up here.
That'll be a Fangs coming out. We didn't see any Sharp Sights or Pill Cascades last turn, which means that there's a chance there aren't any this turn either, which could open up a window for maybe a Get Excited now onto the Fangs. I'm not sure if that's going to be the play to make here if you're Ultraman, if it's worth it. But the Fangs is a card that was a bit slept on when it came out initially, but definitely finding a lot of value now in these Temple decks that are a bit slower. You have the Invoke as well, which is massive, and a pretty decent 3/2 body that can only grow with more buffs and with Temple buffs as well to help out in aggro matchups. Definitely a card I expect to see at least 2 copies of in every target deck going forward.
And that's, of course, not even understating the Celestial value. You invoke, there's potential to get Equinox to answer the Captain Farron later on. You can get Crescent Strike. Or, you know, just an early blocker like the Messenger or something. So Garja just going to go for the 1-for-1 here. Call it a day.
This is fine, of course, and you're already at 20 HP for Guardia, so you're not really healing much either. I think that might be the thought process here for Ultraman. Just gets his trade out of the way now, without having to commit anything more dangerous. And you just, the lifesteal isn't really a big deal at this point in the game. And now I think this might be the turn to either Sentry Flock is definitely an opening, or try and Rummage here would also be an option.
Yeah, the Veiled Temple, I think now without a ton of threat on Ultraman's side. Ooh, actually cashes in, did get an Equinox, but cashes it in now against the Ballistic Bot. By the time Captain Farron comes down in 3 rounds, maybe you'll have some other answer for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's really the only big unit you want to save that Equinox for. You could have just a Crescent Strike as well, which would also do the trick for 3 mana, very efficiently in the late game. But there's Aphelios coming down. That was obviously maybe the Nightfall trigger for Aphelios, just playing that Equinox first. And now things will, get kind of crazy with Aphelios, as they usually do.
And previously, the Dragon Guard Lieutenant was not able to be saved from the Mystic Shot. And we'll see if Garja has the means to save the Aphelios. Here it is. Sharp Sight comes through. However, he's still damaged. This could be a flock here. Gets beaten out by Guiding Touch?
Yeah, Flock would be dangerous. I think you have to wait for the Moon Weapon to come out, and now at this point you can Flock. Heads up play from Ultraman. And I don't think there's any chance you try and maybe save Just save the sentry, flock combo this turn to stop a challenging unit, and then yeah, I think you just go for the Aphelios kill here. I think it's what makes the most sense.
The ballistic bot's already been silenced, and notably Garja, going for the Calibrum here off of the Crescendum. So there is going to be a little bit of an answer as well to future developments.
There's a stun coming in, so the trade between the Ballistic Bot and the Dragon Guard Lieutenant will not happen this turn. That being said, the game has really been slowed down its pace, so I think Guardia is happy to see we're on turn 6. He's still at 20 HP. The board isn't looking too threatening. There's no Ezreal level up happening, no Draven on the board until now. So I think the slow pace, of course, is going to favor Targon, and Guardia is very happy with the current position.
I remember these old like Ezreal Draven decks. It would sometimes end up like this, where you'd pass a lot, and then suddenly the deck just kicks into hyperdrive. When the Captain Farron's come down, you have this huge overwhelm unit with Decimates backing you up, and Garja now hasn't really had a chance to stack up any spell mana. Has been forced to play just to keep tempo. Been forced to play spells to defend his board as best he can, and no Veiled Temple. It really means that this Targon list can't get that extra value they want and the extra mana that allows them to pull out ahead of you.
I think Ultraman was definitely hoping for Guardia to develop there and maybe have a good target for Impopulator to really go all in on this turn. Instead, Calibrum comes out and Ultraman seems to opt, to want to save Impopulator for this Aphelios. So Guardia, maybe heads up or not, but definitely did a good job of first playing the Calibrum and now playing the Aphelios after the attack has already been committed.
And taking a lot of time to think about the moon weapons, because of course there's no Boxtopus in this deck. The Crescendum isn't like the auto click one that you want to go for. As we're moving up the curve, maybe considering a Gravitum here to stop Captain Farron. It is still a follower, of course.
The only 2-drop in the deck is a Dragon Guard Lieutenant, and we've seen this is the second one we see already, so also have to be very wary of that. With my very short time playing Aphelios when he did come out, I had some problems keeping track of my Boxtopuses. We saw it happen in Fight Night tournaments as well, where you just start, mass producing them. All of a sudden, there's a shortage in the factory, and there are no more punching octopuses coming out. So that's definitely a problem unless you have something like a Messenger Sigil, which I was actually running in like the very first version of Aphelios that I was playing on ladder the day it came out. But it can be a problem sometimes, so you have to be wary of that if you're Guardia.
And really great use, right? The Draven top deck was fantastic, and then you get a good target for the Get Excited, and that's 2 more ticks for your Impropulator. And as soon as Garja develops a large unit like an Eclipse Dragon in order to try to just get a threat on board, or maybe something big enough to block Captain Farron, the Impropulator potentially swinging that back, it's already stacked up to 5, is going to be massive here.
And being at 5 is one of the better, I think, drop points. Actually, the change from 4 to 5 is one of the bigger jumps in value most of the time for the random drops.
Sump Dredger and gets the Guillotine. Was hoping for Scorched Earth against the Temple, but you can't draw that many 3 drops in a row with the Tri-Beam in hand to get that lucky. So just a pass back. Garja doesn't really have any other units here to take advantage of the Temple. And Captain Farron, it's finally time for him to show himself, and we'll see if Garja predicted this and went for Gravitum off of Aphelios.
There is the Gravitum. So 8 mana, denied by a 2-mana spell. For 2 turns, this Captain Farron will be immobilized. So kind of an awkward turn here for Ultraman. Obviously, you can't really just play scared and never play the Captain Farron. You have to play at some point. You still have the Decimates in hand, of course, but could have maybe had more efficient uses of his mana with the Impopulator coming out and with maybe some more 3-drops. But the hand is a bit awkward with just double Farron. You have to kind of commit it this turn, and that may open you up to now have, give Guardia a chance, a window of time to come back into the game, to stabilize, to do target things, start obliterating units with celestial spells, and things might get pretty scary for Ultraman.
And here is the 3rd Aphelios from Garja's side. Just needs to cast 1 more moon weapon to level up. Potentially, finally sticks and starts to take advantage of the Veiled Temple finally. Gets boosted up to a 4/3. And as long as he can keep him healthy, he doesn't need to worry about Flock or Noxie and Guillotine. 2nd Temple even coming down now.
And now the games begin. Double Temple, Aphelios on board, going to level up, and Ultraman scratching his head. I'm scratching my head. We're all thinking, why are these cards still in the game? But we have to endure. This will be the last tournament until balance changes come in. But this is going to be very scary now for Ultraman to deal with, playing a fair deck like Ezreal Draven against the abomination that is Targon at the moment.
But listen, Calibrum, it's only taking out a 1-3 that was already silenced. Oh, never mind, it's going on to Fair, never mind. But
Farron's gonna die just to 17 different Calibrums being played in one turn next turn. You heard it here first.
there is still, 13 HP, there's 2 decimates, the direct damage, like if Garja commits or doesn't have the star shapings, I think that just the raw amount of decimate damage could pull through. This Aphelios finally sticking now at turn 9 isn't going to potentially have enough rounds to grow big enough for an Infernum to be a big threat.
6 damage coming in means that if you're able to play one more card at faster burst speed, this Aphelios will get the buffs and will get out of range, but still in range of something like Guillotine, for example. So there's still the option to kill it. Maybe not now, but eventually, hopefully.
And Ultraman has shown some really, really strong hand reads as we've seen him so far in the tournament, and just in general from like previous fight nights. Goes through the Impopulator, is really confident that this is going to connect, or else you might even be inclined to put it on the Screeching Dragon, for example. But there's the Guiding Touch. Aphelios survives with 1 HP against this 6 damage Impopulator. This does set up for Noxie and Guillotine to clear the Aphelios.
That's a pretty good unit, at least. That's, something is going in Ultraman's favor. He has a Guillotine, like you mentioned. He does have double Scorched Earth in the deck, just has not found any of them. Has not rummaged also in a few turns. Could have maybe tried to rummage earlier and see if he found those Scorched Earths, but maybe not wanting to discard any of those Decimates. And I don't think Decimates are very good in this matchup. You either win the board, or you're going to have a hard time burning your opponent down with Star Shapings, etc.
And we just don't know, right, what Garja might have. The lines of play have been pretty static, have been pretty easy to see, but it doesn't really give away a lot of what Garja's hand could possibly be. Like, you've got the double Temple, the triple Aphelios, that's like what you're going to go for. Sometimes you can kind of get an idea of what your opponent's hand quality is based on their lines, but Garja just seems to be, again, the deck has given him a standard line of play, I'd say. And now we're heading into round 10, and Aurelion Sol suddenly becomes a big threat. It's difficult to say, just because committing 10 mana in a matchup like this could put you too far behind.
And these Gravitums are really doing the work here, stopping these huge threats that Ultraman was able to, one, play with Farron, and then find the Wild Claw from the Impopulator. It's a very good pull, but obviously Gravitum makes it a not so good pull because it's easily countered for 2 turns as well. So that includes next turn. Farron can attack next turn, but there's probably going to be some other, maybe a Crescent Strike or some kind of another stun available for Guardia.
So here we go. 2 Challenger units, and Aphelios trying to present a little bit of damage, and Guillotine. So the only way this is countered is what? Star Shaping, Guiding Touch to fully heal Aphelios from this position, if that is Garja's hand. And that's going to be 3rd Aphelios going down, so no more Aphelios for Garja here. Has to shift gears and rely on this Targonian late game of Aurelion Sol and Star Shaping.
And this is where Ultraman might find a chance to get back into the game if the cards in hand for Guardia aren't the right cards to get you card advantage and really make use of this mana from the temples. Going to the late game, we talk about it many times. Temples give you mana, give you stats, but if you don't find the right cards to have card draw, if you're not playing the TF version, or if your Aphelios all of them die, you might have some problems. That being said, if you're able to find, like you said, Star Shaping or certain Invoke cards to just get you the big pulls, then that issue is solved as well.
And Ultraman was thinking about, do I actually want to Guillotine the Screeching Dragon? Do I want to discard it? Do I want to keep more mana open? But now you can rummage away an Axe and then the Fleeting Guillotine. This was, when Guillotine was very popular in this list, this was one of the best plays you could do, because the Fleeting Guillotine you can't cast just becomes fodder.
Zoe making a very, very late showing. I don't think she has any expectations to level up in this game, but at least going to serve as maybe not a great blocker either against these overwhelm units, but not sure why it wasn't played. You had the space to play. I'm not sure why it wasn't played before, especially for the chance of finding a Crescent Strike maybe, or an Equinox even, from the super cool star chart. So interesting decision there by Guardia to keep it in hand.
And here's Scorched Earth now to start chipping away at these Veiled Temples. And with no Aphelios left, and with the temple being taken out by the Scorched Earth, all of this late game value is going to start crumbling around Guardia. And yeah, no cards in hand to trigger the Veiled Temples here, it looks like. Oh no!
This is usually not a good thing, because this means that's one less card that can give you any kind of card advantage. You're down to 2 cards in hand. Zoe can find you some card advantage, but you still have, we're seeing here, Static Shocks. They might be countered, but you have Scorched Earth to maybe clean up the unit after the fact.
I wonder if, now that Guardia only has 2 cards left in hand, do you let the Veiled Temple buffs trigger onto the Dragon Guard Lieutenant and then Scorched Earth it instead?
Yeah. I mean, you just let everything go there, and then you kill it after the fact, because it gets more stats but doesn't heal, basically. So it'll still be a target. And you can just slow play this and even let this thing get as many buffs as possible, and then kill it. You know, once it's kind of absorbed all those buffs from temples, then you kill it, and that saves a Zoe from getting buffed, or whatever unit's played next turn.
One of the early evaluations of Veiled Temple was, yeah, it gives you really good value, but then you run out of cards to actually use the mana you get with it. At this stage in the game, typically you've developed your Veiled Temple several rounds earlier, and then you start to overwrite them. The Bilgewater variants of these Targon Temple lists, you know, you have Twisted Fate and pick a card to get some reload. And unfortunately for Targon, you just don't have access to that. No Star Shapings have we seen yet. So the big Celestials that you're also looking forward to at this stage of the game to kind of close things out are also missing. There's 2 copies of Aurelian Sol in the deck, and, you know, triple Aphelios was drawn. Maybe some more of that champion luck comes through, and we can see Aurelian Sol hopefully make an appearance here.
Another Static Shock now coming in. Once Guiding Touch was played as well, this means that this Dragon Guard Lieutenant is probably going to be dying to Scorched Earth here. And this Challenger, this Prodigy, the 2-drop, is not really going to be very effective at doing anything in the late game. Doesn't draw you a card, doesn't give you any kind of card advantage, and it's just a challenger that, you know, units are not the problem right now from Ultraman. He has a full board. He's very happy to you know, let one die and trade off here with the Protege.
You're threatening so much damage through, but thanks to the Wild Claw off of your Tri-Beam Repopulator, there's still 2 Decimates in hand. You've got another Captain Farron to get 2 more Decimates. Theoretically, there's already enough burn here. You could even go for Whirling Death and then Scorched Earth one of the temples.
Whirling Death is coming in, it looks like, on the Dragon Guard Lieutenant, keeping Draving alive, and just happily trading this Farron off against the Challenger.
And here it is. And if there is some sort of response to this or counterplay, you can Spinning Axe the Captain Farron, so it deals a little bit more damage as well on this Whirling Death. This deck does have triple single combat.
And now you have the Scorched Earth to punish this, and that's one less card to deal with if you're Ultraman. So you're very happy to see any kind of response there. If you're Ultraman, this combat trick would not do anything really in the late stage of the game. The scarier thing is Star Shaping and cards that can find you, you know, cards that you can sink your mana into. And now these 3 temples, well, I mean, yeah, there's that single Lunari, and he just gets demolished by a beam. So a huge open attack coming in from Ultraman. I'm not sure what top decks Guardia can do anything with. These temples will not be buffing anything, even if 2 cards are played. So it's looking very good here for Ultraman now. And the Shen emo comes out from Guardia. We're going to have to think it should be a GG here.
Because you can, yeah, you just swing through with everything. If that last card is a Star Shaping, you just have it covered thanks to the Decimates. And that was, oh my goodness, the triple Aphelios looked so good, but the rest of the draws to back it up just weren't there. Like the early Dragon Guard getting answered by Mystic Shot, and then the triple Veiled Temple and no reload.
Now at 2 HP, if you are Guardia, he finds the Guiding Touch into the Star Shaving, so he's trying to do something here. Still at 8 mana here, at 7 HP here, so double Decimate, you have the mana to do it. If you're Ultraman, you have the kill here. And I don't think you can draw any kind of fast or burst speed healing spell from Star Shaping from that Invoke. So it was going to be GG regardless, and that's going to be game 2 going in Ultraman's favor. It looked to be very much not in his favor after that Farron stun, after that Aphelios and double Temple and then triple Temple. But sometimes, Temple, every Temple played after the first one, you have diminishing returns, and the third one, if you don't have card advantage, is almost useless, and we saw why in this case. So good game from Ultraman, but I think pretty unfortunate draws from Guardia in the late game.
The lack of reload. Demacia brings no card draw to the table. Running the Dragon package, you do have Dragon's Clutch, but that's only a 1 of in the deck, and overall just couldn't really get there on the curve. And so now we have this same Dragon Temple deck going up against the infamous Sejuani Renekton beat down Overwhelmed deck. And so all of these slow value oriented plays are just going to get shut down by the aggressive swings on Sejuani Renekton.
He does find the Trapper early on, which is always a great card to have in hand as early as possible. Maybe missing the Ancient Yetis, of course. You always want to, I think it's important to have, if you're going to be mulligan aggressively for Ancient Yetis, then adding Trappers makes sense because you want to try and find those as well. And you're going to mulligan almost everything in this deck that isn't Ancient Yetis and Trappers to start things off. And I guess, Omen Hawks and Rock Hoppers, your early drops.
Yeah, so Rock Hoppers, again, it makes it very difficult to develop units safely. No Renekton to make use of these, but it is still 3 damage coming through early. Garja maybe pulls a repeat, gets the triple Aphelios. And then the Gravitums may try to shut down these Overwhelms, but by getting value trades, right, the only early game we have is like Zoe, a couple Duskbringers, Lieutenant, and they have to tank these. Before you can safely develop your other targets, you need to stick to the board.
Looks like Ultraman opting to go for the Omen Hawk into possibly a Rock Hopper as the play going forward. Makes the turn 4 drop for Guardia also, a scary one because he has to maybe commit an Aphelios at the point, and he can't because it'll be vulnerable, and that's not ideal. So going to make the plays maybe a bit awkward for Guardia. He could, of course, just play Temple and just not really care too much about the vulnerable and play out some, Lunari Dustbringer or something that's not really that valuable later on.
We can only hope that Garja has access to a small unit like that to tank this vulnerable, because the double Rock Hopper is fantastic for, again, setting up these awkward developments on Garja's side. And now we've got the Omen Hawk buff going on to the Ruthless Raider. The Omen Hawk was a card that I think a lot of lists were only running 2 copies of, and Ultraman's variant cuts one of the Battle Furies from the top end to run that third Omen Hawk. Getting the extra stats, doubling down on that in the earlier stages of the game, maybe just set you up to be in a better position. Fangs coming down instead, a card that you don't mind being vulnerable, just so you can get the lifesteal. I think that's perfectly fine.
We could see Troll Chant maybe to stop, to get both of these trades in favor of Ultraman, and to stop some of that lifesteal as well from the Fangs. But Vulnerable does go on to it, so you have the chance now to really pick all your trades here of your Ultraman, making it as optimal as possible. And looks like just going to accept the healing here. Obviously going to get 4 damage now on the back end from the Ruthless Raider, and Guardian now down to 16 HP. The board in favor of Ultraman, but Ultraman has lost a lot of cards. This is one of the problems with, running 3 Omen Hawks and running a lot of, low end. You sometimes don't have enough card draw. That's why I usually like adjusting the curve to be a bit higher with these Overwhelmed decks, just so you don't have to rely on card draw as much, because your cards overall are you're playing maybe 1 a turn with a few combat tricks. But the addition of Exhaust and Shapestone makes it so that you maybe have problems with card advantage going into the late game.
Yeah, you have to be a bit more protective of your board. Like, if you use Troll Chant there to get those trades, and then you still have 3 attackers from this position, you're feeling a lot better, I think. But now Ultraman has to kind of rebuild now. And Avros and Trapper, it's definitely some stats. You get the Yeti hopefully early, but it's not any overwhelm damage. And you're sort of playing into Garge's hands by taking this very slowly.
And I still think playing this deck in a tournament setting is very risky because Targon and Hush and Silence effects on Battle Fury is just blows you out basically. So I do like not running 3 Battle Furies. It's a card that I always tried to cut when I was playing Overwhelm. Wasn't usually the best option, but I just felt like it was just too all in some cases. It's just auto win you some matchups, but with Targon being so huge right now on ladder and in tournaments, it is tricky to try and find value out of such a card.
And look at this, the Aphelios being sacrificed. The third Rockhopper being played, that's the third Roiling Sands. And I think I think this just shows, right, that there's probably no other units in play if you're just focused on developing the Aphelios here.
There's the Calibrum coming in. You can play Shapestone where you're missing out. Actually, you're not really missing out on the attack because I think Landmarks have been played, of course, with the Rolling Sands. But you have the Troll Chain as well as an option, but after, maybe not the best option in this case for this current situation.
Just trying to keep this board alive is the ticket to try to punch through. I think Garja is recognizing the situation. Ultraman's down to 2 cards. Even if this Aphelios is given vulnerable, it's most likely going to kill something when it comes down, unless there's like a top deck Renekton. And when you just look at the card advantage and try to extrapolate that into the later stages of the game, I think you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Garja also has double Hush. And yeah, Ultraman just really missed the aggressive curve that this list is known for, where you have the Ancient Yeti in your opening hand, and then you spike in the mid game. No champions, super rough. Sejuani coming through though to save the day, but
I'm just not sure you can run, triple Omen Hawk, triple Rockhopper, triple Exhaust, triple Shapestone, and double Ruthless Predator. I think it's just way too much low end where you don't have enough card draws to sustain that going to the late game, and you're gonna have to end the game every time on turn 6, 7, or 8, or you're going to lose card advantage. So I'm not entirely sure what the Rico Rex original version looks like if it's this catered towards the low end, but that might be one of the problems that these decks do tend to end up having. A lot of overwhelmed decks that if you don't play a very high curve, you run out of fuel very quickly.
Yeah, the lack of card draw definitely hurts this list immensely, and again, just no Renekton to make use of all these vulnerables. Like, if you have Renekton on top of, like, the triple Rockhopper, everything just goes so strongly down towards the, you know what I mean? You just get that early advantage, and it just snowballs from there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where they just can't keep up with the tempo on the board, and you're just constantly adding more and more pressure. But in this case, and that is the case with maybe like the Avarosin Outriders version with Allegiance for Freljord. That is the case. You can really just snowball and these huge buffs units if you hit the right target. And that's where Trapper makes a lot of sense as well, because you can hit the 1-mana Yeti with Outriders and get an 8/8 overall, and that's where you really add a lot of pressure. But with this deck, especially if you're not drawing Ancient Yetis early on, I'm not sure you reach that point. I think it's more of like a combat trick and more of a calculated pressure with Renekton and Sejuani. But yeah, I haven't really been sold on this version of Renekton Sejuani with Shurima because of this reason. And he's not even running Preservarium either, which sometimes helps you with the card draw as well.
Yeah, I know that you were a big fan of like Rico Rex's specific variant. And again, like we talked about, players will try to tweak the formula, trying to predict a specific meta. Maybe I can just go for high rolls. Ultraman is a player who's already stated, I don't mind playing a deck that's kind of designed to high roll a little bit harder, despite having a pretty rough early mid game, not using the troll chant on like round 3, I believe it was, to get that strong value trade and maintain all those blockers. Garge is still down to 7 HP, Veiled Temple in hand, and a very wide board on Ultraman's side.
And we'll see if Guardia now has, the window of time to stabilize. This is his chance. There's barely any card advantage left now for Ultraman. You have Temple on board, you have a Lifesteal unit, you have Invoke here. You have a chance over this, the next turn especially, to find some blockers and have a chance to get, the stabilization here in the game and take over with your own card advantage and your own Invoke package.
And now again, the wide board, the overwhelm on Sejuani being coupled with Ruthless Predator and Exhaust, you get to debuff this lifesteal, you get to snipe these tiny units and pull them down to the end, and this is going to be looking like a lethal from Ultraman's side. He gets one more draw on top of all of this.
And again, this is what I mentioned before with these very cheap combat spells. When you top deck them, it's a problem. When you top deck Omen Hawk, it's a problem, which is why I like running only 2. And I think way back with the original like Freljord, Noxus, Overwhelm list, Rico Rex also, like kind of we were both running lists that only ran 2 copies of Omen Hawk for that reason.
It's something that's nice to have, but with these overwhelm lists, it's almost like it's like an aggro list where it needs to be very mathematically based as well when you need to hit specific curves, because any deck that's based around dealing just damage efficiently, you have to do a lot of math there. We've got Eclipse Dragon now coming down, so another big unit to help block out some of this overwhelm. Not really going to matter though with the Exhaust and the Ruthless Predator here. I was thinking that maybe a Graviton would come through as well, but Gar just smartly just holding on to that in order to stop maybe a bigger top deck that could be coming down afterwards.
And definitely finds that 7/7 is, ideal, that body to protect against these overwhelm units, and they're very small overwhelm. I mean, only Sejuani has overwhelm, and she really isn't that big of a threat. If a Battle Fury was drawn, could be a problem, but of course, Hush is maybe waiting somewhere in the ranks of Guardia to pounce out and eliminate that Battle Fury for 8 mana or for 3 mana completely. So, and yeah, once that pass happens there, that has to be GG. I don't see Ultraman finding a way to come back into this game with all this time that Guardia's been given to stabilize.
Yeah, and it's not even just about the health totals anymore. You just have large units now that are going to be coming down off the Eclipse Dragon. The Eclipse Dragon's going to get bigger and bigger. There's got to be a world where Ultraman is just praying for I top deck Battle Fury, Garja doesn't have Hush, and I can use the Ruthless Predator to set up a trade I want. 20 HP means that, Ultraman does have a lot of space here to...
I don't think that world exists, Scarzig, at least not in my experience against Target on ladder. The world where they don't have Hush on turn 10 is not a world I've ever lived in. So the odds are low, but Ultraman is someone who we've seen, face these odds and come out victorious with crazy top decks. We saw it that one game against against Guardia in the first game of this series. He was almost able to get that double Mystic Shot kill, but Guardia beat him to it. But they get excited, so it could happen again this turn, this game rather. Guardia is still only at 7 HP, but getting a lot of life steal here, so it's looking pretty grim here for Ultraman. I don't think there's any chance he can come back into this one.
Yeah, there's the swing, the fangs, the lifesteal on the fangs, especially with the sharp sight, was absolutely huge.
And the surrender comes in from Ultraman. Little you can do at that point. Targan is, the whole point of this deck is stabilize, and once it stabilizes, it can really take over against anything in the game. Kind of like, Karma used to do back in the day, for example. Especially this Ace-Hole version, especially is made for this. It's made for this late game, for that exact situation. So props to Guardia, has 2 very strong decks and did get the win against a very strong opponent and moves on to the winner's final of this tournament.
Yeah, taking out Ultraman, I think, just goes to show that the lineup is true. Ultraman, very powerful player, previous week's Fight Night champion, and Garja now showing up with a read on the metagame and giving Ultraman maybe a taste of his own medicine. He's going to be taking on Kabachi in the winners finals, who was able to take down Manitas 2-1. And so when we return, we're going to figure out who can come up in that new matchup when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We are just about to jump into the winners' finals between Garja and Kabachi. Garja just recently took a clutch win over Ultraman, last week's champion, to move into the winners' finals here versus Kabachi, who is a well-known, tried-and-true control player.
This will be, of course, the battle of the German players, German showdown in the finals. Actually, some very interesting matchups in the losers bracket as well, with Manitas versus Freiback, so Spain versus Portugal, two neighboring countries, and also Ultraman versus the Gigas, France versus Belgium. So a lot of interesting national storylines from all these players. Of course, European tournament's going to happen in some cases, but we had the German showdown in the final, and a showdown of the four horsemen of the apocalypse here, with the four towering meta decks showing up here. Each player bringing two of them. We'll see which of these horses is the most powerful, or horsemen rather. The horses are kind of the side characters, but Trundle Lissandra and Fiorashen for Kabachi versus Fizz TF and Aphelios, Zoe, Asol for Guardia. That's going to be, not the most exciting lineups, I know, but it's going to be, I think, definitely a high skill matchup between two very good players and two of the best lineups in the game right now.
Yeah, so again, going into Kabachi's lineup, this is the Spectral Matron variant, of course, of Trundle Lissandra. There was a lot of debate on whether or not the Spectral Matron like combo version was best, or if just the straight up like Ledge Rose for Vitalizing Roar was best. But for at least this week, Matron is the one that has been brought, and Kabachi's taken it to the finals. And having your deck blown up tends to be a pretty strong win condition, I suppose. There is one copy of Ruination in this list, which is a nice tech. Some variants cut it, but this one seems to be working just fine. You have the double Babbling Bjerg to having a couple extra shots at getting your Spectral Matron, and we'll see how this stacks up against Garja's lineup.
Against the Aphelios TF version, it is probably favored, or at least close to even, due to the fact that you have, Avalanche for the TS, especially the running Burble Fishes. You have obviously a great matchup with all the board clears, but against the Zoe version with all the low mana invoke spells that kind of counter the Watcher with, Equinox and Crescent Strike, I think the matchup becomes a bit more favored towards this deck actually. So maybe would have hoped to see the Bilgewater version if you are Guardia, but in this case, it might be a bit more difficult.
Yeah, the only thing I can say is you have all this overwhelming value in the late game, which won't matter if your deck gets blown up, and it's going to come down to having the Gravitum or a Crescent or a Crescent Strike from Zoe or something like that to stop the Watcher, even a like an Equinox, for example. The trick, though, of course, with those Watcher decks is you have the Spectral Matron to create extra copies, and even if one gets stopped, you're still developing an 11 attack unit that your opponent has to somehow block.
Exactly. You do have units to block, of course, here with this version of this target list. You have a lot of challengers as well, which won't matter as much for the early to mid game because there's not going to be much to challenge. Unless you get buffs on the Dragon Guard Lieutenants, you can't really kill Lissandra even, or a Trundle. And sometimes getting these units killed is a good thing if you're playing the combo deck, because you need space on the board with the landmark that Thunder brings in. If you're playing a Babbling Berg, maybe to find Spectral Matron, you have to hope your opponent kills off your own unit, so you have a chance to get the pillars and get the two slots on the board for the Spectral Matron combo as well. And Guardia, I think he knows this very well. He knows what the interactions and the subtleties in this matchup are, and he knows to watch out and maybe force his opponent to not have any space on the board.
And fun fact, the stat line of the Watcher means that it can go toe to toe with Aurelion Sol quite well. It can swing up into him, doesn't care about the spell shield, and has enough HP to survive the Sky's Descend.
That would be an interesting battle to watch if there's ever like a Runeterra anime somewhere down the line. The Watcher versus Aurelion Soul final boss battle of season one. I'm down for it. We might get a preview of what that match looks like in this late game if those two decks do face off. Of course, the other decks that can face off are TF Fizz against Trundle, and that is very much a matchup that should be won by Kwabachi with this Trundle list. It's a meta matchup that kind of Trundle Lissandra became so popular on ladder because of that matchup, because it was able to prey on the very low health units that TF Fizz is able to summon. That being said, we talked about it many times before. Sometimes it's not enough. Sometimes TF Fizz, levels up in one turn for the TF, and you're able to really just put up a lot of pressure and win the game anyway.
Again, Guardia's version is running triple Get Excited, so with a more aggressive stance and an eye for getting just some early beats in and then finishing off with burn, maybe, Kabachi is caught with the inability to out heal all that damage. We saw it previously, right? In some older meta games where Freljord Shadow Isles is maybe like hesitating to use their Withering Wail when they might want to because they want to get more value out of it before they heal. And then by the time they realize, oh, my HP is too low, they don't have the tempo to start cycling through these healing spells before they get beat up.
And
But
when we saw this matchup with Kobachi and Gigas in the very first game of this tournament, we saw Gigas, almost bring it in, almost win the game there. And the biggest thing that went in his favor was turn 5 when Trundle was played. There wasn't any mana to play Avalanche as well, so TF came down.
mhm,
TF played pick a card he had exactly 6 mana to play TF blue card, a tune, and have 3 mana for pick a card. And then the next turn he drew a rummage from that pick a card and was able to have. I think he already had 2 stress testings in hand, so he was able to just insta level up TF. That's what I
mhm.
think Guardia has to hope for as well, to find a window of time where he can play TF and level him up before Avalanche or Board Clear can say anything about that.
Yeah, so Kabachi maybe does have the leg up in this matchup overall when you look at the individual matchups between decks. But again, Garja's playing lists that, even when it looks like they aren't favored, have means to kind of get these value spikes or these high rolls that can carry them through the bad matchup. Fiora Shen is going to be also a major factor if you're playing the Veiled Temple deck, where if you're a bit too slow against them, they can develop against you and then rally with Golden Aegis, the new card that was added to that archetype that is just given it the means to just double down on the mid game to beat a lot of these slower value oriented decks.
I believe the match is starting soon. We had some difficulties with Guardia restarting his stream. Hopefully, we'll have his hand now available with the right amount of delay, not too much, not too little, to have that sweet spot, and we can see his hand as well. And he's not, shrouded in mystery with that surprise get excited he had in that game 1 win against Ultraman in the semifinals. So hopefully that's the case here, and hopefully we'll see, what these two players decide to bring on game 1. This is, of course, the best of 3 format. You have to win with both decks, and you have to, decide and think about what the queuing order is optimal for you in every matchup and what matches you want to try and find between 2 specific decks. Try maybe not to find Fist TF in the Trundle, for example. That could be, a pretty tough matchup for Guardia.
Hmm. And that can spell doom. You queue up with the wrong deck, then you take that first loss, and your opponent, or they anticipate you bringing a certain deck, and they intentionally queue up the bad matchup, so you just get your W, your free W, and then they farm your other deck with their other 2.
Looks like
So
it
it's
will
good.
be Fiora Shen for Kobachi and TF Fizz for Guardia.
And the mulligan's coming through. Twisted Fate potentially being thrown away, looking for perhaps pick a card. Uh, this is tough, right? Like Twisted Fate, it's a little bit unsafe in the Fiora Shen matchup just because like early single combat makes it very hard to set up. And so Garja opting for a full mulligan here gets pick a card in Twisted Fate. You can't escape it, Garja. You don't want to do the combo, but you have to. And Kabachi getting, Greenglade Caretaker on turn 1, but not much else.
Yeah, both players with pretty awkward hands to start things off here. We could see some Poros coming out early here, just to have some impact on the board here. You could just play it out this turn, of course, on your attack token turn, depending on what you draw here. But awkward plays here. The end round here for Guardia. I mean, he had not ideal setups happening, and Kobachi the same, so he accepted that pass pretty happily. And now still a bit of an awkward hand here for Guardia. If he plays TF, he doesn't have a suitor, doesn't have any kind of protection. And the Shen can, of course, now kill it if you have a single combat in hand, what you do if you're Kobachi.
Yeah, so you can go for gold card here, do something cheeky. You only take a little bit of damage by stunning the Shen. Just giving up the Twisted Fate here. If you wanted, maybe you just go for Poro Cannon to get a chump blocker. Instead, does opt for the gold card. I think Garja, again, recognizes that leveling up the Twisted Fate is just so unlikely that you just want to use it for as much utility as you can here with the gold card. Maybe there is a threat here. You go for single combat, and maybe Garja has Get Excited to punish.
Well, it would still resolve before the gold card. So I mean, you would get the kill. It just the gold card would be wasted basically. But yeah, maybe just it's safer to play it a bit slow here if you're Kawachi and see if your opponent plays pick a card, then you can play still in combat. But if you want to do that mind game, I don't think you can have the pause that you did in that, once that gold card was put on the stack. You have to accept it immediately and then play single combat after the fact. But regardless, I think Guardia has to go for it. So the punishment is here. The TF goes down, and that's one less pick a card to use with the TF on the board already.
And your hand is so awkward that even if the Twisted Fate does go down, you're still only taking 1 damage from the Green Glade Caretaker. Or not. And then you get more card draw, right? You get to pick a card to come through to kind of fish for more options. Maybe a Fizz, maybe Ballistic Bot. Ballistic Bot has been very shy this stream. Typically, it was the big thing for it to come down on turn 2 without fail, but now we're seeing these be developed in the mid game.
Did Kabachi not attack last turn with the one?
No, he accidentally missed 1 damage. It's no big deal, right?
Well, we'll find out if it's a big deal or not. If he's one off lethal, then it's certainly a big deal. So we'll find out in a few turns if that misplay, ends Kobachi's career, or if it ends up being forgotten in the, thousands of TF's Shenfiora matchups that have existed on this planet for the past few months.
And Garja now, just a lot of fleeting cards just need to be given up here. Blue card trying to go through here, fishing through this deck. There's just nothing happening. It's just all combo pieces, but no substance.
And you maybe had to go for the... I don't know. This is maybe a bit risky now. You don't have mana to kill TF, and he only has 2 mana to work with, but with the right rummages into stress testings, things can happen before you can attack next turn, or there might be a rummage played next turn before the attack comes in. So we'll see. Obviously, you didn't have the greatest concerted strike there because you would be... Well, actually, it was fine to play concerted strike, I think. I mean, you give up development, but there was only 1 mana before the attune comes in, so there was no counterplay available for Guardia, no suit up, no nothing.
And yeah, maybe because Twisted Fate isn't necessarily threatening to level up immediately at burst speed next round, that Kabachi feels that, you can take that risk and you just try to go for an open attack off of the Screeching Dragon, perhaps. But suffice to say, this is still going to be really rough for Garja. If Twisted Fate doesn't level up here, you're going to fall so massively behind thanks to the barrier on the Screeching Dragon just answering your board. So overall, just keeps cycling, just keeps on cycling. And,
Is there a reason why the stress testing wasn't discarded? Or were all the cards discarded fleeting? He did discard Poros, no? I'm not entirely sure. I might have missed something there, but it seems... Maybe they were all fleeting when he discarded. Regardless, yeah, this is the challenge coming in now from Kabachi. He has concerted strike. If there's going to be some kind of... I mean, you still have the chance to rummage down stress testing. I think you might be a bit too far off, though, for the TF level up to be a possibility.
Yeah, he's like 3 out of 8. It might still be a possibility, but it's like that's a lot of mana committed, and then this gives Kabachi the chance to just develop fully into this round. So Garja right now just looking at the hand, trying to figure out the right amount of card draws here. And goes for the rummage, gets the bonus draw off of stress testing, and that is actually enough for Twisted Fate.
Well then, so I think with the rummage last turn and the stress testings, it was enough draws happening. So this is what I talked about. I mean, the punishment coming in where Kabachi had a chance where there was only 1 mana available in TF, was on that blue card stack, waiting. You had a chance to consider strike there. You didn't go for it, and now this TF has leveled up. There's a suit up now and blue card happening. I'm not sure you can go to... Yeah, you can't go to all the way to gold card just yet.
But yeah, so just goes for the Mystic Shot here in order to clear the Green Glade Caretaker. And At the very least, you can concerted strike now to clear the Twisted Fate.
Well, you still kill it with the Screeching Dragons. I'm not sure
Oh
that's
yeah.
the biggest target right now. I think you maybe want to save that for the next TF that comes in, which might be the case. There is one pick a card in hand. I'm not sure if it's fleeting, a pick a card or a TF, but either way, it's fleeting. There's no mana to play it, so it will be discarded regardless of what it is.
So you can go for Riposte here on the Green Glade Caretaker because the Mystic Shot hits first to pop the barrier, and it's only going to take 1 damage if you want to get a big Smork in.
Well,
There's
the red
also
card would come
Golden
in
Aegis.
first.
Oh my goodness, I completely misread the stack. You're right.
So there was really no chance. You could save the Shen possibly, but even then, I think maybe it's not worth it. At this point, you just want to redevelop with Fiora and try again. This phase is very scary looking as well.
And yeah, completely, honestly, I got blown out of the water as well by the Twisted Fate. I was like, well, maybe there's a chance that Twisted Fate won't level, and you think it's not a possibility, and it just comes back around to punish there. It is important to note that that was the second TF, I believe. So, I mean, we still need Garja to draw through some more of the deck in order to get the rest of the pieces here.
He just comes in, kills off this Fizz. You can pop the barrier if you want on this Screen Dragon. I think it is the play to make here. You get the trade with the Fizz, and you have now, as usual, 2 Burble Fishes for 0 cost already in hand. You have Iterative Improvement for next turn as well. And, I mean, possibly a chance for a Mind Meld. There's no Deny in hand right now. You're going to be at 7 mana next turn. If the top deck is a Mind Meld, I guess you're not in too much trouble yet. And the Deny is found actually right on cue. So just in case, find it right on time there. Iterative Improvement comes out instead. A Timeline's probably not the card you want to play in this deck with Burble
God,
Fishes.
the rummage so strong here to get rid of the Jettison and the concurrent timelines. Like the 2 worst like outcomes for Burblefish just become amazing discard fodder here.
And you find the stress testing as well. So a lot of cycling possibility here for Guardia. Can possibly find more iterative improvements even.
So let's see what we get here. Discards the concurrent timelines and the stress testing for 1 more draw. Gets another stress testing that you can discard with the Poro Cannon, but doesn't want to go that deep into the development forest here. Just going to get the 10 damage. Or maybe thinking, maybe do I want 2 more damage with the Poro Cannons? If you get a couple more damage, then you can threaten with Get Exciteds.
I'm not sure what you wouldn't punish. What would get punished by you committing? I mean, there's no board clears obviously for Fiora Shen. I'm not sure what the thought process is for Guardia.
So yeah, just go through here. Maybe you're keeping 4 mana open in order to threaten Suit Up or something.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that would maybe stop a single combat, or it would make it a bit less appealing. Or even just a concerted strike, for example, with just the Fiora on the board would be a big problem. Wasting 5 mana and then having a Suit Up come in, it would obviously, with 4 HP for whatever unit gets suited up, it would be a huge counter to Kobachi's game plan.
Yeah, so now that he's gotten his damage, he doesn't necessarily mind if one of these is wiped, and now continues to just cycle through the deck and develop here. Fiora now needs to solo this board. Spirit's Refuge for a little bit of healing. Taking down 1 Burblefish. Notify to back this up if there's a Mystic Shot or Get Excited.
Is there maybe a chance at a Fiora win condition at this point? I mean, that's really the only out I'm seeing here for Kobachi. I don't think he has a chance to there's no units in hand. There's no. You can draw River Shaper, it'll just draw you more spells. It's going to be hard to find enough of a board to really take down 16 HP from Guardia before he's able to just race you down with either another TF level up, or well, TF's already leveled up, just finding another TF or having the burn or the elusive or the mind melt to do it. So maybe there's a chance with these barriers and the Fiora.
Yeah, maybe Golden Aegis coming down. Another barrier with like single combat could do it. This is going to be the second kill for Fiora, I do believe, so she is going to become a 4/4, which means that there will be less counterplay on Garja's side, but just Get Excited to remove the Fiora. But that looks to be the out here. Oh, and that was just the first kill for Fiora. My mistake. Usually what happens is when a champion has a little bit of progress, that arrow will glow, and it was glowing while it was in combat. I'm
I
off my
guess
game today, chat.
the kill there was so guaranteed with a barrier that the game already knew the outcome. There was no counterplay available from Guardia, but there's a concerted strike coming in. That would be the level up for Fiora going up to level 2. And we'll see if there's any counterplay here from Guardia, but looking at the hand, it looks like there isn't. Just a whole lot of Poros, pick a card, and a Ballistic Bot can help with the ignitions as well to push some more damage through.
Yeah, so that's also doubling down on the Spirit's Refuge, which is nice. So it'll buy yourself perhaps a couple turns. Taking down 2 Robofishes is also great, but with only 1 unit in play, you can only, even potentially with a Sharp Sight, you're only gonna be able to stop 1 damage. At the very least, Kabachi does have Deny to stop a potential Mind Meld, and here's the reload coming through once again for Garja. I'm wondering how many cards are left in the deck at this point.
There's a Poro army coming down, buffing the Ballistic Bot as well. Not usually that quick of a buff up to Ballistic Bot, but in this case, it will be already a 4-3 as soon as you touch the board. There's River Shaper, can draw you more spells, but can't draw you more units, so really not helping out your game plan here. And we see a Mind Meld here. Deny is there to counter, thankfully. We'll see if Guardia tries to maybe debate that in some other way with him, maybe get excited on Fiora, but yeah, I don't think that makes much sense because you have barriers to protect her anyway.
Yeah, we're threatening 9 elusive damage, plus another 5. So without Spirit's Refuge and a strike effect, you can just go for the lethal here. You don't need to Mind Meld.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this Mind Meld too much, actually. There's a high chance of
actually,
being
if you go for Mind Meld and it gets denied, theoretically you could go for Mystic Shot and Suit Up still to get the little bit of damage through.
Well, you're missing out on, the get excited and the ignition as well, so I'm not sure if it was entirely necessary. I think it also depends on what Guardia is scared of. If he's scared of maybe, and if he's scared if you're a level up, or if you're a win condition actually with 2 strike effects in hand here, maybe you would have wanted to save the Get Excited and the Suit Up and the Mystic Shot and have all those being possibilities as well.
And by forcing a Deny, Kabachi just has that less mana to work with. And so here it is. Yeah, the Suit Up for 2 mana, then you still have Mystic Shot. Attacking with the Ballistic Bot, it still has 4 attacks, so that's threatening Fiora even more. And so here's 1 HP.
I don't like this Ballistic Bot attack. I mean,
you'd have to put the Mystic Shot on the stack to play around.
So you have to see first the Spirit's Refuge coming out first from Fiora, and you have to play it preemptively. If Kobashi does that, then he's at 0 mana, and then you Mystic Shot. But if you Mystic Shot first, there's an Opify available. I guess you just kill him maybe next turn then. With it, Get Excited is fleeting, so yeah, it would be a pretty big mistake. But there's the preemptive lifesteal effect from Kobachi, which maybe you have to take that risk at this point, and Mystic Shot can come in and get the kill before lifesteal comes in from Fiora.
And there it is. Was this the Keikaku? Like, Garja wanted to, somehow bait out a desperate Spirit's Refuge. If he had some sort of hand read that we weren't aware of, just forced, again, the Deny mana onto the Mind Meld to stifle Kabachi's options there. But at any rate, Fizz Twisted Fate claims another victim.
I think both players had some interesting plays there at the end. The Deny was very much a possibility, I think. So the Mind Meld was maybe wasting your mana in a way that wouldn't be very efficient. The River Shaper being played when it couldn't block elusives, there was really no benefit from it. And missing on the Noblify possibility because you don't have mana at that point, I think was also a mistake from Kabachi. So not the, I think, cleanest ending to the game there, but still Guardia able to take that game 1 win and go 1-0 up in this winner's final.
And that's what matters, right? Just try to get that win and then move on to the next matchups. Both players probably just, you know how it is. You played a matchup so long that maybe you just kind of consider like, oh yeah, this one's kind of unfavored. And then maybe you stop looking for those outs and maybe you kind of start thinking about the next matchup in the series, right? How you start pre-calculating those lines of play and start to lose a bit of focus on the game that's in front of you.
I
But
think FizzTF and Pure Shen are both decks that offer a lot of counterplay on the stack. So they're decks that are very difficult to play really, really cleanly because there's so much possibilities for being punished on certain plays and certain like ordering of spells,
mhm,
etc. I think other decks, if you're playing, I don't know, Overwhelm, you just kind of play on curve and there's a bit of elements of counterplay, but I think it's not as mental as this matchup can be. And we saw a lot of times where, you make one little mistake like playing River Shaper at the end there instead of thinking about Noblify mana and you maybe lose the game because of it. So it is a tough matchup, I think, for both players at a
mhm,
very high level, very taxing mentally. And of course, we get to see both hands and kind of can tell what the best play is, what the worst play is, what to play around. Whereas these
mhm.
players, it's not that easy, of course.
Yeah, and then like you're trying to play around something, and who knows? There's some kind of weird hesitation, or your opponent plays a card at a certain time when you weren't expecting, and maybe it gives you a hunch that they have a certain card, or they're trying to bait you into doing a certain thing, and then that manipulates your lines of play as well. Where the players, at this high level play, they're reacting to one another more than anything. And moving into game two here, we've got Garja now on to, uh, the Targon Demacia list, and Kabachi is still trying to get a win on this Fiora Shen now.
And Bright Steel Protector turn 2 without giving anything barrier is definitely not the ideal situation, but you do want to get on the board. I think if you're Kobachi pretty quickly here and try and exert some pressure on this Zoe, not going to block. Obviously, going to try and just get those super cool star charts discounted on the next turn and try and get that level up. Once you play a level 1 Zoe, that's your chance to level her up. Past that, the first one that's played, it's going to be pretty difficult in going to the late game.
The Laurent Protege, pretty nice here. Has a decent stat line to trade into some of this early game stuff. Maybe forces a card out of Fiora Shen. Overall, you just kind of need to pad out your curve ever so slightly. Zoe going in for another taste of that sweet Nexus to discount this star chart.
And it's pretty risky because, you have Sharp Sight, right? So with any elusive, when I'm attacking against Fiora Shen nowadays, I feel pretty bad about it because Sharp Sight can come in, get that trade very cleanly on the Zoe, and it could be the case here as well.
Yeah, it doesn't even try to like pull the Bright Steel Protector to the side. Just wants to say, okay, I want you to use your Sharp Sight here. If they use the Sharp Sights early, maybe that's one less they have to stop an Immortal Fire or a Great Beyond in the late game.
We'll see what the decision is here from Kabachi. Thinking between Signal Combat, he does have 2 of them, and the Sharp Sight. Maybe the Sharp Sight might be more useful in the late game if some kind of elusive is invoked that you need to block. That might be a possibility he's going through right now, thinking about, a few turns down the line. Signal Combat might not cut it, but a Sharp Sight might be able to help me survive against a Phoenix, for example.
Mm-hmm. Just chump, survive an extra turn, and then maybe like a big Bright Steel attack can close out past that. And at the very least, you're still maintaining your 3-1, and now we've got Shen to make this attack even sweeter.
There's a Temple on turn 4 on Q. Not going to do much in terms of, defending this turn. If you can play a Protege here and just act as a chump blocker, but then Sharp Sight can get the trade here if you so wish to. If you're Kobachi, I think that would be maybe a bit too rushed of a play to make. Well, you're still pushing in some damage here.
Yeah, Garja could maybe take this hit and might even focus on getting the Protege buffed up. And then you have, like, again, you start to get a little bit of that Boxtopus style, where you have a big challenger unit holding down the mid game for you. If you're able to start peeling a lot of these attackers from Kabachi's side, you're also going to be getting to your late game safely. So just a normal trade being presented here. Garja has Sharp Sight to back this up.
And Sharpset, of course, very good here because it saves your unit and also kills your opponent. So it's like kind of like a troll chant type trade here, where it's a very, very valuable combat trade. That being said, Guardia is playing this with Demacia, this target list, so he has also access to Sharp Sight and things like Signal Combat.
And this is where matchups are, this is the make or break. One attack that doesn't go the way that you plan for it to go just puts you so far behind in tempo.
There's a Sharp Sight in return. Now, how important is this Bright Shield Protector? You're going to use all your turn 5 mana plus the spell mana to protect it and get the kill on this challenging unit, or do you opt to just take the loss here and try and, I mean, you don't really have that much of a chance to redevelop. Your units are very important here because you only have that Sithria on hand and that's basically it. So I actually think you have to value this one protector quite a bit, actually.
It's very high value, but if you commit a little bit more to this and you get scooped up by Hush, then I think that would be a disaster. So Kabachi opting to just cut his losses there, keep Shen alive. At the very least, the Protege is going to be absorbing all of the Veiled Temple buffs from this position, so the Aphelios isn't going to get super big just yet. Doesn't want to go for single combat on the Aphelios because that maybe gets answered in response.
Yeah, and 4 mana still available is quite tricky there. We see the Gravitum being picked up. That means that Sithria coming down next turn. Well, the answer is going to be waiting, and it's going to be quite the answer indeed, stopping not only the Sithria attack and the Fearsome on the Shen, but also the Shen getting anything bare, because that's your one unit play you have next turn. So it's going to be a huge detriment, and of course Kabachi has no choice but to play at Sithria. He needs to have a unit that he can get the value from the barrier on Shen, and he needs to try and play on tempo and try and put some pressure on Guardia here. But this is looking very much in Guardia's favor now.
Exactly. You want to... It's a very specific cadence of how Fiora Shen plays out in the mid stages of the game, where you have to take a turn off to kind of reload your spell mana and draw more cards without doing much, and then develop these big units. And so you would prefer to play Sithria when you aren't attacking, right? That way you can just relax. But here it is, the Gravitum coming through, actually going to phase into Crescendum, which will pull a Dragon Guard Lieutenant from the deck. Active because of Aurelian Sol, of course. And so with Sithria being taken out of the running for this turn and also the next, this is going to set Garja up to get some really nice damage through.
Notify is a possibility here. And maybe it's a good option. I mean, what else are you doing this turn without that? You can Signal Combat, sure. But you're not doing anything. Yeah, there's no pressure now on this attack token turn, and you have to know that once this attack token turns over, you're not putting pressure, you're not trying to stabilize the board a bit. It's gone. I mean, there's Temple on the board, there's a Felix on the board, there's going to be a lot of units on the board, still 6 mana for your opponent.
Yeah, you even got the Messenger off of the super cool star chart, so that's a little bit more card draw. Again, we talked about these Demacia Targon lists not having the reload of pick a card, but the Messenger being picked up here is just a great supplement to this. Goes for Calibrum. Yeah, Garja knows that I just need to keep the board under control from this position, and we should be good to go. Typically, when you have a stall out in the mid game like this as Fiora Shen, you kind of just say, well, if I can survive, maybe Bright Steel formation will bail me out. But you play Bright Steel, and then Aurelian Sol comes down, and, which one of those drops is stronger?
There's a Sharp Sight with some extra survivability now for Guardia. Actually, a pretty good topic because you already have a pretty full board, so you obviously want to have spells you can use without having to play units, because that's where your possibility for advantages are going to be. So great top deck from Guardia. Plays out this Dragon Guard Lieutenant. Has 3 Challenger units now to try and kill off maybe the Shen with a Protege, and then maybe the Sithria with the Calibrum and the Dragon Guard Lieutenant, or with Sharp Sights even as well.
Yeah, just so many challenger units now coming through. And this is, again, this is like the power of Boxtopus and the Bilgewater variants, is being able to snipe your opponent's board, being able to take away their good defensive blockers so you can actually punch through with a lot of damage. Even if Kibachi develops something here, you don't mind maybe giving up a 3-2 in order to pull it to the side and get some more damage through. Laurent Protege is just going to get stacked up by Veiled Temple, and it's a big threat to the Shen right now.
Kobachi has a lot of mana to work with, 10 mana in his arsenal at the moment for this turn, and a lot of spells to back him up. A lot of very strong spells that can really turn the tide of this match if he's able to execute them correctly. He has both the Concerted Strike and the Riposte, and of course the Notify to stop maybe some of these cheaper spells like the Single Combat from Guardia, if that's going to be the counterplay.
So here we go. Oh, do you want to drag Shen down to the bottom, play around some lifesteal? Still just taking the time here, right? You know, Kibachi already passed, and you know that, maybe the hand is bricked. There's just not a good development here. Kibachi doesn't want to develop because he wants to keep as much mana up as possible to save Shen. Calibrum sets up Cytherea to die to one of the Dragon Guard lieutenants. It's all coming together here for Garja here.
If the Screeching Dragon does come down, then it really limits your counterplay, right? You can play maybe Concerted Strike, and then you don't have any kind of answers. You don't have your own Notify, you don't have Single Combat, etc. So, but there are, a lot of attackers coming in, and it's a very wide board here for Guardia. So it's a hard position to be in, I think, if you're Kobachi. I think most of the times playing against Aphelios, you're in a hard position, but this one especially, this is a crucial turn, I think, in this game. And if you're not able to stabilize properly here for Kobachi and have some sort of an impactful attack next turn, the game's going to run away from you. You have Asol, you have, the much stronger late game package from Targan most of the time, and it will be pretty difficult to come back, especially if your units end up dying in this trade here with the Dragon Guard Lieutenant and the Protege trying to take down Cytherea and Shen.
And what's interesting here is that, we have access to maybe single combat to snipe the Aphelios, but there's just way too much counterplay from Garja's side that Kibachi can't take the risk. That early attack, right, we talked about, where both players put out some resources to try to get it to swing in their favor, and Kibachi was the one who ended up needing to cut the losses there because it was too risky to put any more down on that trade. And despite not sacrificing too much value to get eaten up by a Hush, is still falling very far behind because you weren't able to protect your 2-drop, and Shen is struggling now to get value because of his support ability. The Gravitum on Cytherea was just devastating.
If Riposte comes in here, that means that you can only play Concerted, and you can't play both Concerted and Single or Concerted and Notify after that because you don't have 11 mana. So you have to be careful what you're deciding to use here. If you are Kobachi, it looks like it's going to be Single Combat to start things off.
I wonder if Garja is okay with this. Like, Cytherea dies anyway. If Shen's alive, then you're only worried about maybe Screeching Dragon. And with single combat or maybe Sharp Sight, perhaps you can just defend there. Another single combat to clear the Cytherea could be nice, but then you get scooped up by maybe a barrier. And maybe that's what you want. You want Kibachi to play another barrier from this position, but just accepts it. Thinks that the Shen is not going to be threatening on his own.
And a pretty big swing there as well. So down to 11 HP for both players. Screeching Dragon is being hovered here by Kobachi. Can play it out this turn and develop it post-attack. There's still 5 mana to work with for Guardia, but outside of Concerted Strike, I guess nothing too impactful because if Single Combat has come down, you have Notify to answer.
And yeah, Kibachi is thinking about, you have to take the risk, right? You can't burn all of this mana, right? Or he's just so confident that Guard just wants to play another unit?
Yeah, I don't know about this. Especially at this stage in the game where you're looking at, you have no board. Your opponent has pretty much a full board. You're not gonna win the late game if you keep stalling. The pass there, it has to be, you have to take risks. You have to start developing and trying to find a win condition.
Because you can play Screeching Dragon, and if it gets scooped up by a Concerted Strike, like you mentioned, then so be it. You get your next draw to potentially get another unit to support Shen. I guess if you just think of it that way, then you're just trying to play Deny around the Concerted Strike, but you're just giving Garja another chance to develop into you.
There's Fiora coming in, which means, a lot of things now for stall mana. You have the chance to play Concerted Strike, but you can play both Concerted Strike and Riposte or Concerted Strike and Deny. So already limiting your possibilities quite a bit here for Kobachi.
Yeah, if you're attacking the barrier, you're going to want to try to snipe Aphelios, you're going to want to try to snipe the messenger, and all Kabachi has to back up this attack is a riposte, and Kabachi got scared off by Hush very early in the game, and now that so much time has passed, the chances of Hush being available is just extremely high. So with, just a sharp sight or something here to protect Aphelios, you get to save your Hush for further down the road. Veiled Temple giving Garja the advantage here for these combats because you have more mana to work with, and then you have a free buff going onto your units regardless.
And this means that now both Aphelios survive and the dragon has a good trade, so you're fine now. Being that's you did enough, and now you have to force Kobachi to be reactive. Once he reacts, then you capitalize and are able to have the last say basically. So heads up play by Guardia here, obviously very much in his favor with temple buffs, and really any attack here would have been, I think, pretty doomed from Kobachi. That's just the state of this matchup going into the late game. Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty doomed for a few turns now, I think, but there's maybe a chance Kobachi was able to find some kind of an out, but if he continued playing slowly, then it just gives Guardia more of a chance to get more tempo value, to get better late games with Aesol coming down and a full board still being here, basically, and more chance to draw cards that give you counterplay, like the Moon Weapons, for example, from Aphelios.
So by putting the riposte on Shen, you're basically giving Garja the chance to just choose. Right? Which one do you want to keep alive? Do you want to save your Screeching Dragon? Do you want to save Aphelios?
Well, you can do both still. You just hush one and then a second star shaping on Aphelios, and you're good to go. Your opponent has no cards left. It's Targon. That's what Targon does. They normally can do everything. With Temple getting you more mana, so no need to pick and choose between any of these options.
It's that old meme from The Road to El Dorado. Both is fine.
I actually saw that movie quite recently. You are very right. That is a quote, and I did like that reference. A+ right there, Scar. But the single combat is actually the one that wasn't maybe the best option because the Noblify is in hand and does give Kobachi a chance to do something here. You still have the chance to of course Sharp Sight for 2 mana. You can do both Hush and Sharp Sight though at this point, so no longer the option for both, or for all 3 rather.
And that's like one of the only cards in this that you want to Nopify, that you can Nopify in this matchup. He passed up on Nopifying the Gravitum on the Cytheria, you have to remember, a few rounds ago, and that really stifled the ability to at least force some trades from Garja and keep the board from getting so far away from you. When it comes to Fiora Shen, this is, the thing they fear the most, is having 1 or 2 units in play against a full board. There was a world, if you go far back enough in time, that they were running Judgment, but we don't live in that world anymore. And so Garja just has free reign in this match from this position. You've got 11 being threatened exactly. Screeching Dragon pulls Fiora down to the bottom of the stack if you want, or vice versa with the Dragon Guard Lieutenant, and then you just swing in. The only counterplay from Kobachi would be, again, a Spirit's Refuge strike play.
And there's a Gravitum coming in, going to force a development here. You have to have blockers to try and stop this onslaught coming in from Kobachi. You can, of course, drag the Screeching Dragon. It's going to come in drag up the Dragon Guard Lieutenant and still have this buffed up Challenger unit attacking Nexus to try and get a lethal hit here. And you have Star Shaping to back you up with 2 more damage as well, and maybe even to counter a Concerted Strike. I think that might be the case. Or maybe just a surrender is also a viable line of play from this point if you are Kobachi, and that's going to be the case here. So game 2 goes to Guardia. Winner's final goes to Guardia. A very quick series with 2. I mean, we found out what 2 decks are the more broken ones. I'm not surprised to find out it's TF Fizz and Targon over Trundle and Fiora Shen. Does make sense in my calculations, but that is now Guardia moving on to the grand finals of this tournament.
Yeah, so big congratulations to Garja sealing the deal on that one. When you have 4-5-ish decks to choose from in the metagame, you need to pick the ones that, it's like The Fiora Shen and the Trundle Lissandra maybe have better matchups over the course of the ladder, but when it comes to like a tournament setting or high levels of play where those matchups become even more concentrated, again, we talked about how the Demacia Targon is basically a variant of the Veiled Temple that's designed to go above and beyond those other value-oriented decks.
We're going to check out the brackets to see and remind us how it's all looking right now. We see Guardia, of course, now waiting in the grand finals. Kobachi moving down, going to be waiting in that losers final for the winner of Freyback, Spanish player, against Ultraman. So Spain versus Belgium in that losers semis. The Spanish player trying to, again, every time, this time not through winners final, which is a bit disappointing, but has a chance to make into that top three that most of these Spanish competitors have been able to do every time they've been invited in this year of Fight Night tournaments we've had in 2021, but we'll see all that action after this very short break, so stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just saw the winners finals be concluded, and Garja claiming his spot in the grand finals. But now we have to sort out the lower bracket. And it looks like Spain is trying to make the run.
And not just that, but making the run with some very interesting decks as well. We saw in the last, winners final, obviously the players are bringing their best, their A game. That means, from a skill perspective and from a deck perspective as well. So we saw, like I mentioned before, the four horsemen of the current meta. But in this case, we're going to have a chance to kind of cleanse our palette with some actually more innovative decks that are still seemingly competitive enough to make it to top four in this tournament. We've seen Ultraman already with his Ezreal Draven and his Renekton Sejuani, but we're going to be checking out Freyback's list. Spanish player is also bringing some pretty unique lists. Maybe not entirely. There is going to be a Fiora, a Felios, which is a list that is still, kind of, half and half from two of the meta decks, but kind of new, I guess. She who did pilot it to number one, I think on both ladders, on both EU and NA, so definitely a very strong list, especially against aggro. And then also bringing a very interesting list we'll see right now here on the screen. It'll be an aggressive list with Elise, but it has PNZ instead of Noxus. So a different take on Burn that I haven't actually seen played really at all on ladder. It's normally just, Pirate aggro or PNZ Noxus or Spiders, but this is another option if you want to go for an aggressive playstyle.
The burn from this deck is absolutely extraordinary. Typically, we saw like the PNZ Shadow Isles combination be reserved for like prankster type lists, and now we saw that sort of have a resurgence thanks to like the Azir Swarm deck. And this one just goes all in on the burn. It's got the classic at this point, Fading Memories, Stalking Shadows, Doom Beast Unto Dusk, burn combination, where this is Doom Beast deck, and if you somehow survive that onslaught, you're going to die to the rest of what it's got packing here. Get excited, Mystic Shots, and Static Shock in Progress Day at the top end for even more card draw. These burn decks typically run out of fuel, and this one is looking to not.
And very few units, but a lot of ways to copy units and really just make sure every time you're playing a card, it's doing damage to your opponent's Nexus, basically, with the Usecast Salesman as well, a card that used to be in the very first versions of PNZ Noxus Burn when that was the first, kind of a problematic deck or a strong aggro deck
old champion
on ladder.
Mm-hmm.
And this was one of the cards that made the cut there. Now, not really, doesn't really find a place, but it's still very strong in the right metas, having a 3-drop that does 2 damage. That's kind of on par with Demolitions to a few others. A bit more expensive, but also gives you 2 blockers that you can use on your opponent's attack token turns and not have to trade at all, and just helps you stall out until you're able to kill your opponent with burn. So an interesting card, especially with Stalking Shadows. I think also quite interesting, that combo. And we'll see how well this deck works out. The fact there's no Glimpse Beyond, and the fact, actually, he's the one playing Fiora Shen, so he's fine. Okay, never mind. I was thinking against Fiora Shen and Velios, you're kind of screwed here, but he can't play himself. So, I mean, that's a good thing at least.
I like that, Ultraman has to face down this list because Ultraman got his wins last time with very aggressive decks. And he said, sometimes you just got to run that aggro and get that high roll. So we'll see how well Freybot can draw here.
It's going to be Ezreal Draven versus this burn from Freybach. And important thing to note, we've talked about it so many times before, there's no healing in Noxus or PNZ. So the clock starts ticking, you can't stop the clock. You have to outrace it. If you don't, you're going to end up dying at some point. There's, like we said, every single card in the deck for Freybach tries to hit your opponent for Nexus damage.
Yep, so Thermo Beam going to line up pretty well against the Ballistic Bot there, finally having its Q there being played early. A second Ballistic Bot coming down, and Freybot, we see it again, a lot of burn. Ultraman needs more tempo. We've got only one Mystic Shot. We've got a House Spider for some blocking, but you can stop damage coming through attacking your Nexus. But Freybot has completely built this deck around dealing direct damage to the Nexus. It's going to be very, very few like actual board attacks coming through, I imagine.
And I'm surprised not to see Elise come down as attack token turn, but maybe scared of a second or just of a beam in general could be a problem. Also, maybe just trying to get the Ballistic Bot going as soon as possible. And now 4 guaranteed damage coming in from a 1-drop. You love to see it, I think, if you're Freybrock trying to, 4 damage for 1 mana. That's a very, very good price to pay. So you're happy to see that go through.
I know Stygian Onlooker when you're able to sneak in those early hits, it's fantastic. And Ultraman now being forced to try to develop the board as best as he can, you know, doesn't have the mana to like use these static shocks to punish plays like this. Ezreal comes through, potentially developing a Mystic Shot to help control the board a bit further. And I'm wondering if Freybach is going to answer this Ezreal with the get excited, or just, I was going to say, sometimes you just say, I'm going to just go face. I don't care if you spend your last 2 mana on a Mystic Shot.
I think he's winning the board here with Elise, of course, on the attack next turn. So I think he's happy to see that survive. We could have seen a Mystic Shot on Elise and then Static Shock taking down both Elise and the Stygian or the Spider on this open attack. So I like this a lot more. And I think with Stalking Shadows in hand and with Static Shock in hand, you're fine not immediately racing your opponent's Nexus health down and going a bit slower and just controlling the board for as long as you can.
Against a deck with no healing, I suppose, too, you can be a bit more choosy about whether you want things all to go face or answering your opponent's board just a little bit. So here it is, Mystic Shock and Static Shock could take down the Elise. And just Ultraman trying to stay alive here.
The biggest thing with aggro and using your burn spells to kill units and not going to Nexus early is basically if you kill this unit and I can attack with my unit for the same damage or a little bit less, then it's probably going to be worth it, because that if your unit survives, then you're able to push that damage in maybe the 2 next attack token turns, and it just makes sense. I think you only use burn to Nexus once you're at a stage in the game where you can't really push damage to the board anymore because your opponent has blockers or because your opponent's able to get better trades in the mid to late game.
Spoken like a true spider spammer. But again, yeah, Freybach has the Teemo, has the Use Cask Salesman, has a lot of reload still, again, with the Stalking Shadows and Unto Dusk. Stalking Shadows is, very, very high chance of getting Doom Beast from what we've seen typically. It whiffs!
That's really bad. It's not that surprising, though. I mean, there's a very concentrated amount of units in the deck for Freybach, and I'm not surprised to see it whiff. I've played Stalking Shadows in deep sometimes, and it's also whiffed, and it feels bad. And sometimes you have to really build a deck, giving yourself better odds at trying to hit units, because whiffing is obviously not a great thing to see happen here.
Yeah, just gonna say, okay, fine, I'll deal 2 damage.
And this is a bit awkward now. Okay, now it's not awkward. Once this Get Excited is played, actually, no, yeah, never mind. That was all the mana for Freybach, so he cannot play Teemo or Onlooker this turn, and this is now the point where you lost the board. You don't have a chance to really push damage to the board anymore. Your opponent's also low on cards, actually, so it might be a problem for Ultraman. But this is the point where you have to try and push more burn damage.
Yeah, exactly. The last time we saw Ultraman in this position, he started to top deck like a god. Even the Tri-Beam and Populator, even if it's not stacked up, if it deals like 1 or 2 damage to something important and gets you a blocker in return, then so be it. Freybach does have Unto Dusk to re-proc this 2/1 Stygian Onlooker to push some extra damage through, but this will be answered by Static Shock. Ooh, he's going wide.
I mean, this hand all of a sudden with the Stalking Shadows whiffing, all of a sudden it's just terrible. I mean, you're able to push damage here, sure, but you have Static Shock and the Tri-Beam, so all the trades are going to happen in your favor. You got a pretty good attacking drop here if you're Ultraman.
And you draw
and a fearsome blocker
card
as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just the perfect cleanup here with Static Shock. So a very fortunate hand for Ultraman, really defusing the attack here from Freybach, and that was his last even slight attempt at pushing damage to the board. At this point now it's all burn, and with Stalking Shadows missing, you're maybe missing the fuel to find enough damage. 12 damage is quite a lot still for this point in the game, and your opponent has Farron.
And like how many fearsome blocker 2-drops are there, you know what I mean, to get off of the Tri-Beam and Populator? It's probably 50-50, I think.
Progress Day is a very good top deck because the curve is so low in this deck. That means that whatever you're drawing, the 1 mana discount is huge. It can be 50% of the mana or maybe all of it if the card is a Stygian Onlooker, Teemo, etc. So pretty good draw there. Pretty good find the top deck there to find the Progress Day and refuel. It's exactly what he needed. We'll see if he has enough to push your opponent down here. That's also a good draw.
Standard of improvement. Yeah, 1 Fading Memories, 1 Unto Dusk, and 1 Stalking Shadows has already been cashed in, so not as much duplication for this Doom Beast as you'd like to see, but the drain is going to do a lot as well from keeping Ultraman from finishing this game immediately. 4 more Doom Beasts.
Uh-oh. It's happening. The Doom Beast army is coming out.
Another one. Another one. Draven comes down. It's just, now you just have to block. You have to block. It's coming all down to burn, like you said. There's no...
It's happening.
Another one! Draws a card.
Doom Beast is a card that, I mean, in the right deck, it's a card that has, you know, you can break it. It has potential because it's just a very strong effect. 3 mana with a body and you know, drain, you know, getting it to 4 health exchange, let's say, from your opponent to your own nexus, especially when you're racing your opponent like this. You know, Ezreal Draven is putting pressure on you to try and kill you. You're at 18 HP now. You were like at what, 12 a few seconds ago? Suddenly you're not really scared of decimates anymore. So,
and oh my goodness. So there's one more iterative improvement left. There's still 2 Aftershocks in the deck, 2 more Get Exciteds. There's a couple more used cask salesmans in there. It's doable. It's definitely doable.
I'm not sure why an attack didn't come in with the Ephemeral. That was a bit strange. You would force a trade.
Fading Memories! Another one! Doom Beast!
No.
Oh no!
There's no heal, and there are still spells in the deck that can win on fast speed if you are Fray back. Unto Dusk can still do it. Mystic Shot can still do it, and that's Mystic Shot.
Oh my god!
Instant tilting surrender from Ultraman there. I don't blame him, but I like this deck. I do. I mean, I think it's the same way you build a deck around Burblefish. I'm surprised no one has built a deck around copying Doom Beast 17 times. Because in an aggro matchup or in like an aggro to mid-range matchup where there is a race going on, Doom Beast just wins all the races. I really like Runeterra Pass for the same reason at the beginning when Streamer came out, because there was a lot of aggro on ladder, and playing Runeterra Pass is like, oh, great, there's no more race anymore. I'm winning the race if there was one. So
Doom Beast deck. He picks up the win there in the first game, and Ultraman is going to try to pick up a win now with Ezreal Draven into the Fiora Aphelios list.
I think Freyback will be getting the deck building innovative award for this tournament with that list. I do like it quite a bit. I think it's definitely something I haven't seen before. It's a concept we've seen explored before with Elise and Teemo and just that burn package. But now with Unto Dusk, an iterative improvement makes a lot of sense to try and go all in on Doom Beast.
And yeah, so now we've got, again, the Fiora Aphelios. This was a list that Shihu had actually piloted to rank 1, as you already mentioned. Brought it to Fight Night last week and had some very heartbreaking bricks with it. But the concept here is you have the value of Targon, and then you're running Fiora to kind of punish very swarmy win conditions when trying to beat you up. We've got the single combat. So Fiora's going to get a clean 2-for-1 here. 2 for 2 technically with 1 spell, but you get what I mean.
And considering this is obviously Ultraman is playing a deck that really tries to put pressure off of tempo, off of board presence early on, and having a lot of very effective board presence with things like House Spider, things like Tri-Beam being a 2-for-1 kind of. That trade there I think is definitely in favor of Freyback. And the more we go into the late game, I think the better this deck will perform with the Targon package helping it out.
And oh my goodness, the Mountain Goat lining up so well against this early game from Ultraman right now.
There's a Mystic Shot can be punished by any kind of, Pill Cascade even, and with only 1 mana available at fast speed, nothing can be done to stop this. That being said, Ultraman has double Tri-Beam in hand, so he's set up for potentially a very, swingy mid to late game where he's able to get a lot of value from these Impopulators, but he needs the 3 drops first.
Yeah, this is what happened before, though. The Tri-Beam Repopulator was there, and then it was just 3 drop, 3 drop, 3 drop off the top of the deck over and over again. And with this list, though, right, we see a lot of like very low HP early mid-game units. So an Improbulator that's only stacked up a couple times could potentially still get a lot of value. Here's the Aphelios off of the Dusk Petal Dust coming down for 2 mana and getting, look at that, just snap picks it's got to be a Crescendum, right? Gets another Mountain Goat to double down on this early mid-game. You have the gems to just keep healing your board.
Aphelios Draven, of course, was a perfect top deck for Ultraman. A 3-drop, also giving you an axe, giving you chances to rummage as well very cleanly. So all of a sudden his hand with that Draven, I think, really just solved itself. He would hit the 3-drop and get some discard fodder to find more 3-drops with rummages.
And of course, Ultraman opting not to use the 2-mana Thermo Beam to answer the Aphelios. Wants to wait for a more guaranteed idea. Still no temple yet, which is great. Screeching Dragon going to get cleaned up by the Ravenous Flock. Hopefully, that's what Ultraman is looking for here. Ezreal, fantastic off the top as well. Heals it back up with the gem, though. I forgot about the gem, my word. The synergy, it's too strong.
You're maybe fine with this, yeah, if you're Ultraman. Now you have a chance to once again try and kill this Screeching Dragon with the Ravenous Flock. And if something's used to answer this, and that mana is spent, then you can, for 3 mana, kill the Aphelios and get the counters on the Tri-Beam as well. So yeah, I mean, this is fine. It's denying you the value of killing this Screeching Dragon. You're still doing 4 damage to it though, so it's still fine. And now you get to kill the Aphelios guaranteed. So definitely, I think the line of play that Ultraman was going through here.
You can squeeze an Ignition in here.
I think it's better to get the 3-drop counters on the
True. That's right. The 3-mana Thermo Beam will count for the Tri-Beam. Too many beams. So Ultraman is slowly getting this stacked up. With the attack token, you get to play Draven and Ezreal here to get 2 more stacks. And these are looking pretty sweet. Without Veiled Temple, Frey isn't snowballing this game as hard as he would like to.
I'd love to see Ballistic Bot's position in this deck. He's still at 1 attack, so the Ignitions are not for him. The Ignitions are to discard and to keep drawing. He is not the MVP of this matchup, clearly.
The Screeching Dragon just trying to hold on here to keep this board under control. Neverglade Collector, a little bit of extra burn to pave the way for Captain Farron.
Again, no mana for Freyback, so you have a clear opening here where you kind of know what you can do and what you can attack without being too scared. I think it's the case against Fiora Shen and maybe also against this Demacia Fiora-based list that you're kind of scared attacking into a lot of mana because things can go very wrong very quickly. But in this case, you have a clear chance to actually level up Draven.
I can count the amount of times Draven has leveled up in Ezreal Draven, even when it was like mirror match meta for a couple months, on one hand. Draven comes through, and now you're generating more axes so that your rummages have way more fodder, and now you just have a fantastic threat on board with Overwhelm to push through even more damage.
To beat Targon, you have to pull out, all the tricks, all the stops. Maybe Draven level up is what you need. You need this, extra presence, all the extra axes, etc. Maybe even just the intimidation factor. I mean, Draven looks a lot scarier in this leveled up version than he did in level 1, so it could be part of it as well.
And I mean, you have to start hiring units from other regions, right? With the Improbulator. And oh no, we've got a blocker though. We've got Ezreal to block this Immortal Fire.
Ezreal's leveled up though. I don't know if you want to block because he might have more value not blocking. If you're trying to get some kind of a with Farron next turn possibly. Again, against Target, maybe not the best idea to play Farron because you're gonna have things like Hush.
The removal for this Screeching Dragon, it survived so much and it finally goes down. This Ultraman is going to take this game too, right? There's no way. Freybach has to do like Hush.
This is
right
Target.
Now.
We're talking about Scar. Remember, I wouldn't call it just yet. I would wait until you see the actual Nexus go. Maybe not even 0 HP. Maybe like -7. Then you're safe to call it. You might start shaping from the grave and go back up to.
Oh man, okay, we'll see how this goes. We got Aphelios coming down into Severum, into single combat with the Immortal Fire or something.
Then you have the Tri-Beam to answer to get the perfect 2-for-1 basically. Take away a blocker, add 1 more attacker. Hope it's a good one. The Tri-Beam should be at 8, so it can be a very good one indeed. We'll see what the pull is here for Ultraman. Can be Farron, can be Tusk Raider, can be a lot of different, just big bodies overall. So that's going to be a surrender.
Big beam.
And game 2 goes to Ultraman. We talked about double Tri-Beam at the beginning, possibly really paying off in this mid to late game tempo swings, and it seemed to be the case there. Just Target not able to keep up. And some really good, also, I think, Freyback going under to 0 mana a lot of times and giving Ultraman the chance to play this perfect static shock to kill off 2 units and save Ezreal, etc. Giving a lot of great combat tricks that are able to swing the game in his favor.
Yeah, they opened up Ultraman to have a lot of very strong removals because we saw when Freyback had mana open, he didn't thermo like the Aphelios, right? He waited and waited and waited because without Veiled Temple, these Targon Demacia decks, they kind of just play out on curve. And when you're playing a deck that has so much removal, you aren't able to bank your spell mana up because you're constantly having to protect your board or else you fall too far behind. And this is going to take us to game 3. Freybach needs to find a win on this Demacia Targon, and Ultraman now coming through on this Overwhelm deck.
No trappers, no ancient yetis can be a problem. You're attacking on 3 now, so you're not getting the hit in with the Ruthless Raider. You're not getting the plunder either. You're going to be forced to trade here with the Mountain Goat. So none of this is very ideal, honestly, for Ultraman. But we'll see if and he has just again the same problem I told you about earlier when we first saw this deck. All these combat tricks might be very good at swinging some combat trades in your favor, but once you use them, you're out of cards. Basically, you don't have really that card draw. Same with Rockhopper, etc. So a very low curve once again that may be a bad thing here for Ultraman.
So Troll Chant's looking pretty good here, right? You can just, of course, go for the exhaust, get a value trade with your Ruthless Raider, and just get a clean one-to-one trade with the Rockhopper. Seems fine. Pale Cascade would do well to trade up into the Ruthless Raider. Yep.
There's a Pale Cascade. Of course, Pale Cascade is also a cheap combat trick, but it cycles itself. Is the most crucial thing about it. So you're able to draw a card after that, and you not lose out on card advantage, and not end up with no cards in hand by turn 7 or 8, which is a problem that this deck might have once again for Ultraman.
Yeah, this is a repeat of what we saw. You've got your early board, a lot of combat tricks to protect it, but Renekton being developed here to punish the Temple.
Exactly, a green light here with Temple being developed is a very slow development, and this is where you have the chance to maybe push some extra damage here, putting your opponent down to 10. Maybe not going to be so relevant with Star Shaping being a thing, but we'll see if it ends up mattering in the end. Battle Fury, not a good card in this matchup. A really bad draw, honestly, for Ultraman because Hush exists and can just immediately disable and counter with a 5 mana upside for the target player.
So the gems are gonna go a long way towards proccing this Veiled Temple, and Fiora can get huge. Hopefully Freybach has a Hush in hand, which is like the key card for these Overwhelm matchups. And from this position, it's just all about maintaining board control. Now that Freybach has absorbed that early tempo loss and the damage coming through off of Renekton, this is where Veiled Temple starts to pay for itself, and then you start to immediately skyrocket ahead after you take that early dip.
Troll Chant will be massive in this turn and the next one possibly as well, because it can get 2 trades in favor of Ultraman here. So we'll see if Freyback is thinking about this, if he can play around this in any way, if there's any kind of combat tricks like Sharp Sight that can help make sure trades go in his favor. At this point, yeah, you have to go all in on saving Renekton, I think.
Yeah, you can't save the Ruthless Raider no matter what, so you just double Troll Chant to save Renekton and go from there. Next round, you've got Sejuani, so you can give something vulnerable, and this will allow Renekton to boost himself.
And you're fine using the spell mana here, because next round you have, Sejuani and Troll Chant are still a viable pairing with 8 mana, or just Battle Fury with 8 mana. Whichever one you go for. If you think Hush isn't in hand, then hey, go for it. You can get the kill maybe with the Battle Fury on the Wild Claw. Is it risky? Yes, but sometimes with Temple and Aphelios, Screeching Dragon, and Fiora on the board, you have to start taking risks to try and win this game, because you're not going to win it if it goes past this turn, I think.
I wonder if Ultraman is gonna do that play. You go for the Battle Fury here because theoretically, this is the best opportunity you have for your opponent not to have Hush. The longer you wait, the higher the chance they do have it. He can't develop because of Gravitum, right? You have to open attack here.
And you just have to go for it. I mean, I don't really think there's any world where you can't go for it. It sucks because this is a matchup that's very polarized off of that just one card being there, but I'm not sure you can. I mean, maybe it's too risky. Maybe he thinks he can really claw back into this game, but I think with Temple, with Aphelios, without a clear way to kill Aphelios past his attack token turn with Sejuani and the vulnerable, it's going to be very difficult to come back into the game. With Gravitum being a thing now with Aphelios, and I think it's now or never.
because you can push through with the Battle Fury, and it is a grant, so you still have like a huge overwhelm unit still just waiting in play. And if you force Freybach to go for what, Star Shaping, just to survive that hit, maybe you can still come out ahead with just pure overwhelm damage.
Well, maybe tempo buffs and sharp sight can increase the health of one of these two units, the 6/3s, and maybe stop some of the damage.
And Freybot, let me take a look, runs 2 copies of Concerted Strike. So there's actually a lot of outs here, unfortunately. Ultraman is all in.
So no Hush, finds a Star Shaping, heals up to 15. We're seeing 13 damage being threatened, or 12 damage being threatened by the Wild Claw, and just 1 by the Renekton. So going to be off by 2 there. We see the confirmation from the Oracle Eye, and it did go through. There was no Hush, so the risk was correct in taking that risk. I think you have to in this situation, but not quite enough still to get the win there. You take down both the Fiora and the Screeching Dragon, though.
Taking away some big threats. Aphelios is in play, but Gravitum to stop the Wild Claw, and then it's going to be like all into Sejuani, right? You can develop Rockhopper and then Sejuani here. Double Veiled Temple, another slow play. So you can just develop Sejuani this round and turn the other one to a Fury of the North potentially.
Yeah, and you still get to push some extra damage going in on the next turn. So I think I don't know if you can. I guess maybe you pass here because Freybach can't. Maybe he can just play slow, but gonna go for the Crescendum here. Gonna try and level up Aphelios, and if this is a challenger unit, maybe it's a chance now to just the Mountain Goat. So I guess you just frostbite the it doesn't really matter too much. I think the Aphelios just to reduce the damage a bit.
Yeah, then you take the hit. Alternatively, if you want to take the risk against the Mountain Goat, you can just block it with Sejuani, and that's 1 less blocker, right? Wild Claw. Oh my
Yikes.
Goodness. The board was empty. Mountain Goat into Fangs, into the Serpent, takes down the 3/1, threatening to heal a little bit more against Ultraman. He's trying to get Sejuani to just solo this board, and with Alpha Wild Claw stuck in a gravity well, it's not looking too good for just her against this onslaught.
The heal back up to 5 for Frey. Sejuani, of course, can push 5 naturally, has a Fury for +3 more on the attack. Aphelios going to have, the current health plus 2 more from, we're going to assume he's able to get the buffs on the temple before the attack comes in with fast or burst speed spells. So it's tricky here, unless maybe a second Battle Fury is drawn. He's playing 2 in the deck, Ultraman. Trapper drawn late is actually probably maybe the worst card you can draw because it reduces your top decks going in later, and the 1 mana Yeti isn't really as effective in the late game. So there's the attempt. 6 damage being threatened. The health buffs go to Aphelios, not the Goat, so that can't really matter too much. And there's the second
Star Shaping.
There was an attempt on 2 different turns, but the attempt was denied by Frey and Star Shaping both times, able to stall the game out even further. And this had to be your last chance, I think, if you were Ultraman at this point. Now Aphelios going to level up with the Moon Weapons, the Temple. There's 2 temples on the board instead of 1. You got the Invokes coming in now from the Star Shapings, and things become, I think, quite impossible here for Ultraman.
So right now, there's 17 damage being presented. Severum also being grabbed by the Aphelios to go onto the Great Beyond. There's no counterplay here because of the Spell Shield, and so he's going to heal all the way back up to full. And so Ultraman will surrender there in this game 3. Freybach managing to take it there. A stabilization with the Veiled Temple. There was a tempo loss where the Renekton got that really big hit in. Very huge gamble from Ultraman. Got the Battle Fury to connect with the Nexus, but the double Star Shaping just completely offset that damage and put Freybach on a winning trajectory.
And a bittersweet final, Star Shaping obviously doing Star Shaping things. Feels bad for Ultraman, of course. Ultraman had the chance to maybe win this tournament and become the only player in the EU to have, 4 Fight Night wins. Could have been a historic moment, but he goes down. But, a Spanish player does go through, and we do get to see that Doom Beast list one more time at least. So that's definitely a good thing, I think, in my eyes. But Kwabachi versus Freyback will be the losers bracket final for the spot in that grand finals later on against Guardia. So interesting lineup there as well, with Kwabachi having the standard Fiora Shen and the Trundle lists, and the burn from this Elise Doombeast list is not really so much on the board where these board are going to be that effective. It's more just the healing is going to matter more. And I'm not sure how much healing that Trundle list actually has for Kobachi. So we'll see what ends up happening in that matchup after this very short break. So stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just saw a very clutch set where, unfortunately, last week's winner, Ultraman, was knocked out of the tournament, but we are going to be advancing into the losers bracket finals between Freibach and Kibachi.
And Freibach is bringing some interesting lists with the Elise Teemo list that is, kind of an aggressive aggro list, but also has a much bigger burn element with Doom Beast and, well, all the ways in the game possible to copy the Doom Beast. Iterative Improvement, Fading Memories, Unto Dusk are all there to try and push through damage and outrace any other aggro decks as well. And his second deck will be a Fiora target list we just saw take the win there over Ultraman. Looking at Kobachi's lineups, we will be seeing again Trundle and Fiora Shen. So interesting matchup I think to note is going to be that Trundle, which is kind of considered a control list that has healing, that has board clears against the aggro list. It's a bit of a different aggro list. It's not straight on the board. It's more in hand with burn and everything. So it might be a bit more difficult.
Yeah, so to refamiliarize ourselves with Kibachi's list, because it's been a bit, this is the Spectral Matron variant, of course, of Trundle Lysandra. And when we look at this list, right, it's got the triple Withering Whale, triple Catalyst, Blighted Ravine heals for a little bit. It's got a couple Vile Feasts in there as well. So there is a decent amount of healing in this deck. And it's going to remain to be seen how the healing in this list lines up against just the raw amount of direct Nexus damage can come out of Freibach's Doom Beast deck. Lysandra granting the Nexus tough would do a really good job of shoring that up, but how are you going to play 2 8-drops in that matchup? You know what I mean? So it's going to really come down, I think, to both players recognizing the game and mulliganing specifically for that. Freibach's not going to want to try to develop board into all of the AoE with this deck, and I think you just hard mulligan for Doom Beast plus the combo pieces.
Yeah, going into the late game, you're gonna have to be very wary if you're Kobachi. You have to really, be very reactive with your heals, etc., and always have a check. Because I mean, we saw that game against Ultraman. It seemed pretty doomed for Frey, and then all of a sudden, in one turn, he was able to do like 10 burn damage with just the Doom Beast sequencing. So even more so in this game, going to the late game, where aggro decks normally just don't have any chance to come back into the game. This deck, I think, very much does if it finds the right piece, the right combo cards. Basically, I guess both are kind of combo decks, combo aggro and combo obliterate deck. So some differences, but still both trying to have a lot of synergy between their cards.
Very, very interesting indeed. The Ballistic Bot maybe coming down early doesn't matter as much. We saw as well Freibach trying to do some really interesting things with duplicating Stygian Onlooker to get some early beatdowns, but against Freljord Shadow Isles, it's a no-go. Running Stygian Onlooker in like the classic Nightfall aggro, it was always just almost a dead card. So overall, I'm really curious to see how that matchup plays out. The other deck, of course, the Fiora Aphelios probably has a fine matchup into Trundle Lysandra if it comes down to that, or Kibachi's other deck, which of course is Fiora Shen. But yeah, I'm really excited to see how it's going to happen right now. They're starting off with a mirror match. Fiora Shen probably has a more balanced matchup across the board. Notably, Kibachi's deck is running just Double Spirit's Refuge for its healing.
So maybe the least exciting matchup we could have gotten from all these decks. The Fiora mirror is not exactly a Fiora Shen mirror, of course, but still going to be some very similar elements with challenger units and combat tricks on both sides of the board. Tempo coming in early and sustaining that initial pressure from Shen Fiora might be enough. If you get that value from Temple for a lot of the mid and late game, it might be enough to push Freibach's deck over the top.
And yeah, and then they even get the 1-drop, the Lunari Duskbringer, so you can threaten against the Green Glade. Kibachi's just going to give the trade here. Dusk Petal Dust comboing with Aphelios could be quite nice. There is a single combat in Kibachi's hand, but when you're taking these early, these early passes, you're giving this Veiled Temple deck a chance to also just build up for a lot of value. So here it is, Aphelios coming down on 2 mana, and Kibachi now needs to develop a unit and then single combat here. And you're all in against your opponent having Sharp Sight or maybe even a Pale Cascade to survive.
Yeah, I think it's against any deck that you kind of are able to identify them as the more late game deck. You can't really just play a stalling game and keep stalling to later turns because your opponent's going to get an advantage from that. That might be the case in this matchup as well, where if you're able to play on the board early and play pressure early, and then have the combat tricks to back up that early board, then you can really snowball that. But if you're starting off to play on turn 3 and trying to, go toe to toe with Aphelios and Temple, things might not work out in your favor.
And what I like there too about the River Shaper is if Freyback had gone for, they want to go for Crescendum to get a Mountain Goat in play. By you developing a threat with the single combat, they have to say, okay, I can't cast my Moon Weapon this turn. Freyback also not blocking the River Shaper maybe tells us he doesn't want to take the big risk here either. No combat tricks, just wants to take it easy, go for Temple. If you draw a bunch of cards off of River Shaper, so be it. I'm going to just try to get this value set up. Potentially, if Aphelios gets big enough, it doesn't matter if you've got the single combats and the sharp sights and the riposts, right?
And we see a pretty good split of spells here in hand for Kobachi. Has, Deny maybe obviously a bit expensive to stop any Moon Weapons from happening. Not really the case, but if there's maybe an Invoke spell that's played later on, Deny, in that case, can have a very crucial, well, 2 denies maybe a bit much. Let's slow down with the deny draws here. There's only 2 in the deck though, so that is the last one that you can top deck. But it could be an option for maybe a late game obliteration type effect. Although usually units are the preference, I think, in this deck.
And yeah, in the late stages of the game, deny against a concerted strike could maybe really help you out. And despite Aphelios Veiled Temple coming down, Freybock's actually not doing anything too threatening just yet, and this is allowing Kobachi to just develop pretty safely in turn. The big issue comes from this right here. Screeching Dragon being 5 mana means that you don't have a lot of backup against this play. There's no Sharp Sight. You do have single combat at the very least. And now Screeching Dragon coming down means it's going to start getting all the Veiled Temple buffs.
And not much to do here for Kobachi with your current hand. 3 mana gives you access to only single combat. You can maybe kill off an Aphelios, for example, but there's still 2 mana of counterplay available for Freya as well. Could be, I don't know, a Sharp Sight all of a sudden. Well, it's still dying to the Screeching Dragon, but, maybe it'll make things a bit more complicated here for Kobachi.
The +1/+1 on the Screeching Dragon is so strong in this position, right? A lot of Fiora Shen players started teching in Swiftwing Lancer to have a 5 attack unit ready to go to counter Screeching Dragon, and so Freybot getting a taste of that power and that tempo is massive. The single combat to take down Aphelios is the best 2-for-1 that Kobachi can hope for here, and yeah, you can't protect Aphelios from here. You have to have another Screeching single combat rather to answer in turn.
And he might have, it's going to be a Sharp Sight instead, which doesn't save your Aphelios, but does kill the Screeching Dragon immediately without maybe just trying to save that damage onto your own Screeching Dragon, possibly. I don't think he would have just not being able to add 2+2 is 4. I think that's definitely not the case there. So maybe just valuing the health on the Screeching Dragon, making sure it's going to be protected against future single combats and concerted strikes.
Yeah, with the Veiled Temple, the Screeching Dragon, once it gets beyond a certain health threshold, it puts Kobachi all in on, concerted strike, and that's pretty much the only way you can take it down. And now with a big challenger unit in play, it's going to be very difficult for Fiora Shen to get a threatening board set up. With the gem going onto the Screeching Dragon, you can maybe take down a Cythria. It's rough here. It's definitely very rough from this position. The hope for Kobachi, I think, now is for Freybach to just kind of run out of cards.
But that doesn't tend to happen very often with Targon being part of that equation. So we'll see if that's the case. You do have a lot of reactive plays going to the late game that can really help you out when it comes to combat tricks and denying stuff and having Notify as well. But if the Screeching Dragon is able to run away with it and just keep getting these buffs from Temple, then it's going to get pretty difficult, I think, for Kobachi to stop anything.
And the worst part of the equation, too, is that all of the healing that you're normally saving for your Nexus can be used to just go onto the Screeching Dragon to keep it alive and have it survive even further. So, Star Shaping is going to allow Screeching Dragon to take a really strong trade and then just heal back up to full.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, you're playing on the board, right? You're only going to be losing on the board to Fiora Shen. So healing Nexus doesn't make much sense if you can heal your board instead and then not take damage that way. So at the end of the day, it keeps your units alive, and it's kind of the same thing as healing Nexus. It's really, by healing your units, you're healing your Nexus as well.
Mm-hmm. And Kobachi has the worst spells for this matchup. The Spirit's Refuge is just a barrier. You don't really care about the healing in this matchup. Golden Aegis, you can't rally if you're behind on board, and then the denies and the nopifies. The only cards, like you mentioned, that you'd wanna really deny are just big celestial spells or moon weapons, which are also not part of the equation currently.
Card advantage does not seem to be a problem. All your cards invoke other cards, so it's a constant cycle. The Fangs coming down. Lifesteal not really as relevant in this matchup, like I mentioned before, and kind of the lower stat line not great either. But the fact that you can invoke and just get more card advantage that way is definitely a good thing here for Frey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fangs being a 4-mana 3/2 lifesteal, draw a card is just great, and this is going to force Kabachi to rally. You go for the Golden Aegis and maybe just try to take out the Fiora or the Fangs. Or you just leave it alive as a barrier, right? You can attack. Then you re-barrier with the Spirit's Refuge to try to get a 2-for-1.
This allows some counterplay here, but you have obviously deny and notify, so I think you would be fine. Or you can just hush. It's also a possibility. But yeah, going to be just the attack there. 14 HP now for Kabachi, and his rally, really, I mean, he doesn't have a barrier now anymore. It just got taken away by a bigger statted unit that didn't even lose the trade, basically. And it still gets buffed with Temple, so that health going down to 4 HP is not really a big problem. And you have the gems as well, so I think you feel quite powerless right now if you're Kabachi. You seem, it's almost like Fiora Shen is suddenly not it's just a fair deck now, which is saying something. If you're playing against Target and your Fiora Shen feels a bit powerless, then what are you facing?
I mean, yeah, the cards in hand are just so rough. If you have a stronger curve with Shen or like a couple Screeching Dragons to keep threatening things like single combat or concerted strikes, you have a bit more tempo oriented plays or reactivity. Kabachi's just been scared off of developing this Cytherea for so long because this Screeching Dragon is so huge. And look at this, Equinox off of the Fangs gets rid of that attack here. You still love the 6/6 body, but Equinox is a fantastic counter to these larger followers, right? That rely on their abilities to get maximum value. And look at this, Star Shaping, like we talked about earlier, you don't need it for the Nexus. You just heal your Screeching Dragon back up, and it's a 9/9. This can take down a Bright Steel formation almost.
I do enjoy Kobachi's, hand stroking the chin. I think is a very apt reaction to what he's seeing. Like, very interesting. 1 mana. Oh, 1 mana, you say. Oh, very good. 1 mana. Oh, interesting card. I'll have to add that one to my game plans later on.
Indubitably. Yes, old bean. But yeah, we've got the Great Beyond off the Star Shaping. We've got Fiora to pull the other Fiora to the side, Screeching Dragon to eat the 6/6. So that's 12 damage currently being threatened. Just with units coming around the side.
And no Star Shaping available to have an elusive blocker here for Kobachi. Even then, there's 2 Challenger units pulling these units aside, so...
Yeah, at the very least, you develop River Shaper and try to draw another card, but it's just a spell. And in a position like this, especially as Fiora Shen, you need units in play. Kabachi's variant, when we look at it, is actually running just 1 Bright Steel formation. Again, a very classic matchup. A very classic variant, rather, where it doesn't have a lot of the other, techs that we've seen to, account for the mirror match, or to account for, games going into the super late game with double Bright Steel formation or Tiana Crown Guard.
The same way, I think, with aggro, there's a point in the game where you're like, all right, there's no way I can win this. I think the same applies to, mid-range versus Target. There's a point where it's like, all right, I think it's going to be GG because it's looking really tough here. I mean, we still see a very healthy 20 HP for Frey, complete control of the game, card advantage control as well.
And it's just a matter of which unit do you want to save. Is there a weird chance where you get Fiora WinCon somehow?
I mean, that would be an interesting parallel universe to live in. I think a lot of interesting things would happen in that universe if that were the case. But gonna be tough, I think. Especially with Hush being a thing, obviously. If you go all in on Fiora and you have these barrier effects, they can be very easily answered by Hush.
And Concerted Strike now being put down just to heal a little bit extra off of the Fiora.
And you do have an Opify backup here if something like a Still in Combat's played. It's going to be a Sharp Sight instead. So Sharp Sight in the wrong hands. Kobachi would have loved to have it to try and maybe block the elusive unit attacking here, but instead, Frey's the one that has it, and all of a sudden, 12 HP very much. If 9 HP was out of reach, 12 HP puts you onto the next level, and that will continue growing with Temple. And there's really no like straight up kill effect. The biggest kill effect there is Concerted Strike. That last bullet has been wasted, and now at this point you have a Revolver without any bullets left, and it's a sad day for Fiora Shen.
He was trying to save the Cytherea there as best as he could, but at least it trades 1-for-1. Fiora is leveled up. The Fangs is kill number 3 potentially, but the Freybach doesn't need to develop anything from this position. So the Great Beyond is looking to end things here.
This is like me when I'm playing Spiders against Fiora and my opponent taps out. I just start demolishing my own units that have 1 HP. Like, all right, everyone get out of here. You have to reduce the bodies on the board. So
I know, everybody out. Everybody out. Everybody out. Club's closed. So, I mean, you can do... I mean, you can still just kill the Fangs, I suppose.
Well, you can try to kill the Fangs. I think there's going to be some amount of counterplays. I mean, only 4 cards in hand left for Frey, and a lot of these are going to be, like, expensive invokes, I believe. So there's a chance maybe you don't have a way to stop it. And if they are expensive invoke spells, if Frey's thinking, okay, I have to try and kill this Fiora with like an obliterate effect, then you have denies now. So maybe there's a chance here for Kobachi to try and sneak in some kind of a Fiora win.
There's a weird world where it happens. So now we have Fiora clearing the Fangs. And River Shaper just attacking Nexus. Freybach maybe doesn't... You can block this if you want to, because you get the Fury proc.
I mean, you definitely do. You don't want to let this River Shaper draw a lot more spells going forward either. If you have a chance to kill it now, you do. And I think there's no counterplay here with 8 men that you can get a good trade there. It's a bit too far away. But we'll see if there's any kind of maybe a Sharp Sight or a Still in Combat even onto the Fiora. Of course, it would be a barrier after. Maybe there's a Hush in response, but with only 4 cards in hand.
I mean, Riposte and River Shaper deal some damage to the Great Beyond. You protect it to maybe draw another card, and the spell shield is the big sticky issue here. You have to cash in two combat tricks, right? You need to have like double single combat or something to win out here. Or even just by doing Riposte on the River Shaper, you deal enough damage to where maybe a Sharp Sight might allow you to block it effectively next round. Is that the dream? Is Riposte, Sharp Sight, and Fiora to block Great Beyond and not die? Oh, never mind. Screeching Dragon's just going to pull it to the side. Oof.
And we'll see here 1 HP now. If his attack goes through for Kobachi, you have the Guiding Touch as well to get the Temple buffs.
Drawing Pale Cascade. So now you've got Riposte into single combat to clear the dragon. And the Hush. I was holding my breath there.
There's always a Hush, and that's going to be the surrender coming in from Kobachi. Really, taking it to the very end there with a Hush. Maybe he had it in hand from the very beginning, just waiting for the more dramatic moment to play it out. But the Hush is there, and the win goes in Frey's favor. It did look very much in his favor from the mid game to the late game, and it ends up being that way. So that's 1-0 up now in this losers bracket final for Frey.
Yeah, and so this is, after picking up the win with the Aphelios Fiora, Frey will now be swapped to the other deck, the Burn deck that we've been looking forward to. So we'll see if Kobachi switches as well. Yes, likes the chances here. Just to kind of get off of Fiora Shen, I think, for a little bit. Kobachi's had really bad luck with that list, just in terms of draws. And, just kind of getting onto a deck that's maybe a bit a better change of pace, right? Kind of shake it up, and who knows, just getting a different mindset here.
This is the match we were talking about before the series started. Really to see, because this deck from Frey just plays on the board for maybe the first, few turns, but then I think really has much more of a burn component compared to other aggressive lists that play on the board for, a bit longer if possible and are more punished by things like Withering Wail that was just drawn there. So the biggest thing here is healing, and Kobachi has found a lot of it. He has 2 catalysts to ramp up quickly, and also a Withering Wail there that he can start using very soon to take down Teemo, take down these spiders.
Yeah, so you take a bunch of damage early, but then you just completely offset it. Getting Catalyst, especially early like this, is great because you're also ramping. And if you're able to get like Trundle down a turn early, then you also have a big regenerating blocker to stop some of the damage that's coming through too. And Kabachi actually thinking, if I play Catalyst here and basically tap out, you let Freybach develop 3 more mana worth of stuff. Like, what is it? A used Cask Salesman into another open attack. Gonna go for Lissandra here, rather.
Teemo here is obviously not a big part of the strategy. There's not really a overarching mushroom strategy. It would obviously not be a good thing either against Lissandra, because she is kind of accidentally the perfect counter when she levels up. The Nexus being tough means that the mushrooms just don't do any damage, but he's just kind of a elusive unit, low cost, and just you have the open. Most of the time with these aggro lists, you have the open slot for the second champion after release, because the other kind of aggressive Shadow Alt champions are a bit too expensive for this strategy. So Teemo just fits in, and he's not really much of a mushroom strategy, really.
The mushrooms that he adds to the deck, give you maybe 1 or 2 extra points of damage over the course of the game, and that's kind of all you want. The thing about Lissandra giving the Nexus tough is just about getting 2 8-drops played, and cashing in Withering Wail here is going to wipe this board and prevent a lot of damage, and then heal you back up almost to full.
Yeah, this is definitely a matchup where, again, because you have the whole Doombeast synergy, I think you don't throw in the towel so early. I think with Spiders, for example, if I face this matchup and they have, the right board clears these crucial turns, I just, go next. There's no real point in playing it out because there's no chance you can come back into the game. You don't have enough damage to outburn their healing. But in this matchup, there might be a chance. With the Doombeast and the way that the deck is set up, if you find the right draws, with Unto Dust possibly cycling you through your deck and finding a lot of more burn spells, and Stalking Shadows finding Doombeast as well, you might have reach that critical capacity of Doombeast where it's enough to just kill your opponent regardless.
Exactly. And if you draw a bunch of early units and you're just developing, trying to swarm as best you can, and you're forcing your opponent to just spend all of their mana just healing and wiping your board, they're also running out of cards as well, and maybe you reload off of Unto Dusk in Progress Day, and then you just suddenly get a tempo velocity.
That being said, double Catalyst, Withering Wail, Vile Feast, the chance to draw more stuff. You have most of your combo pieces as well for your own combo if, to end the game at a point where you can't just let this go on forever, or else your opponent's going to find eventually the right cards to kill you. But it should be, I think, in favor here for Kawachi. This is a matchup that should be in his favor, but there's a chance, I think, with this type of deck that Freybach is running, it has some differences to most aggro lists. I think it might have a few more percentage chances to try and get a win here.
So again, just a little bit of just burn damage coming through, just putting the pressure on Kabachi. Basically, it's like your opponent wants to heal, and then when you're looking at the matchup from the burn player's perspective, you're almost thinking to yourself, I'm forcing them to heal, right? They aren't doing other things. They have less room to develop actual threats against me. It's all about Kabachi just trying to survive until you're out of threat from the burn. But this deck we saw just has so much staying power that you never feel like you've run the gauntlet fully.
Well then, now we have a Ravine as well joining the party, so it's looking pretty doomed here. This is a point already where if you had an open attack, once you're going to an open attack and you're not pushing damage, that's already kind of the point where you can think, okay, I've lost the board. I'm not going to really push more damage unless I have a lot of onlookers, but even then that would be, at the mercy of an avalanche, for example. But with Ravine drawn now, it's going to be especially tough here to try and do anything.
Ooh, passing.
Only 1 damage would go through. I guess a bit more. But yeah, you're not too worried about that considering the heals.
Again, these catalysts are kind of just languishing in the hand. I suppose just saving it for burst healing is fine.
The hand is very much a bit awkward for Kobachi, actually, having to play this catalyst at this point now where you're already at 7 mana. It's a bit late to really capitalize on. You would have liked to play it last turn maybe, but you couldn't, have the risk of your opponent attacking and not having that Blighted Ravine or the Avalanche ready. You can't dip under 4 mana, so.
And if you developed Blighted Ravine right now, then you're just keeping Freybok from developing board. But Freybok kind of just wants to spend all the mana on burn anyway. So every little bit counts. Kobachi down to 11. This is kind of tricky, right? Because you go for Blighted Ravine here. This still does 2 damage to everything. But you can, it's the start of the next round, so you can still block with Trundle. Unto Dusk.
There's the green light to try and benefit from this Doom Beast being on the board as soon as possible. So just the Unto Dusk comes out. Ballistic Bot does survive on 1 HP and gets that ignition. So 1 more point of burn here. And Kobachi going down to 11, of course, because, it's kind of like healing for 2, not for 4, because you deal 2 as well to your Nexus. So down to 10 now, still has a little last bit of healing left. Will it be enough? Has the Catalyst to go to 14. And we're going to need 14 points of damage from Frey in these last few cards. Is it possible?
Another Stalking Shadows into Doom Beast. We saw like how ridiculous this deck can be once it starts the chain up. And who knows if the Watcher doesn't come down to attack and punch through. Spectral Matron is a fearsome unit, so you could even just go for just say Matron, and then it summons a Ghost Pillar, and then you just try to punch through as hard as you can this turn.
That being said, Doom Beasts do really help in making it so that your opponent's not really going to win through damage. They have to win with the Watcher combo because Doom Beast will first heal you up. You're already at 16, so I think you're still pretty fine. Gives you a fearsome blocker as well. And you just have the chance to kind of delay a bit until you have enough burn to kill your opponent. So the Watcher is going to be the answer here. It has to be the answer for Kobachi.
And so we've got the Spectral Matron onto the... just going to surrender there. Spectral Matron onto the Pillar gives the Nexus tough. And so all of the burn damage is going to be halved, essentially. And it's not going to be enough to get through.
That's a good point, yeah. The Sun leveling up, I think, was the nail in the coffin at that point. All your burn, instead of being 14, you need like 28 because everything is getting hit by 1. So it becomes quite impossible. I think Frey understood this and just, forfeited there. It is a really tough matchup. I think a lot of these matchups, those are the most polarized matchups in the game. Very aggressive, wide board, burn strategies versus Shadow Isles for Failure Control in whatever version of the deck it is, as long as it has Withering Whale and now Ravine and, Catalyst, etc. It's almost unwinnable. So not surprised to see just the forfeit there. And now, final game 3 of this series, losers bracket final, Fiora Shen from Kobachi versus this burn deck from Frey.
And again, Kobachi has 2 copies of Spirit's Refuge, and hard mulligans for it looks like, even throwing away a River Shaper to do so. Getting an early Fiora is also great against like the swarmy potential of this deck. Freybok's not running a Glimpse Beyond or anything of that nature. You could maybe like Mystic Shot your own thing. But
we talked about... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, but early Teemo is doing a lot of work here.
We talked about it in the last series where he's the one that had Fiora deck, so I was a bit confused. But now he's facing Fiora deck, and this is going to be a big problem because he has no Glimpse Beyonds. His use cast salesmen are like, hey, here's 2 more units you can kill, Fiora. Come along, get the win condition. So it's going to be quite difficult, I think, to stop that from happening as long as there are protection spells for Fiora. We only see a Aegis in hand here. Now, if Kobachi takes this block, which maybe he has to because of the damage, he basically just forfeits that win condition. And I'm not sure if he has enough to survive, especially without Spirit's Refuge in hand, to survive the onslaught. But he just took damage for free basically now. He's at 14 HP. And it's going to be a race, Fiora versus the burn.
We've seen it time and time again. You have these aggro decks going up against Fiora Shen, and it just comes down to, do they get the Spirit's Refuge? Do they get it in time? Do they have Spirit's Refuge plus a strike spell so they can double dip on that healing?
He has the Aegis here to play just now, which is just accelerate this Fiora win condition, but he doesn't have any more strike effects in hand. No concerted strike, no single combat, which might be a problem going forward.
Yeah, so River Shaper is just going to come down instead. You want to try to get more fuel, it looks like, out of the deck to support this Fiora. You're going to need the sharp sights, etc. Freybach maybe picking up on that, saying you played the River Shaper because you don't have protection, and I'm going to go for the Mystic Shot. Or maybe this is just your best opportunity to answer Fiora.
And answer it, he does. So all of a sudden, it was looking pretty grim for Frey. That was the one... Well, start again. Let's go again, guys. But still, I mean... That delay of that one counter being there, maybe a second could have been there now, is going to be a problem. And it gives Frey all of a sudden, I think he just climbed up 10% on the win percentage here for him, because that is huge. That little bit of that one more turn maybe is maybe enough to win the game.
And also, because that Mystic Shot connected, you have the hand read now of no sharp sight, so Teemo can attack in. Because that second Fiora was the top deck.
Yeah.
And these mushrooms, a little bit of mushrooms, a little bit of damage over time.
He doesn't know it was the top deck. It could have been in hand the second Fiora as well, because he didn't really have mana for Riposte regardless. He only had 3 mana, so there's a chance that there could still be a sharp sight. I don't think you don't go for the attack here, though. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, you got to go for the attack, right?
Just with Teemo.
And Kabachi's like, do I Golden Aegis here? Do I take the risk of like a get excited wiping the Fiora? If if Fiora dies to get excited though, then Freybach does need to discard a card for that. And down to 1 card, maybe your chances are looking good either way.
So the risk pays off here, I think. Again, with Fiora back on the board, it becomes the clock is now running as well for Frey, and he has to find the win before Fiora can find her win condition for 4 wins. I think the easiest way to do it, especially if you don't have Spirit's Refuge, that's what you're banking on now if you're Kobachi. So, and the level up on Teemo is also, maybe quite important against Lissandra. Not very relevant, but suddenly Teemo can push through a bit of extra damage with those mushrooms if he survives for 1 more turn.
And look at this, just a little bit of extra damage already coming out of the deck. You've got Denies and Nopifies for some of the burn later on in the game, but Freybach is doing a really good job here in the early mid game, like putting the pressure down, getting this burn damage through. And once you get down to 9 or 8 HP, you're only a few Doom Beasts away.
There's a Fiora onto Teemo. And the Screeching Dragon onto Ballistic Bot. Perfect trades here in favor of Kobachi. I was going to say, if he somehow thought to maybe challenge the Onlooker, many people don't know this, but the Unto Dust can just buff it back up and give it Fearsome and give it the +2 attack. So it is something you have to watch out for. It's not a super common interaction. We will have to think about that when playing out these matchups. But there's a deny on Static Shock. Would have been a perfect trade as well for Freybach, but now, the deny... Pretty crucial there, actually. Maybe the best spell could hit for sure, the Static Shock.
And you're also denying the card draw as well. So Doom Beast comes down, and...
The floodgates are open.
We haven't seen any of the combo pieces just yet. Stalking Shadows. We're looking for another whiff!
That is bad. That is really bad.
That's the second time that's happened to Freybach. This deck is chock full of spells, so it's not too surprising.
I think Cithria has to be the answer here. You can't really Aegis this turn with the blockers available there with the 0/1 casks. But yeah, something to look at with this deck. Stalking Shadows, you have to have maybe more units. You have to see if you can maybe change up a few spells for units, because that's the second time, and that's showing that the consistency there. If you're trying to find decent results with it, it's way too high really to have this few units in the deck.
And even if Stalking Shadows whiffs, it'll still shuffle your deck. So there's a chance you could still draw a unit next round. But we've got 2 damage coming through from the casks. And then Kobachi down to 5 HP, looking to swing the board back in his favor. Freybach looking for top decks to burn from that position afterwards. He just needs to kill the Doom Beast before it gets duplicated, and it puts Freybach in a really bad position.
Well, he has to win next turn for sure. I think with a rally with this huge of a board for Kobachi, I think it'll be, you know, the first attack will be blockers, and then the second attack will be.
Oh God! 2 mushrooms.
There's no deny.
That puts you in range of aftershock or get excited.
You can progress day as well if you find it, and with the reduction, you're able to play maybe a few spells as well with that three remaining mana.
So let me see. Screeching Dragon and Fiora pull the Doom Beast and the Cask Salesman. The Elise and the Stygian Onlooker can't block, but I don't think that's enough damage still.
If there are any, you know, fading memories or unto dust, are going to happen now. So that's one read. Once it doesn't happen and Doom Beast dies, that means these cards in hand cannot be any of these cards, you know, iterative improvement, etc. Because you have to play them before Doom Beast dies, of course. And Unto Dusk is a Nightfall effect, so you're gonna have to have the right cards in hand to get that proc off if you do have an Unto Dusk, due to this open attack from Kobachi.
And Kobachi man is also thinking, if you have Spirit's Refuge, you're gonna play it here as well. So it's all in versus that. You've still got Golden Aegis to rally, but you're just... Those 2 mushrooms that were drawn just completely takes away your safety net.
And of course, the usual suspects are not available here, like Noxian Fervor Destiny, because they are Noxus cards. So I was thinking about those cards as parts of the game and thinking, all right, this is not possible with this region combination. But Aftershock is Decimate's kind of little brother, I guess you could say. A little bit less damage, but still enough to win it here.
And even if Freybach, like, if the last card is, like, Get Excited plus one more thing, it's still, like, so risky to do. You probably just have to go for it at this point. Oh, God, that's right, he drew off the River Shaper! Ah! Oh my God, the Teemo! The mushrooms are just putting in so much work in this matchup. Just that little bit of extra damage.
And there's the
Aftershock.
And there's no denying it's going to be lethal. It's going to be game 3 going to Frey. Had it in the end, even whiffing the Stalking Shadow, which is a huge whiff because it's the card you're wasting the 2 mana and the card you don't draw, which could have been 2 Doom Beasts, but still finds the game 3. Teemo MVP. I was saying at the beginning of the game, Teemo doesn't matter. He's just, you know, a side character. And Teemo's like, wait, what? I'm about to put in 7 mushrooms in those last few cards in Kobachi's deck. So crazy win there, and the deck still showing up, even with, you know, whiffing Stalking Shadows twice in 2 different games, still winning those games.
Freybach, you have to, again, when you're playing like these burn focus, these aggro decks, it's about knowing when you need to shift gears from board to just going for raw burn and just playing towards those percentages. I wonder if this deck can be optimized further, like you mentioned, to make better use of the Stalking Shadows. But right now, you know, Freybach has brought something spicy and has carried it now all the way to grand finals after winning through the losers bracket here over Kobachi.
Yeah, Kobachi will be, of course, out of the tournament now. That was his last chance to really claw back in the finals. Is now guaranteed. It's Guardia, who we haven't talked about in a while because it's been so long since he won that winner's final against Freybach. And Guardia has maybe the meta lineup right now with TF Fizz and the Targon list. And Frey kind of, you know, not so much, kind of innovating a bit more. So we'll see who ends up winning that after this break. Stay tuned. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. You are just in time for us to get into the grand finals. Freybach was able to fight through the lower bracket with his inventive Doom Beast Burn deck to meet Garja, who brought a very powerful meta lineup to secure his spot, moving quickly through the winner's bracket, and has been waiting patiently for the challenger to be decided. Getting a quick check-in on the bracket here. Garja actually took down last week's winner Ultraman in order to get to the winners finals here. Took down Kabachi, and Kabachi was not able to beat through to get the run back against Freybach. Freybach eliminating Ultraman as well, and then Kabachi. So both players, their runs up to this point have been against some very powerful contenders and some previous week's champions.
Important point to mention as well is going to be the kind of the mirrored effect from this Fiora Aphelios deck and just the more standard Aphelios deck, and what differences there might be in that matchup if that matchup ends up happening. We saw Shihu, of course, taking that Fiora Aphelios deck to top one on both regions, so I'm going to have to assume it has to have good matchups against both Aphelios Bilgewater and Aphelios Zoe, and against TF Fizz, because that's what you end up seeing at the top of the ladder in both regions, and that's the exact lineup that Guardia is bringing here to the tournament. So that might be something that might go in favor of Frey as well.
I wonder if, the more streamlined kind of early mid-game variant of the Fiora Aphelios is going to do the work, or if the go over the top super ultra greed of Aurelion Sol and Garja's lineup is actually the reason that he brought it, is specifically to counter the Aphelios Fiora, where you just go above and beyond the other Targon decks. Regardless of what they bring, you still have the good Demacia stuff of like Sharp Sight, Screeching Dragon, and then you just keep going with Aurelion Sol up to the top. I don't even think we've seen Garja play Aurelion Sol so far today, but it's just that fail safe you have when the game just grinds down into these value matchups.
And we'll see what the first match will be, what these players queue up. Of course, quickly, to remind everyone at home, all the viewers, that there's going to be a bracket reset if Frey's able to win this first best of three, and then he has a chance if he wins the second best of three to win the tournament, because he comes in from the losers bracket, has already lost once in this tournament, whereas Guardia, he invincible until now, has been only in the winner's side of the bracket and has that one series advantage over Frey. So if Guardia wins this one, 2-0 or 2-1, he is our champion. But if it's Frey that wins it, there's going to be a bracket reset, and we'll see some more Runeterra action.
And speaking of the matchups here, we're going to get a closer look at a key matchup that both players have brought. Again, Frey's Burn list, the Doom Beast dot deck, has Doom Beast, Stalking Shadows, Fading Memories, Iterative Improvement, and Unto Dusk to get as many procs of Doom Beast as possible to sustain through your opponent's aggressive game plans while also burning your opponent's Nexus down. The rest of the kit is designed to just have a little bit of aggressive smork damage and some card draw and a little bit of extra Piltover's on burn towards the top end. And it has been, even when we count the deck out, its ability to just keep drawing cards and stay in it and just get that damage through has been absolutely astounding here. And the key contender for this list is, can it take down Twisted Fate Fizz?
I mean, looking at kind of the cards that you see in aggro, sometimes it's just not enough to stop this. But when you have Static Shock that's able to trade very cleanly, obviously with Verbal Fishes, when you have a lot of removal for TF, you have not just Mystic Shock, but Get Excited. You have Aftershock that you can use on TF if you so choose to. Even the leveled up TF, for example. You have Teemo as an elusive blocker as well, which in this matchup that serves its purpose perfectly to block maybe a Fizz on turn one, or later on a Burblefish even. It's a good trade, I think, as well. So I think this Elise deck, and with a Doom Beast especially, with the whole idea of just having 17 Doom Beasts going to the late game, that race that occurs between elusives versus burn suddenly goes in your favor, because you heal with all that burn damage as well, and you're able to get out of the reach of those elusives. And if there's a Mind Melt turn where that's maybe the huge answer to just go through all the healing and just deal 20 damage straight up, you have Static Shock and you have fast speed spells to deny the actual units from getting those buffs. So it might be in favor of Frey, actually.
One of the very few matchups that maybe Twisted Fate, can we say definitively, is unfavored. Whenever we say it, It's a new flavor of caster curse. It's an entirely meta curse. It's the curse of the Shuriman Desert itself.
I mean,
And we actually are going to see that matchup going in here.
against Elite Spiders, it's also, kind of unfavored, and I do end up winning most games on ladder, even on Masters. TFA sometimes does TFA stuff, and you just can't stop it, but you have a fairly good win rate against it with these very, very aggro lists.
Mm-hmm. And also, like Ballistic Bot is just going to kind of sit there and deal a lot of free damage. Both players don't want to go out of their way to answer it a lot of the time, I imagine. Stygian Onlooker does a lot of work in this matchup. Twisted Fate Fizz kind of suffers from the inability to block fearsome units.
Elise coming in here, of course, you can't block the Elise with the Ballistic Bot just yet because it doesn't have that 3 attack to block fearsomes. But once it does, then obviously attacking with Elise becomes a problem. But now at least with 2 HP and really no chance to gain HP, it's only the attack that gets the buff. It makes it a pretty easy trade against anything that Frey attacks with later on.
And right now, the hand is very clunky. Really unfortunate here. 1 mana off of Zap. Really nothing else to do this round. You can iterative improvement something. We could see Garja, who had a lot of success earlier in the tournament by using iterative improvement to take his opponent's units. Maybe grabbing a Doom Beast for himself once we get into this mid stage of the game. And Freybach says, okay, I can use one of my combo pieces here to get another Ballistic Bot, keep up with this burn. And Garja's going to do the same.
Now, if this deck had Ezreal in it, you would want to copy your opponent's Ballistic Bot, but in this case, not going to matter which Ballistic Bot gets copied. Just get the second one on the board, and now we have these engines every turn giving you ignitions, which could be just burn damage or could be actually just cycling with his Rummage we see in hand here, for example, for Guardia.
Having double Ballistic Bot here in the early game is quite nice because they feed into each other to increase their attack power, so you can actually block some of the fearsome damage that potentially is coming through. You have 2 shots every turn of discounting your Burble Fishes, so those are going to come online a lot faster than we normally see. Again, iterative improvement, a lot of Fizz Twisted Fate players will save it and save it and save it specifically for the 0 mana Burble Fish, but Garja is opting for a more synergistic line of just making the Burble Fish cheaper, faster, rather than getting an extra copy.
I think it happens a lot when we see players, these, very skilled players playing TF Fizz, in a matchup where TF isn't a viable win condition due to the cheap removal that your opponent's deck has. We see players shift, very clearly into just all elusives, with Fizz and trying to get the elusive package going and not caring about card too much, or maybe now Ballistic Bots in this case. So I think players usually adapt pretty quickly to knowing that if you can't really save TF from dying, you can't really get the level up consistently, then you have to start adapting it and going for a Ballistic Bot route instead and finding maybe a win condition to do that.
And the Ignition's being cashed in here, not going for the Zap Spray Fin this turn. Freybach will answer in kind. And again, because of the Doom Beasts, even in a matchup like this where there's a lot of burn being slinging back and forth, the drain from the Doom Beast lets you come out on top in these specific sorts of matchups.
Uh-oh. There's no blocker for Teemo yet. You have to develop the Zap Spray Fin next turn. Of course, it is the attack token turn for Guardia, so no real rush on an open attack or anything like that anytime soon. And there's the Fizz coming in as well. Very quick to level up this game because of the ignitions. Double ignitions every turn. Gonna make it so he's gonna have that 3-2 stat line and can attack without Teemo blocking it.
So we've got the ignition just coming through every turn. That's what Freybach is looking to do. Just keep pressuring the Nexus. Twisted Fate Fizz, similar to Ezreal Draven, has no healing, and it's just all about this consistent pressure. There is potential for Fizz to just attack. Maybe Frey just takes the hit, tries to keep Teemo alive elsewhere. You can maybe block Fizz, but you're playing into Suit Up, for example. Zap Spray Fin's going to draw a card here, maybe a tune.
If there's any problem with the lag or the blurriness of the stream, that is unfortunately not on our end. We can't do much about that. It's more the players themselves as we're getting it, the feeds off of their streams. If they don't have a great quality or their stream is buffering, the same will happen on this, the main stream we're casting on. So not much we can do about that. Hopefully it won't be too much of a problem going forward.
And of course, Panda and I will try our best to navigate the situation and keep the viewers informed, even if we can't quite see what's happening. We will do our best. But we've got, of course, now the Rummage coming through. Gets the top deck Suit Up and a Get Excited. Both of these cards are castable. And then you can discard one of the Ignitions as well. Very fantastic way to fill out the curve here for Garja.
I wonder if you want to play the Suit Up in a reactive manner to, maybe play around something like a Mystic Shot, Get Excited, and have that extra value of making your opponent waste something where you can just get the counter anyway. But
yeah, even if you Suit Up the Fizz here, you attack. Are you just forcing Frey to cash in the Teemo? Is your thought process here? And so Garge actually going to use the Get Excited to take out the Ballistic Bot. This is going to level up Fizz and try to just push through as much damage as possible. Once this Teemo goes down, that's really all Frey has for elusive blockers.
I think Frey was maybe hoping, or Guardia was maybe hoping for Frey to go under 4 mana, so he can play his Burble Fishes and know they're going to survive, or not get just completely demolished by Static Shock, but not going to be the case here. Frey waiting very patiently. I think he does have Static in hand, and I'm going to be able to punish these two Burble Fishes coming down now, and have still the trades available for Ballistic Bot, which I think there's not going to be a trade here for Ballistic Bots.
Yeah, just keep them alive, keep the Ignitions going to just feed into your condition. This also makes your Mind Meld much bigger too. I wonder if that's going to be the case here. Attacking with Ballistic Bots forces your opponent to trade some of their board away, maybe gives you some insurance. Like if you get blown up by Static Shock here, you're still threatening with a little bit of damage. And then you just kind of reduce the situation. You reduce the board down to only 1 or 2 units, and then Fizz perhaps reigns supreme as just a gigantic elusive unit.
Yeah, and Teemo had, a small window where he could really trade effectively and be a nice tool, but at this point now he's just a chump blocker, which does a nice still 5 damage, which is pretty good, but I'm going to expect to see a Static Shock here on double Burblefish, and that is not the case, actually. It's going to be a Mystic Shot instead. So not ideal answer there from Frey, actually, and the Mystic Shot would have maybe better be used on face, but we'll see. I mean, it always seems like in this mid to late game, the deck is not doing so well, but then all of a sudden at the late game, it has a very explosive ending every time.
Fading Memories gets an ephemeral Burblefish and generates a 1-mana spell. Garja with a clutch Rummage, also discarding a Stress Testing to draw a bonus Fleeting card and gets Suit Up for his Burblefish. This is going to protect it against Static Shock, but wants to kick it.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take the damage from this Burblefish. It's 3 damage, it's maybe a bit risky, but it's not worth trading, I think, or using a Suit Up just for that trade. Hoping to, I think, find more elusive units now. And I was thinking maybe they don't want to use Mind Meld next turn, but maybe he's just too scared of Static Shock being a possibility.
Oh, the Iterative Improvement is so strong off the top here. Unto Dusk. It still draws a card even if you can't proc its Nightfall ability. And Garja, you talked about it, like taking this damage is pretty dangerous from this position, going down to 11, but potentially with the ability to threaten lethal next round here on the open attack.
There's Teemo coming in once again to try and at least block the 5 damage from Fizz. You can get, of course, Mystic Shot, and this is a case where if you have a Mystic Shot for Teemo, using that Mystic Shot is essentially like pushing 5 damage to the next because your Fizz can attack. And obviously Fizz can't really be targeted or tried to be killed by Frey because, yeah, it counters whatever spell is targeting it.
So Fading Memories and Unto Dusk unfortunately being used with no Doom Beast to copy. And so Frey looks like coming up a bit empty here, unfortunately. No healing from the Doom Beasts. That's like the key card for this deck. If you can get 1 or 2 rotations off of it, that extra HP goes a long way towards buying you a little time. I suppose the saving grace from this position is the second Teemo and the fact that Garja did throw away the Mind Meld after all.
And the Stalking Shadows finally actually hits a unit. Maybe not the unit you want, I think. Looking at this this 4-1 here, I think it's pretty clear it was not a Doom Beast that was used. If not, you would have played Doom Beast to have double Doom Beast this turn and get the full heals as well. But going to be the onlooker just for the trade with the Zonite and little else, it seems like. Unto Dusk gives it even more attack, but you're on defense, so not ideal here. Just going for the cycle, really.
Yeah, Mystic Shot takes down Teemo.
That's going to be more than enough lethal damage. Threatened. Looking at just the elusives, 3 mana to work with if you are Frey. Absorb Souls, actually the 1 mana spell I was thinking that he might have gotten from that Burblefish. It was the case here, so you get some healing, but you're still being hit actually now for 17, so you still have enough to survive.
That's a lot of damage being gotten through here. The iterative improvement, again, Guardia has been prone to cash it in very early to just double down on an early game unit and not worry too much about getting maximum number of Burblefishes. And look at this, the Mushroom Cloud also being cashed in.
If now Frey loses to Mushrooms, that would be quite the ending after him getting the win in that last match against Kobasi. There's a surrender coming in from Frey. So Guardia takes game 1. TF Fizz cannot be stopped. It is too strong. And I have to say, Frey, though, really bricking, I think, with his deck. I mean, Unto Dusk into nothing, Unto Dusk into nothing the second time around as well. Not finding a Doom Beast from the Stalking Shadows. Not finding a Static Shock for the Burblefishes when that turn that I was certain he had it in hand and was just waiting to use it. But yeah, a bit unfortunate for Frey there. And game 1 goes to Guardia. Now Guardia is on match point. If he wins the next game, he wins this week's tournament.
We saw the foreshadowing, right? It was hinted at the entire tournament when we saw like the Stalking Shadows whiffing, and a lot of the wins that Freybot got up to this point were actually pretty lucky. And as much as you try to pilot a deck like that, sometimes you just don't draw your key piece, and that's just ended up what happening here. But at the very least, he gets another shot at it.
And he is running the same list. He's sticking to this Elise Burn with the Doom Beast synergies. And Guardia, of course, is now moving on to his final list that he can play here. It's going to be, well, a list that has 2 lifesteal units already in hand. So you have to be very, very happy to see this hand to start things off from Guardia. And you have the 1-drop that can obviously put in just some blocking pressure early on. So very, very good start here for Guardia, I think.
You've got the Fangs. You can block this 1 damage from the Spider. Because you're kind of floating your turn 2 anyway, once you play the Fangs on round 4, you have the single combat to maybe still get lifesteal off of it if Freybach does try to counter with a Mystic Shot or an Aftershock.
Yeah, this is a matchup that, especially, I mean, it's a different deck, obviously, Spiders to this Elise Burn with PNZ, but it's a deck that if they have the right cards when they need them, then it really is very pivotal on those few cards like the Fangs and the Star Shaping. So having double Fangs in hand, I think, is going to be much more. It's more than enough to stabilize and stay in this until where you can really take over with Star Shaping and just maybe even a Temple buffing one of the lifesteal units and making them even bigger. Or Severum is usually the card that when it's played, it's GG.
Ooh, man, and look at this, the top deck Sharp Sight coming in clutch against this Mystic Shot. Phelios is going to survive. At the very least, you're stopping the Crescendum this round and just forcing Guardia to pass once more. No Veiled Temple yet, but now you get to play the Fangs. Now that Mystic Shot is down, you're feeling a little bit better about its chances of sticking to the board.
I like the open attack. The Sharp Sight can be used to kill off this Teemo, but I'm not sure if that's the right play. I think you definitely just want to develop the Fangs now and start pushing that lifesteal as soon as possible.
If you play 4 mana to develop Fangs and Freybach has the second Mystic Shot, it's looking a bit rougher for you because you're taking 3 damage here. You get more mushrooms shuffled into the deck. And at this point, it's kind of like, Fiora Shen, where you have very key lifesteal units available that you need to get value and heal you. Guardia even now thinking about Severum here.
Most of the time, this is the backbreaker for me when I'm playing against Targan with aggro lists. I see the Severum, and I'm like, all right, it's GG. Unless you have Noxian Fervor, of course, or Glimpse, or something that can really stop trades in combat. That's the great purpose of these cards. And why Noxian Fervor, one of the strongest cards in Noxus for aggro decks. And in this case, because you're running it with PNZ, you don't have that versatility, and it really makes this matchup much harder, I think.
Garja may be thinking about the single combat here to get the 3-2 to clear the ballistic bot, but if you open attack, then you maybe just pull that anyway. If you save the 2 mana, then you can just, again, like I talked about before, you can play the Fangs, have the single combat backup to counterplay an Aftershock or a Mystic Shot.
Yeah, I think the single combat is just a bit more versatile later on for when you want to guarantee lifesteal with your units and kind of have that counterplay available as well.
Mm-hmm. And the Screeching Dragon now coming down. Garja is still feeling pretty comfortable at 13. This is a deck that it has a lot of consistent burn, but not like a terrible amount of burst until late into the game. Because Doom Beast, regardless of how many times you duplicate it, is still a 3 mana unit that you need to pay another card first. So here it comes.
Well, the floodgates have been open. The possibilities are there now for a lot of cards to suddenly go online. This deck, of course, is... Some pockets of these cards are very synergistic, so you have to have this Doom Beast first, and then everything else gets unlocked. So this is the first key step here. If you don't have this Doom Beast, your Unto Dusks maybe are useless, you don't draw any cards, and there could be more problems. But Elise's signature spell here, the Crawling Sensation, comes down to 1/1 spiders will come down as well. There is no more spider synergy in this list unless he has a second Elise in hand, and he can get 2 more spiders. That would be an interesting turn of events, but I don't think that'll be the case.
So Garja, again, taking a very, honestly, a terrifying line. Going for the Screeching Dragon development, has the Severum phased, but hasn't developed it into the hand yet, is now finally developing the Fangs. Fortunately, the Doom Base came down, and there wasn't, another Unto Dusk, or a Fading Memories or Iterative Improvement to get even more burn on top of that. You're still feeling pretty strong from 10, but I think it is very important that Garja get some healing this turn.
And the Sharp Sight can, of course, stop the Teemo from coming in as well. And you're going to have the single combat to guarantee a trade with the Fangs if you need to. But this now forces you can't attack with the Spiders because the Fang survives the trade and gets the heal still. You can't attack with the Least because she creates a spider as well. It makes things a bit more awkward for Frey. And this is the point where you can't really play on the board anymore. You have to go for just full burn from hand and try and bring on your opponent's nexus without attacking. And attacking with Teemo is risky for that same reason. You Sharp Sight the Fangs and then, it's GG.
I wonder if Frey is just going to not attack here at all and just say, okay, this last 10 damage needs to come from burn. And the more I risk combat, the more I risk the Fangs healing. And we saw this in one of Freybach's previous matchups, right? Where the Spirit's Refuge and all the healing just ends up stacking up, and then you can't overcome the extra, 10 or 12 HP that your opponent gets to go beyond your reach.
Teemo attacking, I'd be very surprised not to see a Sharp Sight onto the Fangs, onto the block. I'm not sure what you can do to stop this. Maybe you can stop the healing. Sure, you can Mystic Shot your own Teemo, but then that's damage that you can't use on the Nexus. So it's still a really difficult point here to be at, and that's a surrender from Frey coming in. So Guardia wins game 2 and is this Fight Night's champion, able to very quickly dispatch Frey's maybe more innovative, more out there deck list with 2, I guess, of the clear meta favorites. The last tournament we'll be seeing with these decks being at their power level as we expect to Balance Patch next week. So congrats to Guardia, able to obviously play 2 of the best decks to a very high level and really just breeze through the winner's bracket and win this grand finals against Frey as well.
I think what happened is, Freybach was hitting that nice pocket of just the burn being unaccounted for with a lot of deck builds. Maybe expecting a lot more matchups that would fall to it. Like last week, we saw like aggro and burn decks having very strong performances, and Garja just going all in with a much more value focused Targon list. And even though he took a slow line there in that game too, the punish wasn't there from the Doom Beast. There was no duplication for it, and eventually got the Fangs online with the Sharp Sight. But big congratulations to Garja.
Yeah, I'm happy to see him win because I know he's a player that, he had a very dominating point, like few months, I think, in the game. The last few months, maybe I'm wrong, but I haven't seen him in that same dominating fashion. So hopefully this sparked a trend for him and he's back on that A game because I do think not just as a pilot, but as a deck builder and like you said before, reading lineups and metas, etc. He's one of the best at that specifically. So happy to see him finding success as well and getting this fight night win. I'm not sure if it's his first actually for Fight Night EU. I'd have to
He's
look at
played a
the
ton of Fight Night NA because I
backlogs.
remember spectating
Uh-huh.
Garja playing like Frostbite and stuff back during that meta game. So that was a while ago. But suffice to say, we will have a little bit more information when we interview Garja when we get back from this break. So stay tuned for that information from our newly crowned winner. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just concluded our bracket, and we are now here to interview our newly crowned winner, Garja. Welcome in and congratulations, my friend.
Thank you. Hi, nice to be here.
So Garja, first thing to mention, of course, is your lineup going into this tournament. Of course, the meta has been pretty solid and pretty stable for many weeks now. I'm hoping that changes next week. But going into this maybe last tournament on this patch, do you think you brought the strongest lineup you could bring to this tournament?
In conclusion, I would say yes, generally. Fizz is just Fizz, and the other deck is like it's a Targon deck, but it also has the benefit of having some interaction with the Demacia cards, so you can solve that weakness in a way, and then it also has the added benefit of just straight up beating Shen Fiora because you have all the tools they have, but you also have Targon tools, so you just have more value.
So the best
So yeah,
Mm.
it
the
worked
best
quite
of
well.
both worlds, I suppose, with this deck.
Basically, yeah.
And do you think the tournament went as you maybe expected with what decks other people brought and how your matchups were favored or maybe did well, your lineup did well against other lineups?
I think from the lineups I saw, it was kind of what I expected. I actually didn't face Shen Fiora much at all this tournament because I always beat the other deck, even if they had it.
Hmm.
So that was not as expected, I guess. But like Fizz just doing Fizz things and just completely high rolling people without them having any chance to respond, even if like they somehow have some tools to deal with it in theory.
Hmm.
Yeah, and the other, yeah, but and the ISO Aphelios deck just also did what it was supposed to do, I guess, just beating aggro decks by outvaluing them and having life gain and all those tools. So yeah, generally
Mhm.
speaking, yes.
Hmm.
So with this lineup that you decided to bring to the tournament, was this something that you just sort of picked up on based on your own meta research, or were there a couple players who sort of suggested the decks to you, and then you kind of came around to them?
I basically spent the whole week trying to find the second deck. Like I was just when I got the invite, I was basically set on bringing Fizz because I played it a lot on meta. I'm comfortable with it, and I think it's just by far the strongest deck right now. And then for the second deck, I took a bit of I tried a lot of different stuff, but in the end, I set it on this one because, as I said, it has the best shot still against Fizz out of the Targon decks, and it also just straight up beats Fiora, which I expected a lot because it's the other deck
Hmm.
that is good, but also has a shot against Fizz at least.
Hmm.
And then I really wanted to make sure to beat Fiora because it's also been very popular lately in tournaments. So yeah, that was
And
basically the idea.
I
yeah,
want to
good job. And yeah, go for it.
I want to quickly mention as well, you're obviously a part of Team Aretuza. There's a great win for the organization as well. I know it very well from Gwent as well, and I know it to be one of the leaders in Gwent, and I think now in Runeterra as well. And Scarzig, you're also part of Team Aretuza, so two of you here actually. What are kind of maybe if you want to shed some light on maybe the plans from Aretuza's or any kind of are you happy with the current state of the teams and the players representing it? Just a bit more about the team itself.
I mean, I think especially competitively, we are in a really solid spot. Like we have a lot of really good players. Like Sergi has been
Hmm.
basically winning everything lately,
Yeah.
and then you have a lot of other strong players like Asher and Emtak who are always very helpful
Hmm.
with kind of bringing in new ideas. And it's just a great environment, just straight up like looking into the channels every week and talking with the people who also understand the game at a very high level. You always like get to see new ideas if there are any, and it's super easy to just be finalists with them.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm improving every day basically right now. Still,
Hmm. That's
Yeah,
great to hear.
I know that you've been looking for some tournament success for a little bit with some really strong showings, and I know the team members have been trying to talk you out of bringing certain decks from time to time that you've had your heart set on. But
yeah.
just coming around to some stronger lists and just piloting them cleanly, I think is also a great avenue to see some success. And you talked about the power level of Twisted Fate Fizz and that you just enjoy playing at it, and it is a very comfortable deck for you. If you were to maybe tone the deck down a little bit, what are the nerfs that perhaps you're expecting to see as we exit the Shuriman Desert?
I think Burblefish has to be changed in some way or another. I think it should not be able to be reduced lower than one, and maybe even
Hmm.
go down to a 2/1 or lose the generated spell.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I think that's the most important change you could make. Maybe TF could be the level up requirement could be upped a bit, maybe to 10. I would love to see the deck not be nerfed into Oblivion and still be a strong deck because I think the playstyle fundamentally is very fun. It's
Hmm.
just
Hmm.
I think just the numbers are too high right now. Maybe suit up could also be changed. The way the card works right now is like the high rewards you can get out of the card are a little bit disgusting sometimes. If you
Hmm.
play Fist on one and suit up on two, like, there's not really a way you can deal with that. And it's exactly the combo I hit in the first game against Freiburg, and you basically could concede on the spot because there was no way you could ever raise that many stats in the early game. And
Hmm.
I don't think a deck should be able to do that.
Yeah, all I think very valid points, and I think the entire community, definitely our Twitch chat today was also very vocal, and rightfully so. I think everyone has a right to complain, especially after there not being a balance patch last time around. It's 2 weeks
Yeah.
of having to endure this, which is some decks are fun, of course, but I think Target especially is maybe a bit of a nightmare to play against. with most decks. So hopefully next week's balance patch really spices things up, and we'll be able to see a very interesting tournament next week that you'll be returning to as well as a champion. You're going to be reinvited alongside Frey, and we'll have a chance to see what decks you bring when maybe TF Fizz and Targan maybe aren't as viable. We'll see. Maybe they still remain playable, although maybe not as dominant as they are now. We'll find out next week, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
looking
one final.
forward. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Oh
Yeah,
no, I just wanted.
looking forward to experimenting a bit with new decks, because when the patch started as everyone, I tried Shurima, but I still haven't found anything that really convinces me power level wise, and it's a bit sad to not be able to play with the new cards.
Mm-hmm. And one final thing, of course, now that you're going to be coming back to Fight Night Legends EU next week, are there any players that maybe you would like to have invited to have a showdown with for another top 8 bracket?
I think I would love to play against Sergi one time in the tournament. I think we actually never really faced in a meaningful tournament so far, despite entering about at the same time. Hopefully not in the first round though. So yeah, I guess that's the first player I would think of right now.
And that would mean that both Sergi and Frey are Spanish, so I'm all for the quarter odds of a Spanish player winning the tournament. So I'm down with that suggestion. We can invite Sergi as well. And I think he's also, like you said, he's in really good form right now with the seasonals and ladder performances, even, and just really putting in a lot of work and seeing the results as well. So I think that would be a very cool matchup to see as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
like the
with
idea.
that all,
sorry, no.
No, I was
Just go
just gonna say, thank you for taking the extra time after, a long tournament to, share your thoughts about the metagame and your lineup, and so just some of the preparation that you went into.
Yeah, I'm happy to share. It's always fun to talk about the game and the preparation process. It's actually the thing I enjoy the most out of everything. It's just preparing more than actually playing.
I think we can tell, we highlighted that a few times in the broadcast, that it's one of your stronger skill sets is reading the meta well and finding good lineups and already winning that battle before the game even starts. So again, big props to you, Guardia, on the win. We'll see you next week, and congrats once again on a great performance.
Yeah, thank you.
And that'll be all from the tournament today. We'll have, of course, the Americas broadcast happening at, I believe it is 11 p.m. European time. Scar, what's the American time?
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, give or take a few hours because of
believe it
daylight
is
savings.
11 p.m. European time.
Oh, sorry.
11 p.m. Okay,
PM. 11 p.m.
we almost got it
European
perfect,
time.
but Guardia messed up. We finally.
I'm sorry. I still have it open on my phone.
And last thing to mention as well, quickly for the stream, some of you may be familiar with the surveys that I run about the balance patches before the next big balance patch occurs. I have posted that on Reddit and on my Twitter. So if you want to participate, it takes 20 minutes of your time. You can vote on the ratings of each card, and it's able to have a much cleaner and clearer grasp of what the community's perception of certain champions and cards are before the balance patch comes through. So definitely do check that out if you can. That's all from us today. We'll see you guys next week. And please do also enjoy the Americas broadcast in a few hours.